I was not able, this whole side of my face, I was not able to use it. Even just a simple cup, I couldn't wrap my lips around the cup to drink it. So that's how scary it was. I was only 20 years old. And the doctor told me that it was due to stress. I was 20 years old and half my face was paralyzed due to stress. I was so confused. I was like, how does that happen? And that was the first time I realized that what is happening internally for you can actually affect your external body and your external life. I had to wear an eye patch around campus. I was attending George Washington University in Washington, D.C. And can you just imagine the social suicide I had to experience walking around with the eye patch? People were like, did you go out last night? Did that happen last night? But I had something called Bell's palsy. Is anyone familiar with that? Or has anyone experienced it themselves? Bell's palsy lasts for a few months. So for a few months, I couldn't use this side of my face, but that moment changed my life forever. I became a certified life coach and a health coach, and I really understood the importance of stress management and self-care from that moment onwards. I've coached over 200 clients in the past 5 years, and what I've realized is no one really knows what self-care is. What is self-care exactly? We constantly hear all these marketing commercials about spa days and mani-pedis and going out with your friends and things like that. And all of those things are wonderful, but they're only a very small part of self-care. There's such deeper work that you can do so you can feel your best and show up as your best in the world. So I'm going to share with you 3 simple self-care tools that you can use in your daily life. And in fact, you can even use today. There's a long day of sessions today, so you might need a little bit of energy and refresher throughout the day to help you do that. So the 3 self-care tools are super simple, and I kept them all C so you can remember them. Okay, so it's compassion, connection, and creation. And I just wrote it down here as well, so you can see that for yourself. Compassion is the first one and probably the most important. I remember when I was driving to a conference a few years ago, and I really wanted to get there early. I wanted to sit in the front row. I wanted to digest all of the information, and I got late. And on the drive there, I'm like cursing, I'm yelling at myself, I'm being so mean to myself. And I'm just like, how could you do this? You messed it all up. And I created this stressful situation inside of myself. And as I was driving, I knew that I didn't want to bring this energy with me into the conference because I knew it was going to trickle down with me for the rest of the day. Have you experienced that before? You wake up in the morning and something happens that just flips your switch, triggers you, and then it carries with you for the rest of the day. Like how people say, oh, I woke up on the wrong side of the bed today, right? So that's kind of what happened to me that day. And I remember as I was driving to the conference, I was trying to pull out every self-care tool possible. I was trying to coach myself. I was trying to get in my feelings, understand how can I move through this? And nothing worked, nothing. Because when you're in that kind of an emotional state, you're kind of like concrete. You can't really move. You feel kind of stuck. You might resonate with that. You're like, oh, I want to feel better, but I can't. So in that moment of stress, compassion. Compassion is what's going to save you in that moment. And it can be as simple as saying kind words to yourself. So in that moment when nothing was working, I just stopped and I was like, hey, Aditi, I know you really wanted to be there. I know you're struggling right now. I know this is really hard, but everything's going to be okay. And I love you so much. I'm so proud of you for getting up today and coming to this conference. You're going to get exactly what you need. And immediately my entire system calmed down. When nothing else works, compassion is what you want to turn to, because compassion can totally shift that stress energy that is sitting in your body. So the question that you want to ask yourself when you're finding yourself in a stressful situation, or even just antsy or irritable, even as you're sitting through the sessions today and you can feel yourself feeling a little like, oh, I just been inside all day. The question you want to ask yourself is, how can I be kind to myself right now? How can I be kind to myself right now? And that could be words that you speak to yourself. That could be an action you take, whatever that looks like. But most importantly, you're extending compassion to yourself. Okay, so that is the first self-care tool to help you break through any kind of heaviness that you're feeling inside of you. The second one, connection. We live in such a hustle culture, in such a busy culture where we're constantly on the go. I don't know where we're going, but we're all going somewhere. We're just constantly on the go. You know, even with marketing, they're always advertising breakfast on the go, you know, this on the go, that on the go. No one knows where we're going, but we're just going somewhere. We're very busy. We're very busy people, right? So in that busyness, we end up becoming disconnected from ourselves. We end up becoming disconnected from who we are and what we need. And that's another reason we experience a level of stress, because we're not even tuned in into what is going on. And that's what happened to me when I had Bell's palsy. I was experiencing a level of stress and pain, but I actually decided to just ignore it and push it under the rug, which all of us do, right? We don't got time to be stressed out. We got to go places. We got places to go, right? We don't got time to connect. But really, the connection is what will tell you what is really needed right now. What do you really need right now? Our bodies are powerful messengers. My body literally exploded in my face when I ignored the emotions that I was feeling. I wasn't connected to the deep pain that I was feeling in that moment. So, whatever you're going through in any moment, instead of trying to fix the situation, which we often tend to do, right? We just want to make it better. We got to change this. I want you to connect to yourself. And what does that look like? It can be as simple as asking yourself this question. And it helps if you want, you can put your hand on your heart and ask yourself, what do I really need right now? What do I really need right now? And you may not know the answer right away, and that's okay. The important part is that you're asking the questions, because once you ask the question, that is what opens the door. That is what opens the door to a potential answer that will come up for you. All right, so first you're going to start with compassion for yourself, practicing kindness towards yourself, and then connecting to yourself, connecting to what is it that I need right now. Asking yourself questions can really, really help you break through any obstacles you're going through. So you can then make decisions from that space. And that brings me to the third one, which is creation. Creation is where you are actually caring for yourself. That's where you're taking the action. So once you find out after connecting with yourself what it is that you need, the creation is actually giving yourself whatever that may be. So that could be comfort, that could be more compassion, that could be a break, it could be a cozy blanket. You know, there are some days, for example, I am struggling with my mental health, and I work in the mental health field. I work with a lot of clients with depression and anxiety. So I have to be able to hold space for myself when I'm also holding space for other people. So sometimes when I'm just not feeling that great, I go through this process so I can get through my workday. And sometimes it's as simple as having a cozy blanket on my lap. So I just feel warm and fuzzy and comforted as I'm comforting myself through the day, as well as holding the space for my clients. So, anytime you're finding yourself in a stressful situation or you just want to up your self care a little bit, these 3 steps are really going to help you do that. Super, super simple. And those 3 questions is all you need. So, with compassion, how can I be kind to myself right now? Connection, what do I really need right now? And creation, the question is, how can I care for myself right now? How can I pour into myself right now? Okay, so these steps can be used in a specific situation, or it can be also used for long-term situations, long-term stress. Maybe there's a project you're working on with work. Maybe you have a heavy situation happening for you at home that you have to work with or work through. These 3 steps will help you in short-term stress, long-term stress, or like I said, even for something like an event today, whether you are virtually at a conference or you're in person at a conference, you can always come back to bringing yourself compassion, asking yourself what you need, and then going and doing that. So even as you're if you have a lot of Zoom calls at work or you talk to a lot of people at work, asking yourself this can give you a little bit of that relief so you can have that space and that mental clarity so you can show up as your best self. And as Booker talked about, stepping into your full potential. And also, these are going to help you through any obstacles that you may have. This will help you feel more grounded, more in tune, and connected to yourself so you can show up and contribute to yourself and the world with your gifts. My name is Aditi Ramchandani. I am the upcoming author of a book called The Self Care Habit. That moment when my face got paralyzed really, really changed the course of my life. And now I want to invite people to not wait to work on those stressors until it becomes a crisis. Many times we start paying attention to this stuff after we already are admitted to the hospital. So my hope and mission is that we can actually catch those things and connect to ourselves way before we even get to that place where we're so disconnected that our body is screaming for help. Okay? I have a stress less guide that gives you a few tips to help you with any self-care activities that you can use throughout your day, throughout your weeks, anything that looks like. So it's completely free and you can grab it at adithicreative.com/stress less. My book will be coming out this August. Super excited for it. And today I'll also be leading a breakout session at around 4:45 p.m. So if you're interested in connecting more, if you're interested in stepping into your self-care more and really taking your wellness to the next level, come join me for the breakout session. What I'm going to be doing is we're going to be talking about creating your personal self-care roadmap. So whether you are a beginner and just kind of stepping into wellness for yourself, self care for yourself, or if you are already practicing lots of things, you can come either way. We are going to be creating your self care roadmap. I'm going to be taking you through a process so you can create a process and a plan that works well for you. All right. Thank you so much, everybody. Super, super excited for all the speakers that are going to be speaking today. I am going to introduce the next speaker that we have here. The first speaker that we have next, her name is Linda Yang. She's the Vice President of Marketing for Florida Strategic Insurance. She's founded and served on multiple boards, helping people find pathways and resources for professional development. Please welcome Linda Yang to this virtual stage. Enjoy.
Good morning, Linda.
Morning.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
All right. You're up.
All right. Thank you so much. So my name is Linda Yang. Thank you for allowing me to be a part of this. I wanted to share about how I became the Vice President of Marketing and Recruiting at Florida Strategic Insurance. There's a clash of identities that I wanted to share about. Um, we're a small business, but we've become a top producing agency in our county. And then with some of our companies, we're actually the top producing in the state for our agency. I'm also the board member of the Florida Hmong community, and then a founding member of the National Association of Asian American Professionals in the Tampa chapter. I have lived with clashing identities, and how does that relate to where I am now today? I come from a Hmong heritage. My ethnic background is Hmong. We're a small people group in the Asian countries. Our people started or originated in China. And so before the country came to be China, we had our own kingdom, our own language, our own culture. Throughout time, the Chinese people conquered our people, divided us, and we had just spread among different nations throughout Asia. My ancestors actually migrated to Laos. We're a third world country south of China. That's where my parents were born. And so how does all of this work up to who I am today? In the late 70s, there was the Vietnam War, in which our people had become individuals who had worked with the CIA. And through that, we were afforded the opportunity to become refugees and come to America. So I was among the first generation born in the United States. My earliest memories, I acknowledge how different I was when I entered preschool. Nobody looked like me, and then I realized everybody spoke English. And so my first language was Hmong. It wasn't English. My parents did what they could to teach us. However, they never finished high school. And so imagine not really knowing the language of the land and then not really understanding what's going on. It was difficult for me. My toughest year I remember in grade school was first grade. I couldn't understand my English assignments. And so an example would be, ball is to soccer as yarn is to blank. That's exactly what happened in my brain. I just drew blanks. And so I cried and I cried because I couldn't understand my assignments. I was fearing failure. There were no books at the time that could help me understand the American culture. So really, ball is to soccer as yarn is to crochet. But because I couldn't understand that, and there were no texts that could help me understand the American culture, I just really suffered during that year. I was introduced to Full House, Saved by the Bell, Growing Pains, Family Matters, TV shows that allowed me to peek into the American culture. From there, school became easier, and then I knew when to apply TV experiences to what I encountered in school. So you see the clash of identity versus the ethnic and American culture. It has always been an inner battle for me. How do I belong when I am torn between two cultures? And so many have found that the purpose behind gangs were a remedy for seclusion. If you're secluded, it often happens that you join others who feel the same way. The catalyst and the formation of gangs is usually oppression. Being a part of a larger gang can give somebody a sense of purpose and belonging. So similarly, the clash of identity was among Hmong gangs. Back in the early 90s, we had been in the United States for about 15 years at this point. Many of the immigrants and first generation Hmong Americans were becoming victims to crimes. And so our people started to drown in their surrounding oppression by the neighborhoods that they were living in. Many ethnic groups had their own community to help with injustice issues. However, Hmong people were without. And so in the West, gangs started to form to protect its people. And what was the purpose of that? It was to assist those who couldn't rely or relay the information to the authorities due to the language barrier. And so that's the reason why these gangs had started, was to protect the weak. I don't condone gang-related actions, but it gives you a perspective as to how Hmong gangs were formed at that time due to the clashing identities. This drove my parents to exit areas of a lot of Hmong populated cities. And so with that, we had moved far away from a lot of Hmong people. And so it allowed me to have a safe childhood to grow up in. I wasn't allowed to be too Hmong with so many people who were like me, but I also wasn't allowed to be completely submerged into the American culture of the classmates who looked like me. And so it was the fear of the unknown that kept us hidden from accepting the culture of our environment. Most of the childhood in which I grew up in, up until college, I spent running my parents' restaurant. And so this was a small town breakfast spot. It was bacon and eggs and a side of hash brown type of meal that we served. And we were the only place within a 20-mile radius of this type of restaurant. And so for 10 years, we served thousands of people in our restaurant who never shared our culture. I learned public speaking as a server. I also learned about sarcasm. And so my Hmong upbringing was more of a serious tone. Embracing core life values and applying them were the main goal for my family. I didn't quite understand small talk. And so I just really had a hard time. There were so many questions like, why is there so much chatter? Why do we fill up so much of our time with unnecessary issues? The Hmong people focus on the goal that was set upon us with determination and seriousness. The American culture was much more relaxed. So I always ask questions like, why did so many people ask about my age, my height, my appearance, what I like and what I didn't like? I just didn't understand why my customers kept wanting to have these small conversations that didn't amount to very much. And so Americans are very good at speaking about the matters of the heart. They prioritize how one is feeling. I noticed that our Hmong family, we only focused on what we could do and how much we were able to do in that day. And so reflecting on impoverished settings back in Laos, the third world country that my parents were from, it was a war-stricken land. My parents were so grateful to be in America. And so they really didn't give a lot of time to complaining or allow matters of the heart to restrict them from being productive and being able to move forward. Emotional issues were not an issue. And so grinding, keeping on, working hard, keeping your head down, these were values in which we were instilled upon when we were young up until we became adults. So we didn't have very many conversations about internal battles, issues that we were going through emotionally or mentally. So we just kept moving forward. In my role as the vice president of marketing, it requires public speaking. So a quiet Hmong girl with internal battles of clashing identities, I became a woman who would have to stand among Americans and give speeches, to have to relate to the audience, to seek to understand their world, to be able to bring about something that was of value. How is this possible? This was possible because I saw the gaps in which people overlooked. So what I did was I learned to assess and understand the situation. I learned to take the time to understand where the clients were not connecting with what I was doing, or in the industry where they were having gaps and they didn't even really try to assess and address these issues. I had discovered what these gaps were. I made it apparent to identify them, to make it obvious to my audience. I pressed into the pain points of what they were experiencing in their professions. And then I brought value by bringing a solution to their problems. The words that came out of my mouth brought forth an answer. And so very little of my competitors were willing to take the time to give the reasons for the answer, let alone do public speaking. But I would. What a normal American would assume as something that is minute and undeserving of time, I saw was a much bigger issue that needed to be addressed that many had neglected. So that's how I was able to move up in the ranks to becoming the vice president of marketing. The knowledge that I acquired from a previous corporate job, it helped me to translate those skills into the current arena that I'm in, which is home insurance with my day job. I created a sales structure that was a proven method to help with building the business of my agents. I trained them on how to identify the pain points of the professionals we worked with. They conversed in a manner of providing a remedy to the problems. They were pitching solicitations that didn't sound like solicitations at all. It sounded more like, I'm a resource for you and you need my help. And so here I am, I'm going to be the savior of the situations that arises. And so we were able to quickly grow from 400 policies per month. In over a matter of 3 years, we're up to over 1,000 policies a month. So right now we are the highest producing agency in our county. And with some of our companies, we're the highest producing in the state. I used my lack of understanding my surrounding to become a student to my environment. The years that I struggled to belong, it became that the very innate ability to observe, assess, and apply myself in any given situation was what propelled me into advancing and moving forward. And so I was able to do all of this with an associate's degree in applied science, working as a dental hygienist. How did this degree help open the door for me to becoming the vice president of marketing? It didn't. I abandoned my field of study, and then I had really followed the true calling that I had. And so I found that many people who enter college, got their degrees, some of them are no longer functioning in those areas. And so I really asked myself, how many of us really understand who we are in our young 20s? I didn't. And so what had happened was throughout my life, after I had my 3 little children, I needed something that was going to be more flexible, something that was going to allow me to work and still be home with my children. And so I had stumbled upon a sales job in which I was able to do from home. Years later, once we relocated to a different area, I was recruited by a corporate company. And so they really showed me the ropes on how to fine tune my sales skills. The next chapter, I became a licensed home insurance agent, and then I tremendously failed at that. I failed because it wasn't something that I was able to do, sit behind a desk, multitask between several screens, send out emails, and have no social interaction in person with any people. And so I was terrible at that. It really was difficult for me to get through the day. But you know, the one thing that I was itching to do was, it was to have small talk. And so I remember as a teenage server, what I hated the most was small talk, sarcasm, crude jokes, comments that were just not very nice. And so it made me bitter. The thought of walking through the kitchen doors to have to greet customers and lie with a smiling face, it made me sick. And so regardless of what my parents, they never let me live and soak in those emotions. Emotions weren't much of a value to my Hmong family. And so we just kept plugging along. So what happened was I was dying inside. I was cornered into mental stress of the comments that I was going to receive each day that I had to go out there and do my job as a server. And so any joke that was said, was darts that were thrown at my heart and it stuck. And so one day I just realized that because I was dying inside, enough was enough. I couldn't get out of serving because my parents owned the restaurant. And so what I decided to do was I was going to fight back. And so if I had to keep this job, then I was going to give it right back to them. And so I prepared myself mentally with what to say and how to maneuver and what to do. And so I reciprocated jokes for jokes, sarcasm for sarcasm, rude comments with rude comments. And I realized that I slowly started to heal. I started to get my power back, and then I felt like I finally had a voice. The words that I was delivering had value. And so my heart mended, and I learned to deliver what I was going to say in a softer tone. I learned to have a better choice of words to be able to deliver what I was going to say, to bring good to those who were listening to me. And so from there on, I really enjoyed small talks. I became very good friends with my customers. I stayed there up until my college years, until I got married. And many of my customers were very sad to see me leave. But I started, and they watched me grow up from a grade school girl all the way into my adult life. And so it was that time in which I had to exit the bacon and eggs restaurant. And that's when I really understood who I was. Customer service is key in any business. And so the training that I had with my customers, it really helped me to understand different scopes of personalities that I would encounter. And so my desire to be in front of people and socialize allowed me to abandon the fears of public speaking. I used the chatter as a means to build rapport, and then it helped me to listen to the matters of the hearts of the clients that are speaking to me, understanding and assessing the issues that they had so that I could bring forth a solution. So in sales, most of us understand that if you can't connect with your audience, you are spam to them, right? And so I really had to identify the need for the product that I was going to be providing. And so I was itching to be in front of people. I was desiring to educate, and then I also had a love to help others. This helped me to fully commit to my agents in which I worked with. They loved being behind a desk. I was their marketing rep. I was bringing in the leads. I was having the conversation, kissing babies, shaking hands. That's what I was doing. And so it really helped to grow their business. The issue was I was only one person, and we quickly discovered that the best way to replicate my abilities were to teach my agents how to fish. And so that's when I created the system with our sales training process. We had email scripts, phone scripts, we had marketing flyers, PowerPoint presentations, training manuals, the whole 9 yards to really bring in new recruits and get them acclimated with this process. And so with each new recruit, we were able to implement all of these processes so that they could get up to speed to building a successful career. Our small business, we were functioning out of a small, tiny downtown unit to moving into, in the next couple of weeks, a 25,000 square foot office space. And so right now you could only imagine that we're bursting at the seams in our current office, trying to find enough space for everybody to be in a setting where they're comfortable and they can make calls and they can help our customers. And so it was the challenges of my clashing identities that really helped me to have the emotional IQ on how to maneuver with so many different personalities. It was the lack of my understanding my assignments that equipped me to target overlooked issues where my audience wouldn't connect with them. It was my parents who wouldn't let me quit my serving job at the restaurant that forced me to break into conversing with strangers and breaking out of my shell so that I could find confidence in speaking in front of people. And so that's where I found my love of small talks with people and bring forth good to their problems. And that's how I became the vice president of marketing and recruiting at my agency. All of the professional skills that I had learned, it also translated into my role as the current board member of the Florida Hmong community. And then I was also a founding member of the National Association of Asian American Professionals in Tampa. And so can you guess what titles I held in both organizations? Marketing. And so that's why I wanted to share with you today. That's how I was able to move into the roles that I have today. And I'm very, very thankful for the history and the upbringing that allowed me to be here now.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Linda. That was such a powerful, powerful story.
Thank you.
Awesome. All right. So next we have Kelly Hammer Levy. She is a public works director for Pinellas County. She serves on multiple boards and advisory panels. She's been working on water quality, environmental, and stormwater issues in the Tampa Bay area for over 20 years. Please welcome Kelly to the virtual stage now.
Well, good morning. Thank you so much. I'm looking so forward to this this event today, and I got to give you a little bit of a just sharing a little bit. I'm very nervous about this, actually. I'm a very technical person, so when I was asked to participate today, my initial instinct was to say, "Wow, this is way outside my comfort zone." So. Maybe I should stick to what I know, but the more I thought about it as like, I really do need to be here and to share my experiences. So my name is Kelly Hammer Levy, and I'm going to share with you a little bit what I do professionally, and then kind of take you through my journey, my professional journey. And I'm going to share some slides so that, I can kind of explain, my career and a little bit about what I do. You may not even know what a public works director is. So give me just 1 second. I'm going to share that screen. And there we go. So, what is a public works department anyway? Public works tends to be more in government. The American Public Works Association describes it as you see there. I'm not gonna read that to you, but for me, I get to go to work every day and work with an amazing group of people, scientists and engineers, finance staff, GIS professionals, equipment operators, folks that maintain your roads, your bridges, your stormwater systems, that protect the air you breathe, the water you swim in, and your public health every day. So it's really a rewarding career. So, why is that unique to me? Well, when you look at public works directors in the United States, only about less than 9% are women. I do find myself in public works meetings, and I may be the only woman in the room. And while we don't make up a significant proportion of the public works directors, I will say that men in this field tend to be very supportive of women. So I highly encourage anyone who is interested in this field to think about it, because you're walking into a very supportive environment, even though all the faces may not look like yours. So what is like a traditional career path for a public works director? As I mentioned, there's lots of engineering and science and, so surveyors and engineers and construction folks, yep, that's a very traditional career path. If you're on the construction side of things, you're used to maintaining the infrastructure. Again, a very traditional career path, but I'm a scientist. I went to school to be a marine biologist. That is definitely not a traditional career path for a public works director. It can be done, obviously, because I'm sitting here today talking to you today, but it is not as unique as or as common as you might think. So, as I start to talk about my journey, I really have to go back and talk a little bit about my childhood, because it was really my mom and a lot of her challenges and struggles that helped me develop skill sets to move forward in a lot of different directions. So, my parents divorced when I was in middle school. I lived in a very small town. So in and of itself was quite a challenge. My mom was a mom. She went to high school and got married right after. I was born a year later, my brother 4 years after that. So divorce was a significant transition in my mother's life. She had never been in the workforce, and being able to navigate that, trying to find a job, applying for housing assistance and food assistance, was a big challenge for her. And not to mention having 2 kids to bring along behind her. She also enrolled in a tuition program, where they, wanted to help people develop skill sets and go to school so that they weren't reliant on public assistance. And she took advantage of that. And, by the time I graduated from high school, my mom was in a career field that she loved and was very successful. And so resilience is really, part of my career story, my career journey. And I can't talk about that without talking about her, because watching her navigate systems that she never experienced before, dealing with finances that she had never experienced before, stumbling, making mistakes, getting back up, and being stronger for it is resilient. My mom and I did not have a super close relationship growing up, but But she taught me a lot about how to respond and adapt and flourish through resilience. In its simplest definition, resilience is the ability to bounce back. But to me, it's a lot more than that. It's the ability to learn and to grow as a result of the challenges we face. So when I decided that I wanted to be a scientist, to move from small town Ohio down to Florida, to be a marine scientist, I knew the challenge was not going to be easy. We didn't have financial ability to pay for that school. I didn't have connections at the colleges, to help me get in, but I worked very hard. Lots of loans, lots of grants, but I went to school and I went to grad school, and every single time I was like, I can't do this anymore. It's too hard. I'm trying to work 2 jobs and do my coursework. I would always think back to my mom, and hey, she navigated all that with 2 kids. So resilience is a skill. I learned some of it from watching my mom, but I learned a lot of it about, in navigating my career as well. So it's not something that you have. It is something that you learn, and it is a skill that we should all focus on. Being comfortable with change, the ability to accept it, learning new skills and being able to apply them in new environments and new worlds. Being able to take charge of your career and development. Nobody's going to do that for you. That's something that you need to have in and of yourself to say, I want this, and go get it. Find your sense of purpose. It will really help you assess setbacks in a much more broad perspective. And reframe how you view your skills, your talents, and your interests. Reflection fosters learning and self-awareness, which helps you grow in many areas. I always say that relationships they move mountains, both professionally and personally. And I have a big focus on relationships in my professional career, but also pay attention to your self-identity, outside of your job. It's really important that your job is not who you are, but who you are is what you bring to the job. So I'm going to share with you, a little bit of my early career lessons. Early on in your career, one, you're just trying to get your foot in the door, and you're probably not going to find that first job, that job that you just love. It's going to take you through the next 30 years. It's probably not going to happen, and that's okay. It's good. It's like trying on different shoes. You find the ones that fit the best, that look the greatest, and complement you. So don't worry about that so much. You're really trying to learn. You're trying to gain new experience, and you're trying to build your resume, so that you can find that job that is really the right fit for you. I had some great supervisors along the way that really set goals and expectations for me. And if I had supervisors who didn't, I needed to ask for it. Don't be shy about asking, what do you expect from me? What are my goals on a day-to-day basis? Sometimes a job wasn't exactly, as stretch my skills. It didn't challenge me enough. So I'd ask, do you have anything that you need done? I know it may not, fit me. It may not be really in my wheelhouse, but I'm willing to give it a go. And be a sponge, just absorb, learn. Those first few jobs are all about self-development and learning who you're becoming. So just listen and learn, but also understand it's okay to leave. I had a couple of supervisors. One was extremely volatile. I could determine how the day was going to go based on how that individual opened the door. That's not good. I also had a supervisor who was completely unavailable in all ways, professionally, personally. Come in the door, open it, go into the office, close it, come out for lunch, go back in, open it up at 5 and leave, and never engage staff at all. I put in ideas for streamlining and improving efficiencies and automating processes and procedures, and put it in her inbox only to get a note back that it's not broken. If the work environment's not healthy, the job doesn't really interest you, the supervisor is not invested in you, you learn from those things, you become better because of those things. You know what type of manager or supervisor you never want to be, but don't stay. And definitely don't stay long. Get the most out of it, but then you really need to go and be prepared to find that next step, that next career path. So right now I would say, I'm kind of in the middle of my career. Even as a public works director, I still probably have, about 10, 15 years that I'm still planning on being in the workforce, in the field. But it's still important, to stay connected and grounded to how you got where you were. Those early career lessons are really important as you move into higher levels, or you move into longer term positions. It can be very easy to become complacent, a little comfortable. Continue to make yourself a little uncomfortable. Set goals and expectations with your supervisors. Make sure that you're on the same page, you're rowing in the same direction. And those stretch assignments may not necessarily come from your boss. They may come from you. When you're working in a job and it's very diverse, get away from those things that you're comfortable with and go spend time on those things that you're not. Who you work for is really important. I mentioned early in my career, I had some really good supervisors and I had some that were really bad. These are the people who are going to teach you, that are going to mentor you and help grow you. So, pick wisely. People, they say it all the time. People don't leave bad jobs, they leave bad bosses. And it's all true. So, who do you want to work for? Who do you want to be engaged with every single day, helping drive change and improvements and things like that? It's really important to your career to do that. For the last, probably 12 years of my career, I've had, 10 or 11 different supervisors. And that in itself is a challenge, to be able to adapt to their different management styles, their expectations, how to engage with them, how not to engage with them. So those transitions, can help you, kind of figure some things out along the way as well. And as I was moving through my career, most of my career was in the environmental field. This public works side of things is more new. I really saw my career path. It was laid out for me. I could see it. And I was really super excited about it. I was promoted to a division director, and I was the first female to be in that role. The director was male, the assistant director was male, all the other division directors were male. And I recall going into our division director meetings, executive team meetings, and just the conversations weren't as comfortable with me in the room. And so I adjusted my behavior to them, and that was wrong. I became one of the boys. Don't do that. It started to frustrate me after a while. I really, I had different perspectives, different ideas on how to approach things. And finally, I just started bringing them out. And yeah, it made them uncomfortable a little bit, but it was as good for them as it was for me. And we learned to respect one another and the diversity of our opinions and and the decisions we make and the opinions we have. Women bring such value to the workforce. So don't be like the boys. You are uniquely female, and own that and enjoy it. I mentioned that, I really felt my career path was defined for me. I thought I would move to assistant director and then director, and then all of a sudden the recession occurred and my department was dissolved, and the director retired and the assistant director went into a different role. And my division and what was left of it got moved into public works, and we felt like fish out of water. It was like, what do we have in common? And it was an incredible, opportunity for me to work with my team, through the stages of grief of losing, staff members that we'd worked with for a really long time, and just, having to reduce the number of people, into losing our leadership team, to coming into a department that didn't really seem to want us. And how do we, become part of their team? It was a great challenge, but it took a lot of time, but it really helped me hone my leadership skills and those soft skills and helping people navigate not just changing tasks and those management type things, but being able to have really good conversations about, Kelly, where is my career path now? I don't have one. It stops at you. And it's like, no, it only stops where you think it stops. Look beyond this moment, look beyond our borders, and look at all the opportunities that lay ahead. One of the other things that occurred during that time is that the county administrator kind of said, hey, Kelly, I'd like you to take on this assignment and, lead it. And, you're going to have to bring it to the board and, all that. And I just looked at it. And my initial thought was, oh no, I have nothing. I don't know anything about this. I can't do it. And the next thing you know, words coming out of my mouth were like, sure, I'll take that. And I thought I must have been crazy. I knew nothing about it, but you know what? I pulled together a core team. We laid out a plan. We moved it forward. It was really successful. And that opportunity opened another door that took my environmental group that I was so comfortable with and combined it with a more operational group that really expanded my skill sets. Never did I think I was going to be overseeing teams that operate heavy equipment and dig out channels and ditches and trim trees and mow grass and do all of these other functions. But it was such a mind-opening and learning experience for me. And, when I talk about those leadership skills, operational employees are really used to more of a command and control structure. They've got policies and procedures. They've got a book that tells them how to do everything. So my approach to, talking to them and learning about their jobs and asking them questions was really quite foreign, but really welcome. And I thoroughly enjoyed it. And then, I say here that when life gives you lemons, well, I guess you either make lemonade or get the tequila. But, a reorganization occurred and they split all that back out. It was kind of heartbreaking to me. I was starting to see a new career alignment for me and moving in a different direction. But it was like, oh, Kelly's so good at that environmental stuff, put her back there. And it really was kind of soul crushing. I thought, at least I know how to do the job. There's no learning curve, but there's no learning curve. And that's a problem for me. So I took that moment and said, I have never taken advantage of my organization's tuition reimbursement program. So I'm going to do that. And I went back to school and got my master's in public administration, a whole new skill set that I was able to bring to the table. That line on the right-hand side, that's what success looks like. Yeah, it's up, it's down, it's all over the place. Success is never going to be linear. I've learned that, when even when, I thought, okay, well, here I go again. I'm going to take a detour. School was the right thing for me in that moment. It helped challenge my brain, helped keep me engaged, and really brought a whole new perspective to a lot of things that I was getting to work on. So invest in yourself and then use that to invest in others. So, I talk about the future. I honestly don't really know. I obviously can't predict it. I said it's not a straight line. It goes up, it goes down, it goes sideways. But I feel like I'm prepared for that. I'm prepared to adapt and adjust as things change. So I'm here to tell you that a female scientist can be a public works director. Scientists are trained to have critical thinking skills, to question the status quo, to be data driven, but it's not just enough. It's supervisors that helped me grow. It was stretch assignments that pushed me to be uncomfortable. It was a lot of leadership work. Going back to school when things didn't work out helped me overcome my disappointment. And I failed not once, not twice, but 3 times in applying for this job. But the 4th time was the time I got it. So be resilient, fight for what you want, learn those skills, and don't hold back. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Kelly. I hope you all were taking notes. So many golden nuggets in that one. I loved the success line. It's so true. It really looks all over the place. And for everyone, it's so, so different. So honoring that path. I loved what she said about don't be like the boys, be you. And resilience is the ability to bounce back. Relationships move mountains. Some of the key stuff that really stood out for me. Beautiful. Thank you so much again. All right. Next, we have Lo Berry, CEO of Reach Up, a nonprofit whose mission is to help communities achieve equality in healthcare. She recently received a Hero Award by the Tampa Bay Lightning Foundation. Please welcome Lo Berry to the virtual stage.
Good morning. I'm so glad to be here, and thank you all for inviting me to this awesome platform. And thanks to the beautiful sisters that's been on the platform thus far. I guess I would say that because of my age and where I am in life, that I'm probably a show and tell. And so I'm going to sort of do a walking testimony with you all in regards to myself utilizing what I call my keys to the world of maternal child and health. Next slide, please. So what I wanted to share with you very clearly is our mission, our vision, and our motto and our slogan. And the bottom line for us is that we really do believe that families have the inherent abilities to nurture and take care of themselves. And we're simply conduits to that process of changing people's health trajectory and people well-being in life at Reach Up Inc. And I'm very excited about the fact that we have grown very much from our meager beginnings to now. But I must say that it could not have been done without the best staff this side of heaven. And I'm very grateful to the staff and the partners of which I have to run such an awesome organization as Reach Up. Next slide. So one of the first keys is really recognizing your purpose. And this little cute picture are my relatives. And so my oldest grandson standing up in front of the car is Bryson. And he's standing next to his cousins, and his cousins are Asher and Aria, as well as Tam Tam. And I was about their age when I started to show an interest in the health and well-being of Playmate in kindergarten. My mom often used to tell the story of how I had her to make extra food and put in my lunchbox for a kid who had very little to eat. And she would bring her food into a brown paper bag. In the first grade, I noticed that the best reader in the class regularly missed school. And I inquired persistently why he wasn't in school. And I noticed also that in all the events that we had throughout the year, he never once had any representation or anybody to be present for him. And then in the fifth grade, I remember asking permission to my teacher to actually take and walk the homework assignments to a student who was frequently hospitalized and missed school because she had sickle cell anemia. So somehow I always made a beeline to those who I felt was most in need, mentally, physically, emotionally, and spiritually. So I would say that the call on my life started very early. Next slide. So as far as the call of my life, my work trajectory has been very broad, but always staying in the arena of mental health and health. And so I started out this journey as a counselor at a drug abuse program. And Then I went into case management at a rehabilitation center and did inpatient detox program coordination work. And then my husband and I opened up our home as a therapeutic foster care home placement, which meant that 2 of the beds in our house was licensed as therapeutic foster beds. And we would work with families and provide respite to families that got children out of the state institution to bring them back in the community to a place of home in their lives. And so my husband and I had our home to be utilized in a way so that the children, what they call blow placements, didn't have to return to the state institution, but they would have an opportunity like 30 to 90 days to get it right or to get reorganized so that we could keep them in that system of care. That's probably been one of the most meaningful career paths that I had in providing those clinical services in my own home. Then I did adult inpatient psychiatric unit at a mental health facility, and also children therapists at the mental health centers. And then I went on in 1998 as principal investigator and project director of Central Hillsborough Healthy Start Project. And then in 2006, we transitioned to our own not-for-profit, Reach Up Incorporated, and we left the university in 2009 to start the community-based organization, which is known now as Reach Up Inc. Next slide. So equipping for the journey. In 1998, I really felt compelled to do something about our Black babies dying at a rate 4.4 times that of our white babies in Hillsborough County. And in particular, in the area where the death rate was much higher, where there was most marginalized people that we were serving and under-resourced. I knew deep down in my heart, though, that there were reasonable explanations for this disparity. And I also knew that where we live, work, play, and worship also influenced maternal health. What I learned, though, over the years with staff and evaluation and research and actual program service is that cumulative stress really impacts the health of women. And in particular, cumulative stress, i.e. the overall health of the woman, racism, and other structural factors really impede birth outcomes. And so our focus continued to be on addressing maternal health before the women actually give birth, and address the health overall, with a special emphasis, of course, on addressing stress. We learned a few things in equipping for the journey, and there's many things that you do to equip for the journey. But the ones that I want to share with you rings more resounding to me now. And one is that I have learned to reject fear. When you're doing this kind of work, it's such a tumultuous work. It's rewarding, but it's up and down and sideways. But I've learned to reject fear of the outcomes, reject fear of the failures, and move forward. I've learned to acquire a team that always have my back, no matter what the circumstances are and no matter what's at hand. The team is always there to support and guide our mission and to make sure we do our best to address the overall health for our families. The third thing I learned to do was to embrace the dream and not to believe that the dream is too big, but the dream that's been placed in one's life and the purpose that one is given should be embraced and not be seen as too big. Being confident with the conquering of any obstacle that's put before you. And the last is to I learned to be really deliberate and intentional, not about some of the things that we do, but about everything that we do. In our organization, we eat, breathe, and sleep disparity, and we are constantly what we call on the battlefield to address poor outcomes for all. Next slide. So one of the things that I remind people of often is that whole frame of don't give up, no matter what. And that has to be embedded, I believe, in the psyche. When we started on this journey, you would think that saving babies' lives and getting babies to live beyond their first birthday was an easy task, and that there were little to no politics involved in such. Not so. When we started out the gate, we had those who didn't believe that it should even be a big issue around addressing infant mortality, wasn't aware that infant mortality was a problem here in our community, let alone nationwide. We had people who really rejected the notion that Black women tend to die at 2 to 3 times rate given at childbirth or shortly after. And so in the beginning, there was rejection of the belief and the vision of what our work was about, let alone how we would move forward in this work. And then it went, in my opinion, from rejection to sabotage. People stopped rejecting, but there were folk who intentionally sabotage the work and put obstacles and barriers in the way so that we could not proceed with the agenda. And then we got to the point where we call it benign neglect. People didn't really reject what we were doing, and they didn't no longer sabotage, but they sort of sat back in what we call sit back in the cut and just sort of watched what we did from a distance. And then we moved into the acceptance phase, wherein people began to see the vision, embrace the vision, and we began to get a lot of support locally, statewide, and nationally around the work of addressing infant mortality and maternal mortality. And that is one of the reasons I really lift up the don't give up. Next slide. So in don't giving up, it takes a lot of support. It takes a whole lot of support. And I can't even say how blessed I've been to have the best staff this side of heaven and a great boss, the board chair of Reach Up Incorporated. And James loves the mission, he loves the organization, he loves the staff, and he loves me. But most important in this type of work, the alignment of our core values and the commitment to the service of what we do and the organization is paramount. And I'm very grateful to that. Next slide. So this slide here that looks a little scary is what we call the visibility and influence. And the bottom line in doing this work, it is critically important to get people to see you, really see you, to feel you, and then want to be involved. And so for us, over the years, we've been fortunate enough to move from our meager beginnings in 1998 with one project, and we have had a combination of more than 14 service projects since our inception. And right now we have 10 social service projects. And our 14 programs have always addressed optimal health, but with a very clear focus around addressing infant mortality, getting babies to come into the world and helping babies to be ushered into the world, with a sense of urgency and with a sense of purpose, and getting them to live beyond their first birthday. And then also addressing maternal mortality and good health, women being healthy prior to giving birth and throughout the course of their lives. So in front of you, you see a listing of all our programs, and I don't want to just state each one, you can see them, but I sort of want to point out a couple of programs and how we advanced in this maternal child health arena. We have always in public health and maternal child health emphasized and put focus on moms and babies. Oftentimes, we've not done so with dads. And for our organization, we started more than 15 years ago, stating and creating services and programs around meaningful male inclusion. Adding the dads to the mix in the education, the advocacy, and the service delivery. We're very proud of the fact that we as an organization have been able to influence national benchmarks for Federal Healthy Start, where we have 2 benchmarks, clinical benchmarks that basically says how important it is to have dads involved in the prenatal visits with the mom, as well as his own health visits. And so the last one I want to mention probably would be the one that's getting the most press right now are the doulas. And the doulas are the women who are, our doulas are women who are with the moms during right before birth and delivery, about 4 to 6 weeks, during birth and delivery, and then postpartum afterwards. And then we have additional doulas that can work with the mothers up to 2 years in regards to their mental health status. So we have, as you see before you, a lot of programs that really captures health for our families. Next slide. So we've been around the block a few times. And so we like to share with people what we believe as an organization that sets us apart. And so research and evaluation is critical for us. We're able to tell our story both quantitatively and qualitatively. So we can tell and show what the data says and then what the people say about the work that we do. And what's most important about the research and evaluation component is the fact that it is what helps us to be able to continue to leverage funds and to sustain really important services that we do for the long haul. And then the next is the loyalty. Really fortunate and blessed. My co-founders have been with me since the inception of our program. We've been together for 22 years, Dr. Austin and Vanessa. And then I have an awesome management team that's been with me for 15 years and greater. My right hand, Hope Tackett. If you connect with me or for me or by me, you go through Hope Tackett. And then the diverse staff, and it's diverse with our gender, with our race, with ethnicity, with age, and with discipline. So we're really proud of the fact that we have a diverse staff. Currently, we have about 70 employees. Then is the love of the people that we serve. We serve about 7,000 families a year. Then equity and social justice being embedded in our work in everything that we do. Training and teaching and advocating for equity to be in the forefront of the work so that we can have these great outcomes and better outcomes for everybody and not just some. And then the genuine partnerships. We're really fortunate. Right out the gate in 1998, we established partnership with some of the local churches to be some of our venues and our sites to have meetings and deliver services. But we have a broad-based partnership of more than 40 organizations, and more than 70% of them have been with us since we started. And those organizations help us get the work done in our community. And I mentioned to you about the meaningful male inclusion. And for us, that basically means looking at men and addressing men in this arena in an affirming manner. Oftentimes, the men that you hear about are the ones who don't get it right. And when we see firsthand and know firsthand, there are many men who get it right and who mentor other men. So our model is one of affirming, and our model is one of evidence-based. So one of our models is the 24/7 dads. And then last but not least is the effective co-leadership with Reach Up board of directors in our foundation, of which we really couldn't move forward very far without that support. Next slide. So accomplishments, while I am grateful and thankful for numerous local, state, and national awards to me for the work over the past 22 years, I gotta say I'm most amazed by and most grateful for the love and support of my immediate family, big enmeshed immediate family, my work family, my church family, and my community at large. Together, we have accomplished so much, and it doesn't seem like 22 years, but we've accomplished a lot, and yet there's work still to be done. And so I wanted to share with you just a few of the accomplishments that has made an indelible mark in my heart and my psyche. And the first is we've been able to maintain no mission drift for 22 years and to realize my vision. The second is we reduced the gap in infant mortality rates in Black babies as compared to white babies by 57% in the service area. When we started on this journey in Hillsborough County, our Black babies were dying at a rate 4.4 times that of our white babies. Now it's 2 times more, which we have a ways to go, but there is vast improvement. And so I look forward to the day when that disparity is zero. And not only that disparity is zero, that there are no babies dying unnecessarily in childbirth and or shortly after birth. We have leveraged more than $6 million for service provision for our families here in Hillsborough County. I mentioned earlier, we've hired a multidisciplinary staff and team. And last but not least, I'm able to leave a legacy of a thriving, not-for-profit 501c3 organization that I know will continue to support optimal health for all. Last slide, please. So on behalf of some of our Nurse Family Partnership youth and kids in their graduation, I want to say thank you and blessings to all of you for your great work and the call on your life and your life trajectory. Blessings. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lo, for that powerful presentation. And thank you so much for the important work that you're doing to bringing equality in healthcare. Loved what you said about rejecting fear, having a supportive team, being connected to your dream. Such important points. Thank you for your time.
Welcome.
All right, so next we have Zara Elias. She is an Assistant General Counsel for the Moffitt Cancer Center. She was recognized as one of the 40 under 40 by the Tampa Bay Business Journal. Please welcome Zara Elias to the virtual stage.
Thank you so much, Aditi. Good afternoon. My name is Zara Elias, or good morning, good evening to all joining us from other parts of the world. Thank you so much for having me today. It is frankly humbling for me to join other speakers today because I know that they are successful and powerhouses in their respective areas. As Aditi shared earlier, I am the Assistant General Counsel for Employment Law for the H. Lee Moffitt Cancer Center and Research Institute, a world-renowned cancer center, cancer treatment and research center. Now, in my role, I am responsible for all aspects of labor employment law matters for the Cancer Center, Moffitt. I work closely with Moffitt's human resources team. Now, before I joined Moffitt, I was in private practice. I was a partner at Ackerman LLP, which is a top 100 U.S. law firm. I practiced and focused on labor and employment law in commercial litigation for Ackerman. Now, in light of my background and expertise, my clients included local, national, and international companies. I would say specifically Asian companies. I also serve as a board member of the National Asian Pacific American Bar Association, which is the largest AAPI bar association in the nation, in which consists of over 60,000 AAPI, Asian American Pacific Islander legal professionals. I'm also a board member of the Asian Bar Association here in Tampa Bay. Now, I will be discussing this afternoon two concepts, intersectionality and identity, and how these concepts really affect me and us, and really, frankly, all of us. And I hope that after my presentation, and after this session, that you'll find it inspirational one way or another. Now, Kimberly Crenshaw, she is an American civil rights advocate. She coined the term intersectionality sometime in the 1980s. It describes really how race, class, and gender and other individual characteristics intersect with one another. Women, she noted, are really an array of identities, and that includes, for example, race, sexual orientation, and ethnicity. And that makes us really who we are and allow us to show up in spaces with multiple perspective and in our unique lived experiences. Now, in a symposium, back a bit, in a symposium that I attended and participated last month, I got asked these two questions related to intersectionality and identity. Number one, really the question was, how has intersectionality shaped me? Really, and the second question was, what are some of the experiences that have propelled me forward in my journey of empowerment? Now, let me tell you that intersectionality and identity are concepts that are really dear to me. They are dear to me because of my background, because of my race, because of my ethnicity, and because of really the experiences, my unique experiences based on those unique and characteristics, and they help shape the person that I am today. And really for all to have a better understanding as to why this topic, the two concepts are dear to me, I want to share a little bit more about my experiences. Really, these experiences have propelled me forward in my journey of empowerment. I was born and raised in Tondo. This is a town in Manila, Philippines, known for two main things. Number one is the slums. You're seeing it right now. And the second thing that Tondo is known for is Smoky Mountain. It is a garbage dump site so big people started calling it a mountain. Yeah, my birth father almost killed my mother twice when she was pregnant with me because he was an alcoholic and an addict. He tried to wrap an electric cord around my mother's neck once and then chased her with a butcher knife the second time he tried to kill her or us. My parents separated shortly after I was born. And although my mother graduated college in Manila with an accounting degree, she decided to work abroad, specifically Hong Kong, as a domestic helper to earn more so that she could provide me. She could give me a brighter future. My mother really battled loneliness in a foreign country, while my grandmother, my Lola, which is Tagalog for grandmother, while my Lola raised me in Manila. I excelled in school and really wasn't always an honor student. That was a way for me, really my way of thanking my mom and my grandma for their sacrifices and really for raising me. I also constantly reminded myself that this dark-skinned Filipino who grew up in the slums could and would one day really get my family out of poverty. I graduated second in my class when I graduated from grade school in Manila. Now, when I was 11, my mother and I moved to Hong Kong. My mother constantly sought ways to give me a better life, and moving to Hong Kong was a way to open up more opportunities for us to achieve that. But my mom could not afford to send me to an international school, so I ended up attending a public Chinese high school. Now, for those of you who do not know, unfortunately, Filipinos are regarded as second-class citizens in Hong Kong. That's the sad reality, really primarily because of the number of Filipino domestic helpers working there. And couple that with the fact that I was not fluent in Chinese when we first moved to Hong Kong. I suffered really discrimination and racism, particularly in school. I still remember vividly my first day of school. I stood outside the classroom, really trembling. I could hear laughter, loud chatters from students, from the young, from my fellows, and really, I was nervous. I didn't know if I should go in because, again, I was not fluent in Chinese then. And when I went in, when I stepped in that classroom, I heard gasp. I heard gasp as I walked towards all the way back. I would tell you, all the way back to the end of the classroom. And for days, really, no one dared to come near me. I was an alien. I was dark-skinned. I was a foreigner, an intruder, and it was difficult for me to communicate with my fellow classmates at that time because I was not fluent in Chinese. And how I ended up overcoming that is I ended up staying in class after school to learn the Chinese language. I was very fortunate that I had a Chinese teacher who stayed with me and really provided me with extra lessons. I ended up becoming fluent, not just verbally or orally. I learned how to read and write Chinese. I even became an honor student. And I remember I actually even once received an award for the best Chinese essay. Now, I was 16 years old when my mother met my stepfather. My stepfather is an American. And when he learned that I was interested in pursuing a law degree, he suggested that my mom and I move to the US. And that's because Hong Kong only has a handful of universities that, or handful of universities where I could obtain a law degree. And frankly, at 16, I hated the plan of moving yet again. To me, once again, we would be moving to a completely new environment. I was really traumatized when we initially moved to Hong Kong. So the prospect of moving to the US did not appeal to me right away. I was a teenager and I felt that I had an established family and circle of friends in Hong Kong. So moving yet to another, to a new country, where I would know no one was something that I rejected. But then again, my mother knew better. She knew that moving to the US would open up more opportunities for us and really for me. So I was 18 years old when we immigrated to the United States, Tampa, Florida, to be exact. I attended and graduated with high honors with an associate's degree from the Hillsborough Community College. I transferred and subsequently obtained my bachelor's degree, graduating summa cum laude from the University of South Florida here in Tampa, Florida. Now, to get to law school, as some of you may know, I needed to take the LSAT. That is the standardized exam for prospective law students. Now, when I did not get a high LSAT score, my LSAT instructor told me not to even bother applying for my top law school choice. My top law school choice was University of Florida, Levin College of Law. She told me not to even bother because my score was too low, and University of Florida, Levin College of Law is a top tier law school and the best law school in Florida. But guess what? I applied anyway because I graduated summa cum laude. I was very much involved when I was in college at the University of South Florida. And I know that overall, if you look at the complete package, if you look at my complete application, I stood out from the rest. And I got in. University of Florida, Levin College of Law, my top choice. Now, when I graduated from law school in 2010, the economy and job prospects for newly law graduates were horrific. But then again, I was eager to start practicing law. But then another setback. I failed the bar exam on my first try. It was soul crushing. But guess what? I pushed myself and took it again. took it again, and I passed. And I tell people that I cherish my law degree even more because it took me twice as hard to get it. And guess what? I tell people that it doesn't really matter that I failed it the first time. The most important thing was that I passed it and got it done. I got it done. Now, after passing the bar exam, I paved my path. I worked for a small law firm and then transitioned to a mid-sized firm before I eventually ended up working for Ackerman. It's a big law firm, but as I noted earlier, it's a top 100 law firm in the nation. And I am now the Assistant General Counsel for Employment Law, the subject matter expert for the Moffitt Cancer Center. Look, my husband has told me that I have this uncanny ability to power or push through, to stay, I would say, optimistic and focus on getting things done. I remember telling him, or asking him, I should say, how could I not, in light of my background, my experiences, my makeup, my family, and my journey. I attribute that all to intersectionality. Now, don't get me wrong. I know that I didn't cover much about my experience as a legal professional, because I have been a practicing attorney for almost 12 years now. But let me tell you that racism, sexism, discrimination, inequality are all extremely familiar concepts to me. Not only because I practice and focus on labor and employment law, but because I have experienced them firsthand. For starters, I am a double minority, and I'm a double minority who's been trying to break both the glass and the bamboo ceilings. And frankly, I could go on and on with examples. I was told once by a Caucasian male partner that I should attend a hearing instead of him. And I could just simply sit pretty in front of the judge and I win the hearing just by sitting pretty in front of the judge. In another situation, I learned that two Caucasian male attorneys, my equals, received higher compensation when my collection numbers were higher than theirs. Now, going back to intersectionality, I want you all to know that it still very much exists in today's society. Some view intersectionality in a negative light because they focus on the negative experiences associated with it. For example, discrimination, inequality, racism. And I get it. But unlike others, I view intersectionality in a more positive light. To me, what others deem to be issues surrounding or flowing from intersectionality shouldn't really define you or us in a negative manner. Now, in light of everything I shared with you all about my background, I want you all to instead focus on these things that I'm going to share with you. Number one, embrace the fact that you are different, that you are made up of interwoven identities based on your background that make you stand out from the rest, that make you a valuable member of your team, your organization, or any other group to which you belong. The second thing is, remember that your past, however negative that may be, happened to help shape the amazing person you are now. You are uniquely beautiful and talented because of your race, your sex, your gender, ethnicity, social background, and any other characteristics in your unique experiences. And third, with that, to keep on climbing and continuing your path to success, remember to embrace the fact that we are all different. We're all different, and that you are surrounded by diverse individuals who help shape today's society and who will, one way or another, teach you something about life that would help propel you to your own journey of empowerment. And I hope that you will want to learn more about what makes them different, what makes them unique, and really to empathize with them. But I want you to be genuine about it when you do that. And number 4, know the importance of showing up and amplifying the voices of those diverse individuals that surround you. Don't have the mindset that you have to wait for the perfect opportunity to do it. Make it a habit. Make it a habit. Even as little as voicing your agreement to what the person has said, to what that person has said during a meeting, is a step. Number 5 is be grateful. Even for all the negativity that happened, all the negative experiences, because I tell you, negativity is a learning and teaching moment for you. And lastly, continue to push yourself. Continue to push yourself to make a better version of you. Speak up and advocate for yourself. Practice self-empowerment. Constantly remind yourself that you are stronger. You are more resilient than you think you are. Thank you all for sharing this time to learn more about intersectionality and for listening to my journey of empowerment.
Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, what a beautiful, beautiful story. Thank you for sharing what true resilience is. Your story really demonstrated breaking through obstacles and creating possibility where other people may think is not available to them, but you created that path. And that's so beautiful. Thank you for sharing that. And I love your point about embracing your differences. So many times we're trying to fit in with everyone else, but really what makes us unique is what is going to allow us to create the impact in the world that we want and live the fulfilling life that we're able to. So this is the end of my time as your host. The morning sessions were so amazing. We still have so many more speakers to go today. So next, I'm going to be passing on the mic to our next hostess for the afternoon sessions. As a reminder, I'll be hosting a breakout session this evening at 4:45 p.m. We'll be creating your self-care roadmap together. So if self-care is a focus for you this year, definitely come to the breakout session later. So next we have Aggie Park. She is a student at the University of South Florida studying information technology. She's held numerous leadership positions in the community, creating a positive change. Please welcome Aggie Park to the virtual stage.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Aditi, for introducing me. I'm Aggie Park, and like Aditi mentioned, I'm currently a student at the University of South Florida as an information technology major, as well as an honors student at the Judy Genshaft Honors College. Along with my coursework, I am very passionate about Asian American and Pacific Islander community advocacy, as well as advocating for the peaceful reunification of North and South Korea. Today, I will be speaking on the importance of the representation of women and how seeing women representation has impacted me personally. So growing up, I've always looked up to the women in my life. They've shown me what true leadership is and emphasized to me that so long as I put in the hard work and the effort and have grit, that I can be whoever I choose to become and achieve everything that I set out to achieve. And it's this mindset that I actively and continuously choose to have as I progress through my undergraduate studies and this chapter of my life. So ever since I was a young girl, my mom has been my role model. After immigrating to the United States from South Korea while she was in high school, she worked really hard and went on to become a professional engineer and is working as one to this day. And it wasn't until I was really old enough to understand the hierarchical dynamics within a company that I understood the true depth of the accomplishments that my mom had made. And then beyond that, seeing her achievements, I soon started to wonder about what path I wanted to create for myself and what opportunities I wanted to take to achieve my own personal goals, whether that would be academic goals, professional goals, and even just personal goals in the future. This way of thinking, however, this mindset didn't really start for me until I was probably a freshman or sophomore in high school. And that's mainly because it wasn't until high school that I really understood and directly saw how there were inequities within the social and cultural constructs present in our current society. And so I remember like having to study and read and write literature analyses on novels and plays about the deep-rooted gender inequities present in society, and really taking an interest in how I could, number one, overcome such inequities in my own personal life, and number two, be active in working to break gender roles and to really progress forward towards a more equal society. The first significant step I would say I took to overcome such inequities was my decision in becoming an information technology major. I've always been interested in the growing presence of technology in our lives. And so I wanted to learn more about the conceptual components surrounding information systems and data analysis, and then further work in that field. When I first started classes, though, I really began to doubt my abilities in the realm of IT. Prior to college, I've never really interacted with IT concepts. I never learned how to code or use programming languages. And so when I had classes with my peers who did have prior experience and engaged with IT throughout their youth and in high school, I felt really behind. And in addition to this, I didn't have many peers that were women or that identified as women. And, you know, there is a stereotype that most individuals who study or work in the technology field are men or identify as men. And all but one of my IT professors thus far have been men. And so I rarely see the representation of women in the IT field at the professional level in the current environment that I am at. And, you know, this at one point caused me to feel a little discouraged to continue pursuing a degree in information technology. And I was at one point really considering switching my major. I just kept thinking about, you know, why do you want to switch and why do you want to quit? And I just realized they weren't enough to make me switch. And I just decided to work harder, to gain more experience in IT by studying code, learning more programming languages, researching coding concepts, and just shifting my mindset from a victim mindset of, you know, this is hard, I don't have the support I truly want, I don't see representation of women in the field, and so I want to give up or I want to switch my major, to a more active mindset of, you know, okay, I'm not at the level I want to be at, so I'm going to work harder, I'm going to study more, focus on my goals so that I can continue in my major, get my degree, and become the representation of women in my field. And this was the subtle shift in mindset, as an example of the consistent choice I mentioned earlier that I make to work hard, have grits and resilience, and understand that I am the only person in control of who I become and what I achieve. This mindset, I think, is also a big reason for my active role in advocating for the AAPI community. So like many of you might have seen, there was an increase in anti-Asian hate crimes as a result of the heightened anti-Asian sentiment present during the COVID-19 pandemic. And I remember watching, news coverage or security or CCTV footage of physical assaults on AAPI individuals, reading about their deaths or injuries through news articles or social media posts, and seeing the lack of initiative and coverage of the issue. I decided that I needed to be active in advocating for the community. I didn't want to just stay on the sidelines. I no longer wanted to just be a bystander. I wanted to be active in making that change. And so in 2021, about 1 month after the Atlanta spa shooting occurred, where 6 Asian women were shot and killed, I was invited to participate in a dialogue with City of Tampa's Mayor Castor, and the conversation was between Mayor Castor and AAPI community leaders, along with 2 student representatives. One is an alumni now, and Zara, who actually just spoke before me, and Maribin, who will be speaking later this afternoon at the expo, also participated in this conversation. And we spoke mainly about how to support the AAPI community and what needs to be done to prevent such hate sentiment in Tampa. And through this opportunity, I was able to connect with strong leaders like Zara and Maribin and learn from their resilience and strength as leaders in the community. And, I remember hearing them speak with Zara and Maribin and thinking, wow, I want to also be able to ensure my perspectives are heard in the future, speak eloquently and powerfully. And I also want to create a platform to empower other students like myself to speak and ensure their voices are heard. And so that is why I created the National Association of Asian American Professionals, USF chapter. After the dialogue with Mayor Castor, I also participated in the planning committee to plan the City of Tampa's inaugural AAPI Heritage Month celebration. This happened later May of 2021, so about a year ago. And it was at the celebration where I connected with the immediate past president of NAP Tampa Bay, Man Lay, and he asked me if I was interested in creating a NAP student chapter to help all students, regardless of race, gender, sexuality, just help all students unconditionally with professional development and give them a platform to ensure their voices are heard and amplify them. Without hesitation, I of course said I would be interested and immediately started the process to create the chapter. And I'm currently working with the current president of NAP Tampa and the other officers to ensure NAP USF gives students opportunities to grow, learn, and engage with other students and professionals. As I mentioned earlier, another passion of mine is advocating for the reunification of North and South Korea. So my grandfather is originally from what is now known as North Korea, and he fled to the South when the Korean War began. And to this day, my family still has had no contact with his family. And I joined the Peaceful Unification Advisory Council, the Miami chapter, with the hope that one day I will meet my family and can connect with them. And so the Peaceful Unification Advisory Council, or PUAC for short, works with the Korean consulate and the National Assembly of the South Korean government to raise awareness about reunification, educate surrounding communities, and collaborate with each other to advise the South Korean president about reunification. Last November, our chapter, the PUAC Miami chapter, held an event called the Next Generation's Public Diplomacy Campaign to really highlight the importance of the younger generation's involvement in conversations surrounding reunification. I spoke at the event and was also given an award for my work. And I really spoke on how necessary it was for collaboration to take place between the older generation and the younger generation to truly achieve progression and ensure the legacy of the PUAC is carried on for years to come in the future. The experience was really special to me because it was my first time officially speaking in front of the members of the PUAC and the other event attendees about something that was very near and dear to my heart and something that I have been passionate about for most of my life. And all of the experiences that I've had and the opportunities that I've taken are because of the choices that I have made and are because of the person that I have become as a result of those choices and the experiences I've had and the opportunities that I've taken. All women, and I truly believe that all women can achieve everything they strive for by staying true to themselves and welcoming opportunity. If you're passionate about something, work for it, advocate for it, do it. Take the first step to create your path of passions, success, and achievements, and also lead the way for younger women to do the same. If I had not had the women leaders in my life, I really do not think I would be where I am today. In fear of pursuing my passions, in fear of making my own footpath and chapters. And because I see women in leadership positions, in the media, in the government, and in global conversations, I feel more courageous to pursue my own passions and work to achieve my goals. And with that, I hope to become a leader that young women can look up to in the future and to help pave the way for all women to have courage and make the choice to follow their dreams. So thank you for listening to my story. And now I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Cass Warner. Cass has the honor of being a third-generation filmmaker. Her grandfather, Harry Warner, was the original president and one of the founders of Warner Brothers Studio. She began her career sitting in on story meetings with her award-winning writer and producer father, Milton Sperling, and wandering the world.
Excuse me, Aggie.
Yes.
Cass isn't in yet, but Roberta is here, so you can go. Oh, I'm sorry. She just popped up. My problem. Let me let her in.
Okay.
I apologize to everyone.
Thank you, Booker. So let me continue on with her introduction. So after studying acting with the acclaimed Milton Katselas and learning screenwriting under the mentorship of her father and Howard Koch of Casablanca, her production company, Warner Sisters, was born. And Cass carries on the original Warner Brothers motto, which is making films that educate, entertain, and enlighten. She wrote the Brothers Warner book after years of research, and it is the family biography and intimate portrait of the four legendary Warner Brothers who founded the Warner Brothers Studio. In 2008, Cass completed a feature documentary, The Brothers Warner, that she directed, wrote, produced, and narrated. And the film was aired on the PBS American Masters series and won numerous awards. Cass won the prestigious HBO Films Producer Award and was on the Emmys nomination list as a director in 2009. A favorite ongoing project of hers is a series of thoughtful one-on-one conversations that capture the passion of people's journey to success, including her actor son, Cole Hauser, who plays Rip in the Yellowstone TV series. And these interviews are forming an inspirational library for her nonprofit, The Dream Factory. Please join me in welcoming Cass Warner.
Hello. Well, it's great to be here. Thank you, Booker, for this great opportunity. Really appreciate it. I have to tell you, while flipping through early photos of my childhood, I saw a shot that made me laugh out loud. And the reason why is because I was 4 or 5 years old and I was carrying a very big backpack. And you ask why? Well, because I'd tell my father that I needed something hard to do. So I really felt like I was helping. I was very fortunate to grow up in a household where my dad, Milton Sperling, who was a writer on the Warner Brothers lot, writer, producer, and my mom, Betty Warner, who was an artist, did a great job of raising us. I grew up listening to my dad tell us stories about his day on the lot. And I remember him telling us how Grandpa Harry would chase Great Uncle Jack around the lot and about their shouting matches. No matter the wild stories, Dad always would make us laugh with his stories. I grew up fascinated by the family characters in his stories, who happened to be my relatives. And those stories didn't always match my reality about my grandfather, who I saw every weekend at his ranch, and who I found to be a loving, sweet man who never raised his voice. I loved going to the Warner Brothers studio lot with my dad, and I often did. My adventures, personal encounters, and my dad's stories helped to shape me into who I am today, to become Cass Warner, the person, not just the name. So once while on the lot, I witnessed my grandfather stopping and speaking to the janitor. They were on a first name basis and obviously were good friends, and they seemed to greatly enjoy each other's company. I was then amazed at how I realized that I had this extended family, which were the people working on the lot, and that they were really part of my family. And that's how my grandfather treated them. They were treated as equals, and I loved that. My life adventures continued. I left high school early to travel to Israel to spend time on a kibbutz, an experience that changed my life. Why? Well, one reason was because while I was traveling on a bus, I saw examples of poverty that I had never seen before. It was there and then that I decided to be a teacher, as I felt if people were educated, they wouldn't be in the economic condition they were in. I returned to the US to attend college. I lasted a year before I went to Greece on a family outing, which turned out to be a mission my stepfather had to save the American-born Prime Minister, George Papandreou, from house arrest. This was the real reason we went to Greece. I should mention that at our family table, in addition to the stories about the lot, we discussed world affairs and civil rights. My grandfather and my parents were quick to point out injustices they saw, so doing something about the situation in Greece was not a total surprise. When I returned from Greece, I moved to Berkeley, a perfect place for me to live and work with people who wanted to change the world. While I was there, I worked at McDonald's and Pier 1. I then married the head of a progressive free school or alternative education school. I didn't have a traditional education. I didn't go to public school until I was 6 years in the 6th grade, actually. Prior to that, I loved school because we talked about world news and looked at history as it relates to what's happening in the world today. And we never got grades. but we were evaluated by how much we participated in what we were learning. I was 26 at the time when everything came together for me. I knew that I wanted what I wanted to do with my life. My great uncle Jack was being presented with a commemorative stamp in the brother's honor at the Palladium in Hollywood. I was living in Florida at the time, but I flew to Los Angeles to attend this event. Due to meeting someone who knew my great uncle Sam that night, I decided that's it. It's time I take responsibility for the family's legacy. I realized it was also my legacy that I needed to take responsibility for. Thus, the decision to write a book on my family, which led me to an 11-year research project, which I did while raising 4 children. Hollywood Be Thy Name, the Warner Brothers story was born. It was published in 1993, and several years later, after many attempts to turn the family story into a TV series, I followed the book with a documentary, which was released in 2008. The title of the book was changed to The Brothers Warner to match the documentary. What I've learned from becoming Cass Warner, from birthing both the book and the documentary, well, first of all, never give up. Persist. My friends who watched me live through this process of creating these projects with me always said, no matter what, Cass, you never gave up. You were the executive producer, the writer, the director, the person who found the money, the narrator. Yikes. Yeah, persistence is my middle name. The second life lesson I learned was never, ever let a stop you. I used every stop there were, and there were a lot. Money, a big stop. Family politics, a stop. Lawyers, another big stop. I learned how to always use every stop as an incentive to create. I highly recommend it. I always chose not to go into agreement with the stop, but to find a way to disagree and push through the stop. In other words, stops for me are incentives to outcreate the stops, to find another way to reach my goals. When I was writing the book, one of the challenges was how to be a mom to 4 very active children and get quiet time to write. I let the kids know that what I was doing and how important it was for me to know our roots, where we came from, and how we were able to get to this country from Russia and why. My bright idea to handle the need for a quiet space in a very busy life was to create a space separate from the house. Because I was very conscious of the kids having their own space and being able to do what they wanted in their own room, it made sense to them when I did this for myself. There was a mutual respect, which really worked. The third life lesson, never doubt yourself or your project. Never. Always believe in your project and always believe in yourself. If we don't believe in our project and we don't believe in ourselves, you have to ask the question, why then are we doing what we're doing? Being realistic, I knew I never had done a documentary before. So my first invitation was to an Academy Award-winning editor to work with me. Because she was so comfortable in her own skin and in her skills, she graciously invited me to join her and to participate all along the way, which was really great. I learned a lot, and I really felt like I was a part of the creation. This got rid of any doubts I had of my abilities to contribute to the storytelling process. It was a beautiful partnership, which I'll be forever grateful for. That rock solid belief in myself and being able to figure out the key steps I need to have in place to make my dream and a reality gets me through every project I take on. And it gets me across every finish line where I can happily say, done, I did it. Becoming Cass Warner has been and is an adventure, and never giving up and believing what I do, plus persisting no matter what the stops. I encourage you to do this. I encourage you to never give up once you have set your sights on the mountain you want to climb. As I look to the future, I see more adventures, more lessons to be learned, more ways to outcreate the stops, and more ways to confirm. Never, ever give up. Please.
Thank you, Cass, for your wonderful presentation. Your points about, not letting stops block your path, but to use them as incentives to create and outcreate them was especially inspiring to me as a student. Thank you for your time.
You're very, very welcome.
So our next speaker is Roberta Perry. Roberta is the president of Roberta Perry and Associates. The entertainment industry knows her as a business development catalyst. Why? Well, because she makes things happen in the global location-based entertainment, theme park, museum attractions, hospitality, and developers marketplace. She seeks out strategic global opportunities for her clients, whether with owners, operators, or synergistic industry suppliers. She is also the co-founder of Invitation to Tomorrow Today, a monthly showcase where the team present guest speakers with market-ready products and services for today's challenges. Plus, she is the co-founder and executive producer of Zeitgeist Design and Production, Spirit of the Time Zoomcast, featuring the theme park legends of Disney, Universal Studios, and Meow Wolf. Roberta is the past international president of the Nightclub and Bar Association and the past international president of the Themed Entertainment Association. In October of 2020, the Themed Entertainment Association honored her with the Master of Their Craft Award for Business Development and Public Relations. She is also a past international director for Toastmasters International. She is an Amazon bestselling author and 2 compilation books by Natasha Deswalt, Women Who Rock Volumes 1 and 2, and in Craig Deswalt's books, 100 Ways to Rock Your Life and Rock Your Life. Please welcome with her presentation, From Bars to Boardrooms, Roberta Perry.
Thank you so much, Aggie. I appreciate that introduction. Thank you, Booker, for having this opportunity for so many amazing women that I've been listening to all morning with their incredible and inspiring stories. It's so appreciated. In 1974, which now seems like 100 years ago in a galaxy far, far away, I took my first step in business. I took that step by being interviewed by the office manager for Stuart Anderson's restaurants in Seattle, Washington, Helen. And after the interview, Helen called the entertainment director and she said, and I will never forget this, she can't type, she can't take shorthand, but she can keep your entertainment department organized. Whoa, Helen was right on all 3 accounts. I couldn't type, I couldn't take shorthand, but I thought and I could organize his department. Thus, I began my career in business, from bars to boardroom. That career started as a secretary to the entertainment director. Wow, what an adventure that became. Now, I have a master's degree that I had received in 1974 in public address and rhetoric from Bradley University in Peoria, Illinois. I thought I was going to be a teacher for the rest of my life, but things happen as they do in life. So I moved back to my hometown of Seattle, Washington, found myself working which I love, by the way, as a waitress at a restaurant in downtown Seattle. The executive chef one day tracked me down and gave me a want ad as for this secretarial position for Stuart Anderson's restaurants. Now, I don't know about you, but oftentimes voices kind of appear in my head that said, are you kidding me? You can't do that. You've never been a secretary. You don't know how to type. You don't know how to take shorthand. Whew. So I almost threw that ad away. But instead, because I knew he was going to track me down and keep nudging me forward on that, I went ahead and I applied. And now at that point in my life, I had become a secretary, not knowing what I was going to do, but always knowing that I can learn on the job. Because as Cass mentioned, we do have to believe in ourselves. 3 days after joining Stuart Anderson's, Stuart called me into his office to welcome me to the company. We chatted about challenges women face in business, especially in the restaurant business. And after he indicated that it was going to be an incredible journey for me, I took his words to heart, because the next words out of his mouth were, Roberta, if you want to succeed in this business, you're going to need to learn how to communicate and work with men. So I highly recommend that you go down the street and you join a Toastmasters club. Now, for those of you who don't know Toastmasters, well, you can Google Toastmasters International, because we're in 143 countries. And wow, the organization has grown. But don't Google Toastmasters until at the end of the day, after all of the breakout sessions. Well, literally, I walked down that street, I joined a Toastmasters club, and there I was, 27 men and me. Whoa. And then I remembered the words Stuart said to me as he was telling me to go join a Toastmasters club. He said, Roberta, just say yes to everything that they ask you to do. And I thought, okay, here I am. Now I'm in front of 27 men, and I'm just saying yes to every communication, every leadership role that they asked me to do. Those gentlemen all became my friends, my mentors. And yes, I did just say yes to every time they asked me to speak or to take on a leadership role. I owe them my career in business. And also, I owe them another huge round of thanks, because I learned at that moment in time, by being a member of that club and the many clubs I've been a member of over the years, the importance of having a mentor, the importance of being a mentor, especially at this time in my life. Being a mentor and continuing to have mentors is a life lesson. Now, from secretary, I was promoted to the assistant entertainment director. In 1980, my boss resigned to take on a different challenge. I wanted to be that entertainment director, responsible for 50 nightclubs around the West Coast and moving into the United States. I went to Stuart and asked if I could apply for the position of entertainment director, and he said, no, I just don't feel comfortable for a woman being out late at night in the nightclubs. Now, I had already been out there and assigned to various nightclubs. I'd been traveling and doing what I would do for my boss, for Bob, but Stuart was just so hesitant. However, he said, Roberta, I know you want to apply, so let's have you come in front of the board of directors and you pitch yourself as the next entertainment director. I'll never forget that, because I went to that board meeting, I made my pitch, and the senior vice president of operations said, I have an idea. Let's let Bob, her boss, go on holiday for a couple of months. Let's see if Roberta can do it. If she can, then Stuart, you are going to throw her a party in Denver, Colorado, 2 months from now and announce her appointment. Whew, I was so excited. 2 months later, in Denver, Stuart threw me a huge party in that restaurant and to announce my appointment as entertainment director. 4 years later, after I had been traveling all over the United States, and I was now responsible for 80 nightclubs and 300 people, I knew it was to take those words again that Stuart had given me at the beginning, to just say yes to a new challenge. I had been on the road for 4 years straight. Now, I loved visiting all 50 states. I loved meeting all these new people. I loved the adventure. I loved business. I loved the management. I loved working with an incredible team of people. I met with my second in command, and I told him he had 30 days to learn everything. Tom, you need to learn it all, and then you need to ask me every question you want, because in 30 days, I'm going to resign. 30 days later, I resigned. However, I immediately got a call from Brian in Los Angeles saying, hey, let's start a new company. Let's start a music video company. Well, back in that era, music videos were just coming out, and I had started introducing them into my nightclubs. And were they a success that all the other restaurants and nightclubs wanted them? So Brian and I decided we'd start a company called ETI Music Video Network. And we would launch that into all the nightclubs around the United States. Now, it was a huge success for us until one day, I happened to overhear another conversation in a lobby at one of the music studios. And they were talking about MTV. I went, uh-oh, if MTV comes out and I'm an operator in the nightclubs, why don't I just plug and play? I'll put in the displays, plug in MTV. I don't need to then lease the music videos from Roberta or from another couple of the companies. So it became very evident to both Brian and I that we needed to say yes and sell that company. And then he said, well, if we're going to sell that company, why don't you come inside of ETI and become the vice president of business development? Well, over my career, voices had always been there saying, are you kidding me? You can't do that. What are you thinking? But then I went, wow, I've done all this. I've worked in the nightclub industry. I've done what I've done. Let me try something new. So off I went on a new adventure with ETI as the vice president of business development. What was fun about that adventure is it gave me so many opportunities to continue networking and being a mentor and mentoring other people. While at ETI, I said yes to a lot of different adventures. First, as mentioned in my introduction, I co-founded and then chaired the Nightclub and Bar Advisory Board, and we launched our first trade show. And at that time, our first trade show was approximately 600 people. We invited all of our friends. Now I know they get over 20,000 a year to the trade show for the Nightclub Bar Association in Las Vegas. I served as the president of the advisory board in year 2. I went on also then to, and our company became an active participant with the National Restaurant Association Marketing Executives Group. Now my team, which I had, it's a long story there, but my team and I went on for 7 years within that organization, producing and participating in the nightclub tour from hell. And if any of those people who were on Facebook at the time were part of that organization, you might remember being on one of those tours. In fact, next week, I'm going to go back to Chicago and be part of the National Restaurant Association Marketing Executives Group to celebrate all the people who have done so much for the hospitality industry. At ETI, we in 1990 decided to take on another challenge and become charter members of the Themed Entertainment Association. We served that organization and continue to serve that organization. I was so fortunate to be elected as the advisory board chair for the third international president. Now, since 1990, there's only been 2 ladies elected to that chairmanship. I'm hoping this next year, we're gonna get our 3rd lady, but that's a long time. And we want my women, and we continue to mentor these women, our women in themed entertainment, to step up, just say yes, be active, and chair a global organization. In 1997, I said yes to even a new adventure. And again, I swatted away all those, are you kidding me? You can't do that. I swatted those negative naysayers, voices in my head away, and I went, okay, this next opportunity is to be the vice president of themed entertainment for 20th Century Fox. We were opening a theme park in Australia. We went on to open a small theme park in Baja, California. And I went on to do an incredible tour with Jim Cameron's Titanic in Europe. Boy, what an incredible adventure, saying yes to being the vice president in themed entertainment. So many of the people I worked with, I continue to work with them in other aspects. As they move on to new opportunities, I then can work with them as a business development professional. In 2011, boy, that brought on new challenges. As I left Fox, I just said yes to starting my own company, Roberta Perry and Associates. Wow, I became a business development catalyst for the global entertainment marketplace. I have to say that at that moment in life, after I've listened to so many people today talk about it, when those voices started and I said, are you kidding me? You can't do that. I said, yes, I can. And I knew why. I could because I had so many mentors who had started their own companies, who had become successful as consultants. So I immediately picked up the phone, called them and said, how did you do it? Teach me what I need to know about starting a new business, especially starting my own business. It has been an adventure for 19 plus years, having my own company and working with amazing clients all over the globe, including the wow factor out of Los Angeles, New York. I got to work in Times Square on New Year's Eve for 3 or 4 years running, an adventure I will never, ever forget. Now, we all know the challenges we have faced in 2020 and 2021. I hope you are finding 2022 looking up, being a more favorable environment. I know I am. Wow, I get to go back to Taiwan to consult on a project they're doing and to consult on their design conference. During this time over the last few years, and I wanted a new experience, I joined the Space Tourism Society. And now we're back meeting in person. And we just held our first Space Tourism Conference since 2019. I moderate a panel for them, and I found new opportunities in an industry that's just being birthed. If any of you are fascinated with space, I highly recommend Google, again, after the speakers and the breakout sessions today, Google Space Tourism Conference, Space Tourism Society. A whole new world will open up for you. Plus, I am finding new opportunities back in the hospitality industry. Now, as I look back over my career, and as I look forward to continuing my career, I am thankful for Stuart's recommendation to just say yes, to ignore the voices, to ignore the naysayers. Cass Warner said it best, to believe in yourself. At the end of today, we're going to have breakout sessions. And of course, I'll be there if any of you have any questions that I can answer or be a mentor for you. I thought I would also present some tips that I've learned over the years in business development, plus the effective networking tips that I have learned over the years for growing my business, not only my business, for other people's business. Now, just think, your next adventure may be right around the corner. All you have to do is just say yes. Back to you, Aggie.
Thank you, Roberta, for your presentation. I really loved hearing about, just saying yes and your experiences in pursuing new adventures by pushing away all of the negative thoughts and just saying yes. So our next speaker is composer and performer Pauline Frechette. Pauline has a foundation of playing in youth symphonies on violin, winning awards in piano competitions, and touring Europe singing and dancing as a teen and studying acting in England. Pauline feels among all of her talents that her greatest gift and passion is composing music, and her works are best defined as neoclassical. Her compositions have been performed by various symphonies and orchestras, including the Baltimore Symphony, Hollywood Bowl Orchestra, New West Symphonies, and much more. And she has also composed songs for TV and film, and her musicals have been produced by the Goodspeed Opera House, the La Mirada Theater for the Performing Arts, and the Baroque Theater in New York City. She especially loves writing ballets. As a singer and performer, she considers herself a 21st century contemporary poet musician, and her credits include singing on major motion pictures such as Aladdin and Rent, as well as performing and recording with many legendary artists. Her last two albums debuted on Billboard's top 10 classical and classical crossover charts, and her music is currently being played in over 125 countries and won the Best Instrumental West Australian Music Award in 2020, 3 silver awards in 3 categories in 2021, and has over 5 million plays on Spotify, 7 million plays on SoundCloud, and 2.4 million plays on Reverb Nation, and has been #1 on their classical charts nationally and globally for 3 years. In 2021, Pauline was awarded the title Ambassador for Peace Through Music by the Youth Education and Leadership Initiative in Nigeria, Africa. Without waiting any further, please welcome Pauline Frechette.
Well, hi. So pleased to be here today. My background is quite varied. I was born and raised in Hammond, Indiana, in a steel town, small town, one of 11 children. My parents were French Canadian, and my grandfather was a musician. My great-grandfather founded the Quebec Symphony. So being one of 11, we all played at least 2 instruments. So that was very interesting growing up, hearing the trumpet in the basement, the drums in the basement, the organ and the piano in the living room, and somebody bereting their ballet through the dining room. It was quite a wild household. And my mother was really great because from a very young age, she kept this, it's a Canadian thing that they call joie de vivre, a joy of life, which kind of has infused my life, this joy of creating, joy of life. And she taught us from a very young age that because there were so many of us, they wouldn't be able to do much financially for us, but we could reach any dream as long as we had a lot of persistence, and you had to really love what you did and really go for it 100%. And my mom also taught me very young that you probably get more mileage in life by being honest and kind and having a great personality with people than almost anything. And that has seen me through so many hard times. It's just those simple things of being honest and being trustworthy and kind and having a deep love for what you do. Now, being an artist, I don't know how many out there, if that's your pursuit, but I mean, it goes across, well, creating life is an art, really. So no matter what you do, it's art. But being an artist like a musician and a performer, there's a lot of competition. And I know that there's competition in any area that you're going to go into. So the idea is that the competition is fun. I used to be a swimmer as a kid. And when I go into a meet, swimming meet, I always wanted to swim next to the fastest swimmer so that I would know where I was at in the lineup. And just when I hit that water and go for it, but I loved swimming, you see, it wasn't something I didn't like. Other things that I didn't like, I didn't do as well. So I decided, okay, I'm gonna focus on what I really, really love. I love music, I love performing. You almost couldn't drag me out of a theater as a kid. So I started as really young. My father had a radio show. And so I started by singing on the radio show when I was, 4 or 5. They're very funny records of me singing. And then, of course, I was in The Sound of Music in a local production as a child. And my brother and I and my sister, with a local priest, because I was raised Catholic, we started a group called the Show Teens, because we all love to perform. And ended up being 10 of us in this group. And we just set our idea that we wanted to get out of Indiana and see more of the world. So we started by doing Broadway numbers and folk songs. I guess a lot of us played guitar. And we took this dream of wanting to get out into the world, and with this priest behind us, we actually ended up raising enough money to go to Europe. And we performed all over Germany the first year. And we performed on a boat, an ocean liner on the way back called the Hanseatic. And it was an incredible adventure. And then, of course, we did the same thing the following year. But the main point here is that we really had this dream of wanting to go out and see the world together and have these adventures. And we were very focused and really hardworking. We all had to keep our grades up, of course. And then every night we'd be performing and practicing all these things. Now, I was in high school at the time of this, and I had a bigger dream. I wanted to go to the best acting school in the world, which was in England. Well, that's a pretty high dream, stellar dream. I'd sit with my mom in the kitchen and she'd say, well, if that's your dream, we can go for it. You just have to figure out a plan. So how am I going to find? So there was no internet, of course, then, or whatever. You'd have to go to the library. But when I was on the Hanseatic coming back from Europe, there was a gentleman, we had to stop in Southampton going from Germany first to England and then to New York. And this gentleman on board the ship, he loved the Show Teens, and he had a young son, and he became our friends. We were just, it was just 24 hours, I guess, knowing them. But anyway, I told him this dream that I had of going to a great British drama school. So he said that he would find out information for me and would let me know about it, and via letters and so forth. So during the year, he sent me all the information, packets of information about the 3 best drama schools, and I contacted them and I did the applications, and it turned out that you had to do the final audition in England. So I would have to be in London to audition. So I figured it out. Okay, well, next summer with the Show Teens, we had already planned, we were going all over, this time in Italy, Germany, and France. We're going to end up in Paris. So, oh, perfect. I can go from Paris to London and do this audition. So again, it's keeping in mind this thing of persistence and focus and really driving toward your goal, no matter what seems impossible, because this seemed like a pretty impossible goal. So I got through the first part, I was very good at school. So you had to do an essay and tell the different shows I'd been in. And of course, I'd won different things as a violinist and a pianist, but that wasn't my biggest drive at the time, was performing. I wanted to perform. So I went from London, I left Paris with the Show Teens and went by myself on the ferry boat from Paris to London. And the gentleman and his son picked me up in Southampton and took me to dinner and whatnot. And he had already, through the school, I had found a place to stay, a youth hostel where other students stayed. And I got there and had the audition. At the end of the audition, the president of the school said, well, we only take 2 Americans. Why do you think you should be one of them? And I said, well, my clothes are halfway across the ocean. So she thought that was a pretty good answer, I guess. And anyway, I got in, and it was just a matter of being persistent and knowing exactly what I wanted. So I got to spend a year in London as a student, at the London School of Dramatic Art. And during that time, I also auditioned for the Bristol Old Vic, and I was accepted there. I went to the Old Vic for their smaller, they called it a week, where you studied with them, and then they offered me to go there, but of course couldn't afford to go because they don't give American scholarships. But that was an interesting adventure for an 18-year-old to really learn how being persistent and knowing exactly what I wanted and being really focused. So I found myself back in Indiana now, and I'm 19. And what do I want to do now? And so, I mean, London at that time was amazing. And so I was in Chicago, and my father had gone to the American Conservatory of Music. So I said, well, let me see if there's any if I can audition for a scholarship for there. Now, this is another very interesting story. Again, it goes back to this principle of being very persistent, focused, having a deep passion for what I wanted, and keeping my joie de vivre there, so that people wanted me to be part of their group or part of whatever it was they were doing. Well, I go in for this audition for the conservatory. Now I'm going to be a voice major, because at that point, and a piano minor, composition. And I thought, well, I really want to be a performer. Well, I had no opera background at all. In fact, I had never had any singing lessons. I just happened to have a good voice. So I was really a rough diamond. Now I go in for this audition, and there's these about 6 members of the Foundation for Arts Scholarship Board from Chicago. And they were older ladies and all beautiful and very well coiffed. And this is a very big ballroom with the 2 grand pianos facing each other. So I come in very nicely, and the girl before me had this, who was auditioning, you could hear, obviously you're waiting in the other room, these opera singers, and oh my goodness. Well, I thought to myself, just have to be who I am. So I walk in, and I had a little art song that I had prepared. So, I mean, I have a pretty voice, but it wasn't going to compare to these opera singers I was hearing. So I go in and I sing my art song, and they were being very nice. And I said, well, do you know what I really want to do? And the ladies, first we sat down and they just talked to you. And I told them about my adventures in England. And they loved all that. And then I said, well, do you know what I really want to do? And they said, well, they found it very amusing the way I was presenting myself. I said, well, I actually write songs, and I have my guitar here, and I love to tap dance. Well, now this was completely unheard of for this kind of an audition. She said, do you want to see me tap dance? So I rolled up the carpet, and I did this funny tap dance. And then I took out my guitar, and I sang a folk song I'd written. Well, I so charmed them that I not only won the scholarship, but they kept it running for the 3 years that I was at the conservatory. And when I later was cast in a Broadway musical, they turned my scholarship into cash stipends and sent them to me every month to help me continue my career in New York. And that was just, and I love these ladies. I really love to sit and listen to them, and they would have these teas, and the other girls, some would say, oh, because when you were a scholarship student, you were expected to be part of this the Foundation for Arts. So I would go, and I love to hear their stories and just be with them. And anytime they wanted me to speak to younger artists, I would. In fact, later in my career, when I was in Chicago performing, I was Neil Diamond's duet partner, and we performed at the Chicago Stadium. And so they asked if I would talk to the young students there, because since I was a graduate from years earlier. And so I said, of course. And it was so great to go back there and to be in that ballroom where I had first auditioned when I was 19, and to see these young 19 years old. And this is 20 years later, and here I am at the Chicago Stadium starring with Neil Diamond. It was quite an amazing thing to see these young people. And I said to them the same thing I'm saying to you, which is you build your life on simplicities, on truths. One is being who you are and having a love for what you do. That's really the infectious thing. I mean, if you think of the really greats in any area, they're passionate about what they do. There's no way you could be successful and not be passionate about what you do, or you'd be very miserable. Because when it comes down to, when push comes to shove, and as an artist, and you have to like sit at that piano for hours on end, or you have these auditions, or you're standing in line in New York for an audition for hours, and then they line you up and they say, you stay, everybody else goes. And I was always one to go because I was so short and the tall girls or whatever. And, but then I'd go take a tap dancing class and feel good again. It's sort of, you bounce back because there's this love for what you're doing. So that was the early part, was Chicago, growing up in Indiana, getting all these basics in. Then I moved to New York. Now this is a good, interesting story. Okay, so here I am now at the conservatory and enjoying what I'm doing. But I still had my eye on, I wanted New York. I wanted Broadway. I wanted that dream to be in a Broadway show. So walking through Chicago, there was a club called the Happy Medium, and there was a show called Your Good Man, Charlie Brown, playing at the Happy Medium. And I saw a picture of the cast, and there was the girl playing Lucy. And I said that to myself, Lucy, my brothers always said that I was like Lucy because I was very bossy. Well, I was number 5 of 11, and you know, my 2 brothers were 2 years older than me, and I tagged along them everywhere, wanting to do whatever they did, and just to survive. If you're in the middle of 11 kids, I guess you get a little bossy. I don't know, but anyway. So I thought, well, I'd be a good Lucy. Now I'd never seen the musical before, but I had long hair, and so I went and got a short wig, curly wig, and I put the wig on. And I wasn't in the union or anything, but I made up a resume. It was what I'd done, you know, the Sound of Music, and that I'd studied in England and that. And I took it, and I had a picture of myself. I mean, it was not all that professional because I wasn't into that world at the moment. I was at the conservatory, but I really wanted to perform. So I went backstage, I mean, to the front door there was the stage manager there, and he looked at me very arrogantly and was kicking me out saying, we're not auditioning anybody and you're not in the union. And just at that moment, the New York producer just happened to be in Chicago, and they refreshed the cast. You know, they come in town and they refresh the cast because the cast is out of New York and playing at the Happy Medium. Gene Person was his name. He was one of the main producers of Charlie Brown. And he saw how cute I was, and the guy was being so mean to me. So he kind of pushed the guy aside and took my resume and said, I'll audition, you come on with us. And we walked into the theater. So again, I go back to these basics that I got from my mom, the persistence, the focus, the being who you are, the joie de vivre. So I was thrilled. So here was, now there's a Broadway cast, and he said, well, do you sing something for us? Well, I had no music with me, but I know how to sing. And I had my go-to song that now I'd been at the conservatory for 3 years by this point and taking vocal lessons all the time. And so my voice had really developed. And I had my song that I could sing no matter where I was. I could really nail it, from Bye Bye Birdie. How Lovely to Be a Woman was the name of it. And I had this high note that I could really belt. So I felt very sure about that. So get up on this little stage, and no piano or anything. I just belt out this song. Sounds great. So he says, great. So then he gets, here's some of the script. So why don't you look that over? So I'm looking it over, and I'm saying, you know, and I'd never seen the show, so I didn't have a preconceived idea. So I just looked at the script, and I gave them the funniest reading of Lucy. I mean, the cast were in the aisle laughing and rolling because it was just me being who I am, bossy Pauline, and it was fantastic. So the producer went out, said, excuse me, went into the lobby, called New York and said, I think I found Lucy. Apparently they'd been auditioning lots of people in New York to find somebody to play Lucy. They needed a Lucy for a new Broadway production, for the Philadelphia show, for the tour. So anyway, I ended up flying to New York, and I left the conservatory at that point and had my dream of going to New York as a star of a Broadway musical, playing Lucy. And again, it came from persistence and focus and doing what I really love. And just also not having an idea that you can't do something like that. I think a lot of us, sometimes someone will say, oh, like for instance, if I had conferred with somebody before doing that audition, they might've said, oh, you're crazy. You can't, you're not in equity. You don't have a decent headshot. You can't just knock on the door of a theater and hand somebody your headshot and say, I want to audition for Lucy. Those things, it's not going to get you anywhere. And then you stop, you say, oh, I guess I can't. But the thing is, you can. There's nobody stopping you. You can take your dream. Us teenagers in Indiana saying we want to tour Europe. Well, why not? You know, you get this dream. It's sort of like those old Judy Garland movies. I have a barn. I have some songs. Let's do a play in our garage. In fact, we used to do that as kids. We actually had a garage with these barn doors that opened this way, and we'd put on plays back there. And that's where my earliest writing for the theater came, with those backyard plays that we did, which were so much fun. So anyway, so now I was in New York, continuing the saga. So now you're in New York, and did the Charlie Brown thing. And then I left the show because I missed Indiana. So I go back to Indiana and do some more theater in Chicago. Then I really want to be in New York. So back to New York again. That's the other thing. You don't ever have to feel like you're stuck, especially early in life. You just go. But when I get to this later point in my life, you'll see you can always reinvent yourself. I mean, every day you can just wake up and start something new if you wanted to, but be focused and have a plan and go in that direction. So I had my plan. I sat with my mom at the table. I said, okay, I want to live in New York now. Okay, so this is a whole other thing now. At least I had a commercial running in Chicago. I'd done some voiceovers, and I had the credits now from doing Charlie Brown. I had my equity card and knew a few people. So I go to New York, and I've got my one suitcase of clothes, one suitcase of books, get a roommate from the roommate referral thing. I mean, it was pretty wild, but it was an adventure. I mean, I love adventure. So now how do you get an agent in New York? Now that is another trick. So there was, you start auditioning. And again, it's that whole thing of persistence, focus. So, okay, you ask people like, networking idea. Back then they didn't call it networking, but that's what it is. You ask your friend, or who's your agent, and could you give me an introduction and that kind of thing. Well, I was finding it hard to get an agent at first, but every time, this is the other thing. You have to have something that you know that you love to do that just picks up your spirits no matter what. Well, for me, it was tap dancing. So we go on these auditions and be one of like 300 waiting outside a theater, and then get typecast out immediately. Then I'd go take a tap dancing class and I'd feel good again. So it's just this kind of persistence. So now, how did I get this agent? Well, I got cast in a very small thing called Equity Library Theater production, which was a big deal in New York. And really, some of the top actors would all vie to be in this. It was a library theater production showcase. Now, I didn't actually have a part in it, but they liked me so much and my personality and stuff that they said, well, why don't you, in between that, there's the first act, and then we need somebody to pitch the audience to donate to this library theater. So if you could just walk across the stage and do something, and then during the intermission. So I took this opportunity to just be myself, be focused, be what I'm funny. I have a natural comedic sense. So I did this little thing with, I don't know, plate. I don't even know. I can't remember exactly what I did, but it was hilarious. And people were rolling, laughing, and I got an agent right then. I wasn't even really part of the show, but that's when I got my first commercial agent in New York. And of course, then I started to book things, TV commercials and such, to be able to afford to keep going. So this is all the New York end of my life. Well, now it's now going toward the 80s. And I decided, well, I really, this acting and everything is fun, but I think I'd like to try rock and roll. So my friends and I, one night, we renamed me Raven Kane. Because they said, well, Pauline Frichette doesn't sound like a rock singer. And I had been doing all these beautiful songs that I was writing. This whole time I'm also composing. I'm composing music for a children's show on TV, for the Electric Light Theater, I think it was, and for different things. And playing at a lot of clubs. One's called Reno Sweeney, and there was another called the Ballroom, and it was a lot of the chanteuse kind of things, just talking to the audience and being funny. But I wanted to try rock and roll, so we named me Raven Kane, and I did makeup with all this really cool makeup, and had this tight pants and stiletto shoes, and did a little video of it. Sent it off to LA, and that's actually how I met my future husband that way. But David Campbell, he was kind of amazed when he first saw the Pauline Frichette video, where I kind of looked like I do now with the long hair and singing beautiful songs. And then a month later, he saw a video of me with the wild makeup and the stilettos, really rocking it out as Raven came. So I went to LA to do a rock career. Well, now we go back to those same basics of persistence, focus, a plan. And why rock? Well, why not rock? It's sort of like, it's an adventure. So going to these rock clubs, and I got a rock band together with a friend of mine. We called ourselves Vogue 2000, and we were actually really good. Unfortunately, she had a daughter who was born with AIDS from blood transfusion. This is in the mid 80s. And so the band broke up, but we had a great time. Vogue 2000, it was that big hair, and I had a voice very much like the lead singer in Heart, because it was a combination of my opera training and my Broadway training and whatever else. So now to talk about transitioning. Okay, so the rock band wasn't happening, even though we had Chrysalis was a big record company at the time, was interested in us and all this. And so you have to, okay, it's like being on the ocean. There's big waves and they're going to take you down. Well, I knew from my mom that you persistence, you focus, you're doing what you're passionate about, you keep the joie de vivre happening, you keep your integrity in. So I had these basics that was really going on. So what am I going to do with this rock? Well, I didn't really like the rock clubs, and I didn't do drugs or anything. So well, I think I'd like to do and now I was with my husband, and he does a lot of studio work, and he's a composer and an arranger. And there were all these records he was doing. I said, well, I'd like to sing on some of these, but I had to handle my voice. So I took apart the voice because I had a very Broadway kind of a thing, or opera. And in order to sing in studios, you have to be able to control your vibrato. That's vibrato, and different intonations of your voice and so forth. So I decided, well, the best way to learn is to teach. So I started teaching singing, which I became really good at, and taking these basics and pulling them apart and using it for myself, hours and hours, getting that vibrato so I could do anything with it. And so then I had a very lucrative career through the 90s, singing on a lot of records and that's also when I did the world tour with Neil Diamond, but I also sang with, Willie Nelson and Dolly Parton and Cher and Leonard Cohen and I don't know, Paul McCartney, Ringo Starr. In fact, Paul, Ringo, and George, I sang backup for them at the Hollywood Bowl. I'll never forget that. On Earth Day, I think it was in 1995 or something. Maybe it was 94, 95. It was amazing, I gotta say, singing Let It Be or backup with them. Na, 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 na. Everybody in the audience with their flashlights. It's just amazing. And you talk about a group that's been persistent, the Beatles, I mean, my gosh, and loving what they do. And as joie de vivre, oh my gosh, Paul McCartney is one of the most joyful people I've ever met. And talk about personality, just so amazing. I mean, I would say that I've learned a lot from all these megastars that I've worked with because they're so intent on what they do and so full of love. Dolly Parton, that's another one. Oh, what a strong, beautiful woman. Or Cher, the same thing. I spent a day with Dolly working in the studio, and I saw her on a phone call, and she was standing up, really holding her own. She said, afterwards, she said, it's a man's world out there, and you gotta hold your own as a woman. You gotta know, and she's quite a businesswoman and an incredible talent. And funny and warm, but boy, she is persistent and focused. And all these people, Leonard Cohen, what an incredible individual he is. Again, talk about working hard. I mean, he is a craftsman. He told me that sometimes there'd be a lyric and he would work to get that last one word, just exactly the word that he wanted. Hours, days, maybe not, the song wouldn't be done for a while. I mean, just to get that exact what he wanted, his intention. What a beautiful being he was. I mean, just amazing. We worked on his album, The Future was called. So that was the 90s. So a lot of singing in studios, and it was a fun game to play. And I had my daughter then, and singing on films like Rent and Aladdin, and that was really great fun. I like singing in big groups. But then, okay, now I felt like, oh, you know, I miss Broadway. So it's time to do Broadway again. So I had written a musical back, it was right where, before the Raven Kane period, or right at the beginning of it, actually, in 1980. And again, this thing of not having someone tell you you can't do something and that it's impossible, but taking the dream you have, which I'm a Scientologist. And at the time I had just found Scientology, and I had these realizations of, oh my gosh, I want to compose music. And I was on fire. So nobody said, oh, it takes forever to write a musical. I just started writing. And I wrote this musical about the planet of artists. I called it Ataria. First, Artaria, like the Song of Art, but then I took out the R. It was too hard to say. It was Ataria. And then people thought it was a game, like a video game, but it wasn't. Anyway, so I wrote this with this friend of mine, Judy Chaikin. She wrote the script for it, and we were on fire. I mean, I started writing it in May, and by October, it was at the Dorothy Chandler Pavilion. They were doing we did a big backers audition for it, and I mean, 20-minute standing ovation, and I'm not exaggerating. It was just because it was so much passion in it, and I believed every word of what I was writing. It was really about me coming from Indiana and how you're just searching for what you want to do, and you have a passion for it, and these kids in the town come together, and it was a great musical, I must say. And even Francis Ford Coppola's company was there. And anyway, a Broadway producer who I knew from my Charlie Brown days, Marvin Krause, I flew to New York and presented it to him, and he loved it. So he brought on 2 other producers, Lieber Krebs, and they then presented it to the Goodspeed Opera. We did all these different backward auditions with casts and so forth. And it ended up at the Goodspeed Opera House 2 years after I started writing it, which since then I've discovered it's supposed to be impossible to do. I mean, it takes forever. And once you start getting these considerations that you can't do it, the brakes come on. Well, if we flip forward to now, this is in early 2000s, and I say to my husband, I want New York again. So we took a small apartment in New York that we would just go back and forth from. And I contacted people I knew from my days of doing my Broadway stuff. And I resurrected out of the trunk, we call it the trunk in the Broadway world, my musical, and started rewriting it again. And I put the R back into the title, Artaria, changed the script a bit, and did a lot of recording. We had Hinton Battle, 3-time Tony Award winner, loved it. He came on board. The earlier cast actually had Donna Murphy, who was also a Tony Award winner in it. And Pee Wee Herman was in the original cast of my show. Yeah, he was actually developing Pee Wee Herman at the time. It was Paul Rubens. It was really funny. So now we're into the 2000s, and I'm just loving doing the Broadway stuff again and being in those rehearsal rooms in New York. And I pulled in an investor to put a lot of money into it, and we never could quite get the script right. It's a real, maybe at that point I'd started listening to other people too much. I'm not sure, but we did do a wonderful production of it off Broadway at the Brook Theater. And then I was back in LA, and I said, okay, I think now it's time to be Pauline Frechette again. Okay, now we're talking, now we're into like 2011, 12, something like that. And my husband said, well, just do your music again. You instead of all, because it's so expensive, all the casts and everything, just be there with people and sing and tell your stories. So that's what I started doing again. And sat at the piano, started to get my piano chops back. I hadn't really played seriously since I was a kid, when I was winning competitions, when I was playing Rachmaninoff at 12 and 13 years old. Well, I hadn't done that since I was 12 and 13. So it's doing the scales again, and started writing piano music that was very much my own, and using my own name again, Pauline Frechette. And so I was discovering a new depth of myself, of who I really am, and developing these pieces, and created an album. The first album, Colors of My Heart, actually, it came out at #2 and #3 on the classical and the classical crossover Billboard charts. And I have a small label that a friend of mine had that helped me to get my music out there. And from there, we just continued. And I've continued since that point and getting my work done by symphonies, and did more albums, and had my second album, which was a piano album, came out also on the top 10 Billboard charts. And the next two after that, in fact, one of the songs from that first album just hit the over million mark 2 days ago. So that's something to celebrate. On Spotify, Come Away With Me, it's the title of that piece. So I'm just continuing in that direction right now, which I'm loving. I had my first ballet piece was done with a symphony and a ballet company last December, with the New West Symphony and the California Contemporary Ballet Company. And that's kind of where my focus is now. I want to just create big, like a bigger music, just like a bigger family. And I'm continuing to create for symphonies and ballet companies, and probably want to do another musical. We'll see after the COVID and how the theater is going. But in the meantime, I think the main thing that I wanted to leave everyone with is the idea that it's all up to you. It's your world. It's your vision. It's what do you have the most passion for? I say that's the thing to follow. You follow what is it that you can't wait to get up and do every day. I mean, at my age even, I mean, I look forward to, I practice a minimum 2 hours a day on piano. And if I'm getting ready for a show, it's 5 hours, 7 hours. But I love it. I love every bit of it. And I still do a lot of performing. So it's following your passion, being persistent, being focused, being honest with yourself, having a joie de vivre. And I always like to leave people with a quote. This is one that is one of my favorite, and it's by from L. Ron Hubbard's Code of Honor. Never regret yesterday. Life is in you today, and you make your tomorrow. So no matter how many times I've gotten knocked down, I get up again and I look at what do I want to create next? Come up with a great plan, which, by the way, if you go to Scientology.org, you can do these little courses. And one that I've done many, many times, it's a small one called Targets and Goals. And it helps me focus in on exactly what's the goal that I want to do. And you can break it down to these really doable steps. And then you have a roadmap. Because, you know, if I'm setting out to do a driving trip from LA to New York, I'll never get there unless I have a map. So this gives you a really concise roadmap. So that's what I wanted to leave you with. And since I won't be available later today for one-on-ones, I just wrote down this is my, so you can all see, this is my email address, my website. You can contact me there, paulinefrechette.com. And I'd be more than happy to be in communication with anyone about any questions you have, or share music, share insights, whatever. And I want to thank so much Cass Warner for letting me know about Booker Washington's WOW. And thanks so much for having me on here. And back to you, the moderator.
Thank you, Pauline, for sharing about your persistence and following your dreams and your life's journey. I think it's something all individuals should do, to follow your dreams and be persistent. And so I thank you for your time. As we continue with the expo, I'd like to introduce our next speaker, actress Jennifer Aspen. Jennifer has starred in 7 television series, including her roles as Daphne Jablonski in the Fox hit show Party of Five and Trina in ABC's comedy Rodney. She won a Screen Actors Guild honor as a recurring guest star on the first season of the hit show Glee, where she played Kendra Giardi. And as an actress, Jennifer has close to 100 credits to her name. In addition to acting, she creates, directs, and produces her own projects, like her critically acclaimed web series, Los Angeles Right Now. She has been the executive producer for 6 movies for the Hallmark Channel, 3 of which she created and sold, 2 of which she co-starred in, and one of them, titled A Christmas Love Story, received the honor of being the Hallmark Hall of Fame in 2019. She currently has projects in development with Hallmark, Netflix, and Disney+. Now, without further ado, please welcome Jennifer Aspen.
Hi. I'm so glad to be here, and thank you for that introduction. That was really nice. And honestly, thank you to all of the people that are here that want to actually hear me say something. That's really nice that you're here too. So I want to thank you for that. And it's so strange to be in this vacuum because I'm, done so much live performing and people laugh back at the things I say. There's going to be no laughter here. So if there's an awkward pause, I'm breaking for imagined laughter. So I'm going to be talking about my family and my personal history because when I was asked to write this speech to really find the keys to my success, that is where my mind goes, my family, and all those seminal moments and lessons that made me who I am today, I can trace to my family. And I can trace all these lessons that pushed me through my career on humor and perseverance to them. So I wanted to talk about that today. I was born in Richmond, Virginia in the 1970s to two scientists. My father was a botanist and my mother was a herpetologist, and that is reptiles and amphibians, not the other thing you were thinking when I said that. They were both educators throughout their lives. They had met at UCLA and gotten married at a church in the Westwood area of Los Angeles, right next to the 405, for those of you that know that. And the cross of that church still stands there next to that freeway, I believe. And weirdly, it was a cross that I ended up driving by like a million times later in life. And at the time that they were at UCLA, my mother was pretty much the only woman in her science classes. And she told me it was pretty isolating, but she persevered with the thing that she loved, which was, looking at lizards and snakes and stuff. And tortoises, desert tortoises, that's a big passion for us. And I don't think she'd mind me saying that she felt some pressure to get married at that time, as did my father for other reasons. And both of their East Coast families were afraid they were getting hippified out West, of course. So soon after UCLA, my parents got jobs at Virginia Commonwealth University in Richmond, Virginia. So there they moved, and there I was born. And they thought that Richmond was progressive enough at that time that I wouldn't be exposed to much racism there. And my mother, especially, all my young life would have none of it. She wanted none of that to be taught to me. And so actually, the only time I ever saw her raise her voice and talk back to her own mother was when the three of us were having dinner and my grandmother suggested to me that maybe I shouldn't, be playing so often with Katie because she was Black. And my mother was like, and she stopped everything. She told me to go to my room right now. And I went to my room and I closed the door, and my mother just went off on her mom. I never heard her do that before or since. And that conversation my grandmother had to me was never repeated again. And so this was just something important to my mom. And one day we were in Virginia and I was about 2 years old and playing on the front porch with some white kids, and a Black boy walked by. And a couple of the white kids on the porch, they pulled me back and they warned me, don't play with Black children. You have to be careful. And my mom heard that. And she told them to go home. Sorry. I'm just grateful that she did that for me. And then we moved. We moved out West. And that was an important lesson that she taught me. She was a quiet woman, is a quiet woman. But when something was important to her, she stood up. I didn't think I was gonna cry so much. When something was important to her, she stood up and she used her voice. And even if it wasn't the most popular opinion, this lesson made me brave. The things that were important to me, the performances that I created, I stood up and I performed them. I had something to say, and I didn't care if people hated them. I had something to say. And I'm also, I'm a movie producer now, and I stand up and I say what I have to say, and I express what I have to say, and I don't care if people don't like my ideas. I do. So she gave me that, my mother. And my father was very frustrated and lost man, really. He was a closeted gay man pretending to be a family man. And he did that with us, and even tried again and failed with another wife and kids. And he wasn't fulfilled, you know. It was a hard time to be gay. And he was never really even happy. However, he could make a joke about anything. He could laugh at himself, at situations, at others. He was the embodiment of, if you don't laugh, you'll cry. And he believed in magic, and he believed something wonderful could be just around the corner, especially when things were tough. And as an actor, laughing at myself is essential, and making others laugh is how most of my career as an actor has gone. And that sort of non-serious about self attitude that makes a set at ease when I run a movie is that humor. And in my business, you definitely have to believe that some magic is right around the corner. And he gave me that, my father. So we were poor, and my father was gay. And apparently that was obvious to everyone on the block but me. I had no idea what was going on. So I was discriminated against. People didn't want their kids to play with me. And I had no idea what was going on. I just thought they were too busy, or they were just not very nice. And that just meant I spent a lot of time climbing my favorite tree and by myself and imagining by myself. So I'm actually glad that they were jerks. Now, I know there's a lot of talk about barriers for women at this conference and how we overcame them, or how I overcame them. And but I really thought about this, and I have to let you in on a little secret of mine that might possibly be the key to my success. I didn't know there were any barriers. And this is something my parents did very right. I wasn't enlightened on the glass ceiling. It wasn't there. I wasn't sat down and talked to about the lack of gender equality. I had no idea it was a problem. They didn't make a point of telling me that it was bigotry that had me playing alone a lot of the time. Like I said, I just thought they were busy or had messy homes they didn't want me to see the inside of, or something. My parents just, they let me alone. They let me alone with my own thoughts, my own observations, my own conclusions, and they let me do what I wanted to do. And my mom didn't tell me it was hard out there for women, even though it had been so hard out there for her as a woman. And I think this was a stroke of genius on their part. And if I did hit a barrier, I thought nothing of it. I mean, I still feel this way, okay? I just found a way around it. The barrier has no power. It had no power over me. I just kept going. I just persevered. I found another way, and then I just kept laughing, mostly at myself. I laugh at myself a lot. But that was really, I'm so glad that I wasn't warned that there were problems. I just feel that there were less problems and less barriers because I wasn't warned to look out for them. I just played it like a game. So I found musical theater in high school, and I've told this story so many times, but I mean, if you haven't gleaned this already about me, I'm kind of a bit of a rebel. And so I'm in high school in detention and for cutting classes. And the detention was me sitting in an administrative room answering phones that never rang. And I heard this song going over and over, and I just thought it was a stupid cheerleaders. So I went to the bathroom to check on them, and it was actually kids learning a dance routine to audition for the spring musical. And Elizabeth Barron, the biggest angel of my acting life, was like, you should audition. There's a really good part for you. And she helped me, and I got the part. And that was Hetty LaRue and How to Succeed in Business Without Really Trying, which, as you guys may or may not know, that was like a Marilyn Monroe type part. And I had a horrible sunburn on the first weekend of the performance. I had braces. I mean, I was all kinds of imperfection, which I didn't even notice because there were no barriers. And I found my dream. I found my dream performing. And that's when that happened. And then when I realized you could actually go to school for acting, okay, I applied to all the UCs. I was accepted to all of them except Berkeley. Whatever Berkeley. Okay. So ended up going to UCLA, where my parents had first met, second generation Bruin. And I drove by that cross almost every day. I received a degree from UCLA in theater, film, and television. I was on the dean's list. And I started auditioning, started waitressing and then auditioning. And then I got my first paying job where I could quit my waitressing job, which is basically the most common story in Los Angeles. And it went really well. I managed to star so far in 7 television series, from Party of Five to Rodney to GCB, and countless guest spots. And I've worked with Tom Cruise and Jennifer Aniston and Amy Adams. And by the way, they're all really nice. I don't have a lot of their nightmare stories. I have 2, which I won't repeat today. Okay, so anyway, these lessons from my family that I've brought up so far, they were such a huge part of all that, because since I didn't know there were any barriers really, I just kept going forward. And as an actor auditioning, as I'm sure you probably know, people turn you down all the time. And well, I was used to that, because remember the kids who weren't allowed to play with me? So I figured there's just must be something wrong with them. On to the next. And then you get a series, and then you have all the success, and then your show gets canceled. And then I'm just like, must be something wrong with them, you know, on to the next. So I guess what I'm saying is that bigotry made me better. No, I'm saying that it was the idea that bigotry that's someone else's problem. Doesn't reflect on me and what I'm doing at all. And that idea made me better. That really helped me. So I'm really grateful for those lessons. And anyway, after many years in a successful acting career, I was ready for more. And I made my own family now. And that taught me new lessons. And my husband, everybody loves my husband. And it's not just because he's totally hot, but he's totally hot, but he's the brightest light, and he's so full of energy. And it was him that brought me to my first pitch as a producer and content creator. And he supported me and has executive produced by my side for my first couple of movies. He makes me know how wonderful and important it is to have a man by my side as a partner. And we've been together for almost 25 years. And he's my gateway drug to happiness. And when he goes off to work, I hold down the fort. And when I go off to work, he does the same for me. And he taught me to lean on someone, to count on them. My husband taught me that. And then it was time for us to start a family, and infertility issues. Oh my gosh, that could be its own conference, right? So we just weren't going to do this the old fashioned way. It wasn't as simple as, let's stop using birth control and we're going to have a baby. Like, that didn't happen at all. So it's totally fine, because we adopted a daughter, Charlotte Sophia, and she is the most perfect child for us and came to us exactly as the universe intended. And I would not change a thing. And for those women who may be struggling with this, and there are a lot of us, the right child finds you. And when you hold them in your arms for the first time, gonna cry again. Okay, well, you don't care how they got there. You don't care how many tears you cried. It will happen. It will happen. Anyway, back to Charlotte. She opened up everything for me as an artist and a person. She made me a storyteller. And when I say made me, I mean, she made me make up stories for her every single night, which made me make up stories. of my own to make into movies. And she made me know what's truly important to me to say, because she showed me what's truly important is love. My daughter taught me that. I returned to my birthplace of Richmond, Virginia to act in a movie. Down the street from my hotel room was the place where Lincoln announced the Emancipation Proclamation. And also from my hotel room, I could see a large sign painted across several silos, huge silos, that said Southern States. And in that moment, my life, my history, my family, it all kind of came to this distinct, peaceful, embracive focus. And right then is when I got the first idea for my first movie, and it became the first movie I ever made as a creator and storyteller. And I just found a freedom in coming home, I guess, and embracing all that that is, all that it has been, and feeling no barriers left upon me, regardless of anything that I've been through. And when I come home to my family now, I embrace all that we are. And they give me the feeling of peace and freedom for what I need to do out there in the world as a creator and an artist. And I'm passing on these same lessons to my daughter. I'm not teaching her about barriers. I'm teaching her about freedom and how to go forward and how to make a plan, and sometimes make an alternative plan when needed, and to laugh the whole way as much as possible. And those are really the keys to what's important to me and to my success. And I hope that you enjoyed it. I hope that you're smiling on the other side of this camera and that you enjoyed my story. And I really thank you for listening so much.
Thank you, Jennifer, for sharing with us. I definitely enjoyed hearing you speak about how impactful your family was in your journey and the experiences that you've had that shaped you to who you are today. So thank you so much for sharing.
You're welcome.
So now my time as your hostess has come to an end. I will have a breakout session at 4:45 to discuss professional and career development and to answer any questions about what I spoke about earlier this afternoon. That being said, I do want to introduce you to our next speaker and hostess for the event, Yvette Lewis. She's the president of the local branch of the NAACP. And the NAACP is a respected organization whose ideals and mission have endured the test of time. Her passion and sense of moral obligation to the NAACP's values have increased with fervor with every challenge that has presented itself as a call to the community. The role of the NAACP has been a voice for the voiceless and hope for the hopeless by championing causes that confront systemic racism and ensuring the equality of rights for American citizens of color. Please join me in welcoming our next speaker and hostess, Yvette Lewis.
Thank you for that wonderful introduction. And this has been a powerful conference today, and I have learned so much from so many different aspects of life. So I just want to let you know, my name is Yvette Lewis, and I'm the president of the Hillsborough County branch NAACP. I was born and raised here in Tampa, and I kind of got my start with civil rights, and I didn't even realize what I was doing. I just was following my mother. My mother raised 7 kids by herself on a housekeeper's salary. And she worked at a hospital here, and it was called the county hospital back then. And so she was, you know, she believed in the Lord, so we were raised up in the church. And I remember one day we were walking in a line across a grocery store in our neighborhood, and our pastor said that we were not allowed to go shop there at that store at the time. So I'm not quite sure. I wasn't quite sure as a little girl what was going on. And I couldn't figure it out, what was happening. And I would ask my mother, and I said, well, Mama, what we're doing. And so she said, just come on, just keep going. We just got to do this. So later on, as time went on, I realized what was happening through asking other people as I got older, what was going on. So, and it was an economic boycott against the store because they refused to hire African-American people from the community. And so our pastor decided that why should we patronize this store? So as a little girl walking in that line with my mother back and forth, it felt good. I felt like I was doing the right thing. My mother would take me many places and I would hear many speeches and many things. And so it just felt good. It felt like I was in the right place. And so, and that's pretty much where I got the spirit within me, but I didn't know I had it in me until later on in life. I remember going to grocery stores in my neighborhood and I would always see the NAACP registering people to vote. And I said, I could not wait to get of age so I can register people to vote as well. And that's what I wanted to do. So it was, it just kept me going and going and going. And so my mother inspired me a lot and she molded me a lot of ways. And so growing up and going through Hillsborough County school system, there were a lot of challenges there that we met as African Americans. And it was some good and some bad. And so just some just very questionable, but back then, African American people could not question the system without representation. So it was really difficult. And a lot of the things that my mother really didn't understand what was going on as well. So she just knew that we had to go get an education, and that's what we knew what we had to do. So at this point, went on to school, graduated from Chamberlain High School. And as I graduated, I realized there was something different within me. I didn't know it, but there was something different. So I realized that they did not, Hillsborough. So I decided I wanted to go off to college. And when I went off, I went to University of South Florida and I said, you know, I want to go to University of South Florida and I want to go to school. So they were asking me, they said, well, did you take this, this, and this class? How many classes did you take? So at this point, I didn't have all of these prerequisite classes. I didn't have any of those classes. So they told me that I could not enter in the college at that time. So I turned around and went back home, and I had caught the bus there. And I remember that bus ride was like the longest bus ride I had ever had. And I just felt like I had failed my mother because out of 7 kids, I was the only one that was going off to college and that had that desire to do that. So it didn't stop there. I didn't take no for an answer. So I ended up at Hillsborough Community College, which I am so grateful that I had that opportunity because of that opportunity at Hillsborough Community College, that is where I discovered that there was something different about me. And that's when we discovered that I had a learning disability, that I had always adapted throughout life and no one never caught it through the years of school here in Hillsborough in Hillsborough County school system. So I had a teacher that worked with me extremely well. We were on target on everything, on what we needed to do. So anyway, I graduated from Hillsborough Community College, and then I went on back to USF. But at this point, it was a different level of feeling at University of South Florida. So what I decided at University of South Florida, this was not the college for me. So I decided to go to a HBCU, Florida A&M University. So I went to Florida A&M University, and at that time, I completed my college degree. And I started working with many different local organizations, such as the Hillsborough County Democratic Black Caucus, you know, and then getting involved with a lot of political candidates that were running for office, and just start studying my history even more. So how I got involved with the NAACP, I was just working, registering people to vote on my own, just doing it. And because I enjoyed it, knocking on doors, registering people to vote. And someone noticed it and they said, hey, why don't you come over here and help us? So I did. And at that time, I was appointed the political action chair. And so I registered people to vote. We put on political forums, educated people on their voting rights. And that's what I did. So at that, and then, you know, it went from one to the other. So they were like, well, we need a new president at the time. And so they asked me to run for president. And I just never thought I would ever run for president. One, because I've always felt there were odds against me. There was those barriers against me. One, I was born and raised in a neighborhood where it was lower social economic status. So it didn't have a huge status. And my mother wasn't very prominent person. She was just a person that thrived. And so I just felt like those barriers were there in the way. And then of course, you know, when I discovered my learning disability, I was like, well, you know, I don't know if this is for me or not. But I tell you one thing, I have a praying mother, and then I continue, one of the things that I continue to do is walk by faith. So faith continued to lead me to where I needed to go. You know, that's one of those things where you just got to lean on him and ask him what is best for you. So what I decided, so at that time, I had quite a few people ask me to run, and I was like, I don't understand. How do these people believe in me when I didn't have as much faith and believing in myself? So I know what I can do at this level, but to take it to the next level, I knew I didn't, it was doubtful. And so at this point, I had to go back to what my mother said. You got to believe in yourself, and you got to continue to have faith. And I know I had my faith. So one of the things is growing up in the church, there was a song that we always marched in. Our church usually marched in. The choir would march in singing. And it's, we've come this far by faith, leaning on the Lord. So I have to remind myself that I've come this far by faith, leaning on the Lord. And so that's when I knew, when my pastor said, faith will lead you to it and God will get you through it, and just keep right on going. So I decided to run for president. And so, and I won overwhelmingly as president of the NAACP. And so when I started our membership roster, our membership was at a very dismal number, and it was like less than 130. So within 9 months, I've grown it to well over 900 members. And as of right now, we are the largest branch in the state of Florida and the most active branch in the state of Florida. Civil rights is something that I truly believe in, and I truly believe that everyone has a right to express their opinion. Everyone has a right to to be heard, and and people need to know that. But there are some people who don't know that, and so that's where we come in, and that's where we help advocate, and we make sure that their rights have not been violated. I believe in partnerships and working with people. And what can we do to do this together? The civil rights movement was not done with one organization, but it was done with many organizations that came together back then to make it better for African American people. And so with that, it just kept growing and growing and growing. Where do we go from here? What do I go from here? So I love putting out challenges for myself. I love putting out challenges, for the community, and I love educating the community and what we do and how we do it. And so it just kept with the NAACP. We have done remarkable things. We're bridging the gap and bridging the community together when it comes to law enforcement, and working with affordable housing and advocating and bringing in people who has our best interests. I can tell you this, we're all volunteers. This is a volunteer organization. This is not easy work. And it's very difficult at times, and it's some trying times. I like studying Fannie Lou Hamer. She is one of my favorites civil rights fighters, and and one of her quotes is, nobody's free until everybody's free. And then I think the best one of all is, is when I'm sick and tired. I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. So those are some great words by Fannie Lou. So I try to live my life by that. And one thing my mother always taught me is let my work speak for itself. And so, and that's where we just go. And so that's a little bit about me and my thoughts and what I do. So I just want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to share a little bit about my lifestyle to y'all. And anybody who's welcome to give me a call, they can reach out to the branch. Thank you. Okay. So at this time, I would like to introduce a young lady that I have had the pleasure of meeting through the NAACP, and she's a remarkable person. And her name is Michelle Walker. She has an MBA, and she's the co-founder and the executive director of Miracles Outreach Community Development, Inc. Is a nonprofit 501c3 organization established in 2001. She is also the founder of WOW Coaching, Consulting. Michelle holds a MBA from Springfield College. She is also a minister, certified life coach, victim advocate, relationship, and business consultant. At this time, I would like to introduce Michelle Walker.
Hello. Hi. Thank you, Yvette, for that introduction. Truly appreciate it, and just been looking forward to today. I just want to say thank you for the opportunity of having me come on today and just share a little bit. And I think for me, the part that I enjoy most is being in a community that supports women, and being able to build women and just foster those relationships that's providing additional resources and a support and opportunity to encourage one another, which is what today has definitely been. So thank you to each of the speakers that's gone before me. Just a little bit, well, you gave a little bit of information about myself. And as preparing for this conference, just trying to think about the keys of success. I think that so many of us there's different opinions of what success is. And you're saying the keys of success, keys of the kingdom, and being able to just identify what those things are. I think it has been a challenge for me sometimes to really define what success looks like for me. So many times people think of success financially, monetarily, and for me, it really does not reflect that in all aspects. Sometimes, yes. So I think that's where the struggle is. And on the outside, people may see one thing. I think for myself, I'm usually looking at, did I achieve the goals that I set out to achieve and make a difference to be able to just whatever that goal was that I set out to be able to achieve, did I accomplish that goal? Did I document it the way that I wanted to? Did I financially make the resources for whatever the situation is? I think also that it kind of surrounds, you have to kind of define it for your own self, what your success looks like. So often people ask me, oh, how did you come up with the name of your business for Miracles Outreach? Is that, oh, you guys are so successful. They see the outside, but don't know what the struggle is, that what we've been through. And I look at it from the perspective of the name for number one. Let me just go back to the name. The name for our organization is Miracles Outreach Community Development Center. The name literally came from the fact that the things that God was giving me to do, I knew that it was absolutely no way possible that I could do that on my own. And the only way that it could happen, my husband and I would just joke and say, well, the only way that's going to happen is it's going to take a miracle. And we would just say it all the time. And then finally, when we tried to define the name or come up with the name, it just came down to the fact, okay, got it. It's going to be Miracles Outreach. Just understanding the whole inception of how things actually came about. So that's really where the name came from. And when I think about the keys of success, I thought of so many different things, but I think for me, the key for success has been a little bit different. I have 3 things that I identify myself as my keys to success, or for me, truthfully, the name was perfect. The keys to the kingdom. And my 3 things that I actually came up was, it was just 3 off the top, and I can explain it to you as I go. Number 1 was really being able to write the vision. The vision is number 1. Number 2 would be obedience and faith. So writing the vision. The only way I can explain it, Habakkuk 2:2. I can't explain it any other way, but Habakkuk 2:2 tells us to write the vision and make it plain. And at first, as I was doing these things, I realized this later, as we all do, we go through things in life that you don't realize that it's building up to what is to come in the future. I would always write down different information, and I'll just say for myself, I was a teen parent. Absolutely did not understand how in the world, I definitely didn't fit into my world, in my house, into my household or my family. First one. And so for me, that was something that I just really couldn't grasp at that time. I would always write down different ideas and goals and dreams, things that I had. And although sometimes it may look like those goals and dreams are derailed, I learned over the years that delayed doesn't mean that it's being denied. So I always remind women, or just people that I'm working with in general, just because whatever it is that you're going for right now, it may not happen immediately at our time. And just because it's delayed doesn't mean that it's not going to happen. You have to keep going and keep pushing forward to those things. Being able to understand that as we write different ideas or dreams that you have, you may not understand it at that moment, but it still, for me, goes back to that word in Habakkuk 2:2, where it says, write the vision and make it plain, because he that reads it will run with it, and it's going to come to pass at that appointed time. I think it's important to remember that the appointed time is not even our time always. I always thought, oh, I've been that person who wants things to happen. I want it now. if I'm working towards this now, I need to see the results now or see them immediately. That's not necessarily the way it works. So it's at that appointed time. And the other part of that I've learned too, I look back at things that I had written, wow, maybe like 1996, 97, that at the time you write these things down, it may not make sense to you, but eventually it'll all come together and it'll make sense. So definitely for me, one of those keys is definitely writing things down, writing it down for me, writing the vision, whatever that dream is, whatever it is, when you're writing, it gives you clarity. It helps bring clarity to what you're doing. It helps you to be able to create a plan, whatever that plan of action is. As women, I say as women, people in general, but I'm gonna just focus and speak on the perspective of a woman. I know that written down, when you write it down, when it's written down, it helps remove some of the distractions. It'll help us stay on track. So many days, I have so many things that you have to do on a regular basis that if I don't write it down, I forget. And it's not because it was intentional, it's just so much. At least when it's written down, you may not get them all, but when you look back, you can say, oh my goodness, I didn't do this, but that's okay. I'll start there tomorrow. It just gives us the opportunity to really just help stay on track and be able to focus on what it is that we're supposed to be doing. And one of the things I always say in coaching is really just to stay focused and don't lose sight of that vision. It might get delayed, but you keep that in front of you, write it down, look at it, read it, so that you can stay on track. The other part of that is, I would say, is a word that I have always not necessarily been a fan of, which is the word obedience. And I say I use obedience from the perspective of whatever that is that really that God has given you, or whatever your higher power is that you believe. For me, I know that when God is speaking to me and the ideas and the dreams that God gives me, sometimes it's so far-fetched that I can't even try to figure it out and try to figure out how it's going to get done. But when I'm obedient, I know that I'm in position to receive it. And I just share, from the perspective of miracles. This with miracles, before we ever opened the first house, miracles for us started from out of the back of our barbershop. And it was simply just being obedient. It was just simply trying to figure a way to help kids out in the community that was just hanging out, that were really doing nothing. And we just wanted to be able to help and make a difference in the Suffolk Springs community at that time and bring these kids in off the street. It was about just really helping out, giving back to the community. Hey, come here, let me help you. What are you doing? Helping them with homework, giving them something to eat, just trying to give them a safe environment. We didn't have money. We didn't have anything that we felt that we had to offer other than just a safe place to really just say, come inside. You don't have to hang out in the street. And as we did these things, as God continued to deal with me as about the actual home, starting the home for girls, this was something that went on for, I would say, 4 or 5 years. I would write some stuff down, but I wasn't following it. And I say that obedience is the key, because once you can finally just say, okay, you know what, let me just go ahead and do what I'm supposed to do. It's like the floodgates open. Just being I'll say, even from the first house that we were in to open up Miracles, the residential piece, that house was not even something that we were looking for, going out to look for. Actually, my brother bought the house as an investment property for something that was completely, had nothing to do with me. This was what he was looking to do. And when he called us to look at the house, the first thing when I walked in there, I don't know if you ever been in a situation and you feel like, oh my goodness, I've been here before. Like you have deja vu. And I didn't get it at the time. It was more of, I think my dad came in and said, is this the house you was telling me about? Because I had told my dad about this dream and about the house. I described the inside of the house and told him how it was a long hallway and that all the doors open up to the side. I really didn't understand exactly what it was, but as we're going through this process, then we see it, and then I realized, oh my goodness, this is the house that was in the dream that I saw. Long story short, my brother had a house, and his intent was I ended up renting this house from him, which was not ever the plan, and it kind of pushed me. I would say now I can see it as pushed me into purpose, but didn't identify. And so going back to just that obedience piece, that's that compliance. And I think the biggest issue, and for me, is obedience is almost like, oh, well, I have to be obedient to anybody. But when you realize who and what you're being obedience to, it'll make all the difference in the world. So I encourage us all the time to just listen to that voice inside. Be obedient. Sometimes we may not understand, and you check it out, write it down, go back, see what it is, and just continue to just be obedient to those things, write those steps down and follow them. And then the other thing I said for me that has definitely been faith, not even so often understanding what it is that I know what I want to do. It's a lot of things that I want to do, but it doesn't mean that it's what I need to do or that's going to cause me walking in purpose. And I try my best to make sure that when I am doing these things, and a lot of times is most of the times for me, I would say, honestly, it's financial. What the things that God gives me to do is so outside of the realm and out of my personal reach, especially on the financial side. It's just being able to have that faith and just trust and believe and just go forth in what I'm supposed to be doing or what I'm told to do. I think that has been the biggest thing, and it has allowed me to see lives change one after the other, and being able to see and help other young ladies on a daily basis, and just helping them to understand that there's so much more to life than whatever their current circumstance is. I'll just give you a little bit of the story. In 2009, we opened our first home in 2007. But in 2009, I was contacted by the FBI, and the person who reached out to me wanted to know, what is it that you're doing? And I didn't know what it was he was referring to. He said, I have a list of 17 young ladies that are on our list for human trafficking, and your name has come up with 11 of them. And for me, I'm like, okay, never was something big, never understood human trafficking, hadn't even heard of it really until maybe earlier that year. Had no idea that was the realm that I was actually working in, because that was nothing that we ever set out to do. It was just to give girls a home in a safe environment, be able to be that support, help them to be able to just become the best person they can possibly be. And just through this time, not understanding that all of these young ladies that we have been serving, several have been victims of trafficking. And the question that they had was, what is it that you're doing? Why is it that these kids are being successful? Or how did you get involved? I told him, I said, I don't have a rocket science answer for you. All I have is love. Love is the basis of everything that I've been taught all my life. In my household, in my family, that's all I know is love. That's all I have to give is love. So that has been the thing that has sustained us. But being able to learn and being able to just have the faith that, okay, what I'm doing is the right thing, and I'm shown daily over and over that that's what it is. Our motto is really see a need, meet the need. It's simple. Whatever that need is, if you're hungry, feed you. If you need some clothes, I'm gonna give you clothing. It just goes back to the word for me. That's that see a need, meet a need. The other question that people always say, how come you all, what is it that you do that makes you so successful? I think the number one keys for me is, one, for us is creating a non-judgmental environment for the young ladies to come in. It's not about what you did before you got here. It's not about what you've been through. Let's see you for who you are now. Being able to love them for who they are. Having a supportive environment, encouraging environment for sure. And I think most of all, having a forgiving environment, making sure that they understand that, okay, you messed up, you made mistakes. Who cares? We've all had another chance. And I say another, meaning hundreds of chances, chance after chance after chance. So they deserve that same opportunity. And more than anything, the biggest thing for us is that they didn't ask to be there. Nobody, no kids asked to go to foster care. So you really want to just be able to to be able to provide that love and just teach them. The last thing for me is probably it is part of my faith, but being able to teach them in a way to be able to recognize the gifts and talents that they have that God has already given them. So oftentimes I have young ladies who work with us who want to do something, but you feel like you're not worth it. I heard you even mention about a learning disability. Those things that we have in our lives or in our background, a lot of times they will discourage us or deter us in our minds to not go forward with our dreams and our hopes. But it's so important that we just persevere and just press through. Find out, identify your gifts and talent. What are the things that you have that people always tell you, oh, you do a great job at this? Is it cooking, cleaning? Whatever that gift is, it can be speaking, it can be sewing, whatever it is, you have to really find out what your gifts and talents, those are those things that you do that come easy, that make other people look and say, oh, wow, this is great. You did a great job. Just being able to find whatever that gift is inside of you and hone it and just be able to just make a difference and how to utilize that and being able to just say, hey, this is who I am, embrace it, and just go for it and don't let nothing stop you from what it is that you want to do in life. And I just say that that's probably the biggest thing for me and has been the biggest factor for me is just being able to just keep going. It keeps me going and keeps me on the battlefield and makes me each and every day want to fight for their success and be able to fight for them to know that you deserve everything that God has for you and being able to just push them on to the next level and just know that you're capable of doing whatever it is that you want to do. I am one of those women who believes that girls rule the world. I believe that with all my heart. Girls rule the world. I feel there's nothing that we can't do. So many times I have an opportunity to say that, and I just want to remind you all that go for your dreams and don't let anything stand in your way. Thank you, Yvette, and thank you to the WILD Committee for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you all today.
Wow, that was powerful, Michelle. And yes, we do rule the world.
Yes,
and so I like that, definitely. Our next speaker we have today, her name is Maribine Anderson. She's a technical manager, environmental at Michael Baker International, president of NAAAP, that's 3 A's, Tampa chapter. As an environmental scientist for more than 38 years, Maribine Anderson has a BS in biology major and ecology from the University of the Philippines. She is a FAA qualified airport wildlife biologist and a FAA and FHWA and certified in EPA scientist. Maribine specialized in environmental compliance and environmental permitting, including water quality, protected species, and wetland studies. She is known for her interactive training workshop. And Maribine, thank you so much for being here. Keep going.
Hi, everyone. So I hope you can hear me. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share my story. So I am going to share my screen, and I'm not quite sure how to do that. So give me 1 second. The host disabled participant screen sharing. Booker, I need to share my screen because I have slides.
Yeah, you have the hosting ability, Maribine.
All right. Share screen.
Yeah,
Is
just
this host
yeah,
disabled
just
participant screen sharing? I don't understand why it's doing that. It says host disabled participant screening. So which is unfortunate because the slides will really help my presentation.
okay. Now you should have it. I just clicked it again.
Thank you. Now I have it.
Okay.
All right, can y'all see that?
We can.
All right. So I thought that the best way to tell you how to empower women is to share with you my story. Like most babies, we come out kicking and screaming, basically saying to the world that we are here. When I was born, I had a little bit more of a challenge. Okay, now it won't go. Did it show the next slide by any chance? I'm having technical difficulty. All right, so I was born in the 60s, born in Manila, Philippines. I was premature breech and a blue baby, and I had undeveloped lungs. So it was a triple whammy to begin with. So I had to stay at the nursery. So my life began as a challenge from a start. But as we say, through adversity comes opportunities. I had health issues from the beginning. So we didn't come, my parents were a middle-class family. So I had somebody with me all the time because I had cardiac issues and lung issues from the get-go. So I had basically a health nanny until I was 13. So I grew up in a very happy and loving family. Although I was fragile, I still had to be disciplined. We were allowed an hour playtime, had to be at dinner time. Grew up in Manila, very traditional. I had 24 cousins. There were 3 girls and 24 cousins, so I grew up like a boy. So although I was sickly, I was very much loved. Everybody looked after me. Like I coughed and everybody goes like, "Are you okay?" So although I was sickly, I was stubborn. I liked to do what the other kids did, and they let me. So my very, very first lesson in life was I was 7. I got my first scooter, and the old scooters had a screw that connected the front wheel to the rear wheel. And I didn't check it. You're supposed to check it before you use it, and went down the street, downhill, crashed. Although that picture is like a generic picture, I scraped my whole right leg. So when my father was tending to me, the first question he asked was, "Are you okay?" And I said, "I'm okay." I think I'm more embarrassed than anything. And then secondly, she asked, "What do you think you did wrong?" And between sobs, I said, "Well, I should have checked, the bolt to make sure that the bottom part of the thingy, was intact." He goes, "Remember that." And I said, "And who's to blame for it?" And I looked at him and I said, "Well, me." So he said, "Remember that, because in life, you're accountable. You're the only one responsible for what you do. And for everything that you do, there are consequences." Now think about it. I was 7 years old. Like, these are life lessons, and obviously it stuck with me. They used to tease us when I was a kid that whatever you do, it's you bring your horns and your tail with it, meaning to say it's you, myself, and I. You're responsible for everything that you do. So that was the very, very earliest lesson in life. And because I had respiratory issues and cardiac issues, I always had to be responsible. I had to watch what I had to do. I can't overexert myself or ended up in the hospital. So By the time I was in high school, I went to college. I had grown my horns and I wanted to stretch my wings. So I enrolled myself away from the house. It was an hour and a half away from home. I wanted to live on my own, and my parents couldn't do anything about it because I enrolled myself. And because I wanted to challenge myself. So after 5 years of college, it was a double program, double course with pre-med. I had a career choice to be a biologist or a doctor, because since I was 6, I was groomed to be a doctor because my mom had heart disease. And so I wanted to be like her doctor so I can make sure that she lived a long life. These are the things that influence us as we grow up. First, it was family, and of course, next in the environment. As we go to college, our peers influences a little bit more. And so I had a fork in the road. On my freshman proper med, I got sick with bronchopneumonia. I was 121 pounds when I left school and went home. And 3 weeks later, I came back to school. I was 85 pounds. There was no way I could make up what I missed. So I decided that I was going to take a leave of absence and work as a biologist. That was my first fork on the road. Not to mention, I didn't want to get stuck in a hospital or a clinic. I'd rather be out swimming and, looking at things in the forest and exploring. So although my parents were very, very disappointed, I was raised to think you can do anything as long as you believe in yourself and as long as you work hard. You have to put the work in. And you have to see where you're going. You have to visualize. What is it that you want to be? I am not your typical Asian that, oh, you have to keep quiet. You have to be like, keep your head down. No, my father was a lawyer. And so anytime I had to ask for something, I had to tell him why I deserved it. So that meant being outspoken. And as you can see, I am very outspoken. So in my 20s, my parents said, you're coming to the States. You've been there long enough. You're the last one in the family who hasn't migrated, or we're going to disown you. I was in my 20s. I have been independent. I've been traveling for work. And so I had to start all over again. I moved here in the 1980s. That was 38 years ago. And I had to start over. And American culture was a culture shock because Asian culture is very informal. We're a very close-knit community. And I lost confidence. Not to mention I was discriminated. I mean, I was in the parking lot and it was windy. So my car door blew open and it kind of hit this next car. And this guy said, go back to your country. That's what he said. And just I didn't do anything, right? I worked for Pinellas County Mosquito Control, and it was so nice because my coworkers looked after me. We'd go places, conferences, and they would never leave me alone because of the color of my skin. I was targeted. So they would never let me go anywhere alone. Always someone was, next to me. And that was because that was in the 80s, and that's just what the climate was. But I didn't look at it as a disadvantage because my coworkers looked after me, so I felt loved. It's like my work family. So although it is how you take things, how you look at it, whether it's a half glass full or a half glass empty. And I'm definitely a half glass full kind of person. So you turn it into an opportunity. So like I said, your parents influence you a lot. So my mom was big into community and giving back. She was a business entrepreneur. And after she retired, she gave back to the community. She taught seniors, Filipino seniors in California and San Diego to read and write, to apply for Social Security. And for that, she received a community service award from the mayor of Chula Vista. She always believed in charity and helping others. And she passed that on to me, which is why, I am the president of NAP, but I'm also the Southern region for Michael Baker, DEI lead. And I believe in helping our young Asians to become leaders. I'm also a mentor, and I teach my kids manners, it's us, and kindness. Kindness. I'm a big proponent of being kind. So there are hard lessons in my life, such as in part of my career, I was ostracized, heckled, isolated, because I'm a woman, and because I'm hardworking, and because I'm Asian. And as they say, if it's too hot in the kitchen and you're a cook, you either get out or you figure things out. Well, I decided to get out. And I saw that as an opportunity. To me, in my career, it was like, okay, I worked in county government, and county government is like high school. So I went to college, worked for a consulting firm. And so now my playground is, 3-4 counties. Then I worked for another consulting firm, and now is the whole United States and internationally. And that is Michael Baker. I've been with them for 18 years. I just had my 18-year anniversary. So what really matters is what you do moving forward. You will make mistakes, and it's okay. You have to forgive yourself. The hardest lesson that I had to learn is it's better to be kind than to be right. As an Asian American woman with a strong personality and working in the engineering science field, who's very technical, we have to be specific, detailed, and being humble is not something that goes along with being technically competent, and it's not an easy thing to do. But if you think about it, if I am kind, I would rather be kind than right. That means that if somebody asked me for something that I had sent them twice before, I sent it the third time instead of saying, I sent it to you already. Just send it again. And that is being professional, but being kind. And I know it's a very simple example. I also believe in honesty. I am an honest, I will tell my clients if I can do the job, or if I can't do the job, or if I can keep a promise. I am very upfront. Sometimes they think that it's rude. American culture is different. Sometimes they're sensitive, it's not. In the Asian culture, when we try to help people, we are a little bit more forward. But in the American culture, it's deemed as intrusive. And it took me my whole entire life to understand that dynamic. Strength, so you have to be strong. Like I told you, I believe in being vocal. I am not one to cower. And I do stand for others, especially for my family and loved ones. Now, what I'm sharing with you are the lessons that I learned, but also they're the influence of the 4 most influential people in my life. My mentors, my parents, my mother and my father, and of course, my husband and my family. So to me, problems are not stop signs, they're guidelines, they're opportunities. When there is a problem, if there is a problem, there is always a solution. It's just a matter of time. In my line of work, I am a problem solver. That is what I do. I solve my clients' problems. I give them the outs. I give them the options of how to figure out in the environmental field how to build their projects. But because I am a scientist first, when it comes to my profession, I have to balance development with protecting the environment. We all like to sleep at night, so I'm a very conscientious biologist. So my family taught me unconditional love, that being married, I've been successfully and happily married for 38 years, is a choice. My husband has always been supportive. He's never wavered when it comes to supporting me in my career or whatever decisions I make. As a matter of fact, today we are at the Tampa Asian American Pacific Heritage Festival. he set up the tent with me. He stayed with me the whole festival, and I left him. He's breaking down the tent because it stopped at like 2, and I had to, or at 2 o'clock, and I had to leave before 2 because I had to get ready for this presentation. I am grateful for all the blessings that I have. When things are not going right for you, you need to go look at what you have and what God has blessed you. In my old age, I've found peace and happiness, and unconditional love is loving without asking in return. I love my children, and they know I love them unconditionally, that if they falter, it is what they do moving forward that matters, that I will forgive them. That, in the beginning, I blamed myself, when it's hard because you want to protect them. But then you learn through time that they choose their lives, and what you need to do is just be there for them and love them. So sometimes I'm a kitten, but sometimes I'm a lion. It's called the carrot and the stick. Mindset is what separates the best from the rest. And it's the balance of being a kitten or a lion that makes you, figure out what to do. You have to be resilient in these times. And last but not the least is you have to change your vision to inspire yourself. You have to inspire others. I believe in uplifting others, whether you're a woman or a man. And I believe in being supportive of others and sharing what I know. So I guess I finished really early, huh? Do you have any questions, or we're saving the questions for later?
Well, thank you, Mary Bean. That was very enlightening, and I really appreciate all that you said. And I definitely took down a lot of notes from some of the things that you went through, so I know that I can do it as well. Thank you so much. Our next speaker we have is Linda Hansen. Linda is the CEO and co-founder and founder of Duel Inc., the innovation of fun, dual, and gamified online fundraising platform derived from her PhD studies on the neurochemical and psychological motivational system of human in both positive and negative directions. She also found that there was a lack of innovation in the online fundraising sector and development fund dual and is full to address this needs and also to capitalize on the motivational reward system in humans to get involved in fundraising money and awareness for good causes. The platform motivates engagement through fun, competitive, winning prizes, challenges, social media, sharing selfies and videos, etc. I mean, this sounds like I am ready for this because coming from a 501c3, we need this. So Linda, you have the platform.
Yay, thank you so much. I'm so excited, thrilled. I'm sure by now all of you have presentation fatigue. And I want you to know that the keys to motivation are really important. And there's going to be some powerful things that you're going to learn about what my daughter and I created and the motivational system of humans and how to motivate yourself, how to motivate others. So don't go away. Stick with me, and we're going to make this a little bit fun. I'm going to make this interactive. I'm really interested in gamifying things. So while I pull up my presentation, I want you to go get a piece of paper and a pen. And we're going to play a little game, and I'm going to ask you 10 questions, and you're going to answer them. And then you have the capability of winning an amazing prize in a drawing. So this is going to be fun, as interactive as we can. So thank you, Booker, for allowing these amazing women to showcase what they know and what they've learned. And I want to do that now. So everyone go get a piece of paper and a pen and write your name at the top and put your email address very legibly at the top of that. And while we're doing this, I'm going to pull up my presentation. So here we go. Why does motivation matters? Get ready to slay it and change the world for good. At the end of the day, we all want to do something good for the world. We want to have a legacy. And hopefully you can all see this. So at the end of your life, I asked you a question. What do you want people to say about your legacy? It's not going to be about your 401k or your the stock portfolio you have, or how many followers you have. At the end of your life, people will remember you for the relationships that you had, the character that you have, and the legacy of giving, creating, and serving, giving something back to the world. I want you to know that one of my biggest heroes is Booker T. Washington Sr., the great-grandfather of Booker T. Washington, who I want to thank for putting this amazing conference together, championing women and giving them something so wonderful. And he has an amazing legacy. His great-grandfather, Booker T. Washington, was born into slavery. And he knew that education, when he was freed, was one of the most important things. Please read his autobiography, Booker T. Washington. He championed education, and when he received his education through a lot of hardship and overcoming every obstacle that you can imagine, he was able to then start the Tuskegee University, which was able to educate many, many people. So I highly recommend that. He had a legacy that he not only accomplished his dreams and goals, but then he shared those dreams and goals with others. And I think that that's what creates a wonderful, amazing person. So now that you have your pieces of paper and your pen, I want to just tell you a little bit about my background. I was a stay-at-home mom. We had a resort where in the summers, I was able to work with my children. So I think that being a successful mother and spending time with your children is really important. After most of my children were raised, I got a master's degree at the University of Denver, and I was an anthropologist, and I studied utopian visions. And then for my doctorate, which I then got into, it took 7 years to accomplish at the University of Denver in the Iliff School of Theology. I studied the neurochemical and psychological motivation system of humans. And what I found is that I was really particularly interested in the attraction to violence. And I wondered if we could actually become addicted to violence. And it actually is true. Humans can become addicted to violence, and that's why video games have a lot of violent content, and so do movies. So we physiologically get a neurochemical jolt, heightened intensity of emotions and epinephrine and adrenaline. We can also become very addicted to social media. I'm very worried about our young people. They are very much on their phones, constantly looking for how many likes they get. And so social media can have some very harmful effects, and it can be very addictive. You may find at the end of the day that you look at how many likes you have from a post that you created. And so that's a very normal thing, but it's also very addictive. What I also learned is that humans can be addicted to really good things. The mammalian hormone that women have more of is oxytocin. And that is a bonding neurochemical, and it creates a real rush of good hormones that actually can be addictive. And so connecting with others, serving others can be actually really rewarding and motivating. In addition to that, there's a thing called synesthesia, and it's when we go to a festival or we get overwhelmed by a lot of color. All our senses are overwhelmed, and it can be very powerful and it can be very motivating. And that's why celebrations are so wonderful. So when you go into a business that has really great senses and has wonderful color, you want to be there. So make your homes and your businesses filled with everything that evokes the senses, including music. Music, creative arts is very, very motivating and very positive. And then we have sports, and sports can actually be very, very motivating. That's why they're so popular. When you work together with a team, team-based competition is very, very powerful. It bonds people together. There's actually a thing called the tennis flop, and people can become so overjoyed and so overwhelmed with emotions that they won, that they actually collapse. And you have this also, when teams win, they just jump for joy. And so these are very, very motivating things. Winning prizes is also very, very motivating. So I'm trying to motivate you by allowing you to have a prize by listening to this presentation. Also, humor is really wonderful. Surprising elements actually give us a neurochemical rush. So have some humor in your workplace, have some humor in your home, do some surprising things, break it up, make life fun in your workplace and your relationships. It's very, very powerful. And so the question that I ask, and now I'm going to get to our game, is how can you incorporate into your life and your business the powerful, positive human motivational system that shifts to positive inputs, responses, emotions, outcomes? I'm just going to give you a few ideas. Apple created this amazing natural landscape around their workplace, and they created an environment that was very enjoyable and rewarding, and it motivates people to work there. In addition to that, positive bonuses are much better than demotions. Positive rewards motivate people much, much more than negative. You can make a game out of things. My daughter actually, had her kids clean up some toys, and instead of saying, if you don't clean up your toys, I'm going to take one of those toys away, she said, no, let's have an Easter egg hunt and let's pretend that these toys are Easter eggs. So she made a game out of it. People love to be rewarded by positive things and have some fun while we're doing that. And we always need to thank people for the good job that they're doing. Gratitude is something that is scarce in many workplaces. Teamwork, allow everyone to participate, join together and have fun. And one of the most motivating things is connections and helping others. So here's the game we're going to go to. Gamifying things is what I have done to fundraising, and making things fun is really important. And if you don't create fun in your workplace or in your home, then change it. Have a fun game with your kids or your workplace. So now I've asked you to take out a piece of paper and answer some questions throughout this presentation. At the end, I would like for you to take a photo of your piece of paper, and hopefully it'll be legible, and you can send it to linda@funduel.com. The prize, I'm going to have a drawing, and when you send these to me, I'm going to have a drawing, and it will be within the next 30 days. And someone will win VIP tickets to the Nelson Mandela Global Charity Concert in 2023, which will include backstage passes. Why can I offer that? My daughter and I had a very remarkable opportunity to get to know the Mandela family and the great-grandson of Nelson Mandela. And they have offered us the opportunity to put this concert together with really wonderful producers. And so that's why we can offer these to you. So the first question that I have, and you write down number 1 on your piece of paper, and there are no right or wrong answers, but just guesses. And I just want you to Yes. So how many years did Nelson Mandela spend in prison? And the second question is, in what year was he released? So while you're writing the answer down that you think is the right answer, I want you to tell you that the opportunity that my husband and I and my daughter have had to reignite the message of Nelson Mandela has been one of the most remarkable opportunities of my life. We know Chief Nkosi Mandla Mandela very well, and he has offered us the opportunity to reignite the message of Nelson Mandela. He's one of the most inspirational leaders. And I want you to know that when you move toward doing something good for the world, doors open. And this was a remarkable door that opened for us. The answer to that question is 27 years. Nelson Mandela was in prison 27 years. Now I'm giving you the answers, but that's okay. This is just about having some fun together. He also was released from prison in February 11th, 1990. What he did with his life after that and the forgiveness that he had and the character that he exhibited is what makes him such a leader. And he had so many philanthropic initiatives, and that's what we're going to be doing with this concert. We will probably be raising $50 to $100 million for charities all over the world. And this is all because my daughter and I decided to create a fundraising platform that was fun and gamified. So question number 3, who would you want to be the headliner at the concert? Now, there's no right or wrong to this. This just helps us to know a little bit more about what we should bring to this concert. And Beyonce or Bono? And actually, both of them have very close ties to Mandla Mandela. And so this is an example of how you can use a game to get really great information from your clients. So surveys are really fun, and this is really kind of a survey. Number 4, would you want the concert to be at Wembley Stadium in London or Hyde Park in London? So those are our options, and that's what we're looking at. So there's no right or wrong answers, but just put down your answers and it will be helpful to us. So my daughter and I created FunDuel, and it's a gamified fundraising platform. What's interesting is that for 10 years, there's been no new fundraising platform that has been innovated. GoFundMe, Kickstarter, Indiegogo are all 10 years old. The innovation in the fundraising sector has been really limited, and it's really kind of fascinating. But what we wanted to do is create a fun, quirky, challenge-based. I mean, you can't imagine a sumo doing a challenge, but raising money on that. And it's been very, very successful. We just launched a couple years ago, and we worked with St. Jude Research Hospital and charities all around the world. And so question number 5 is, what is the most powerful motivator? And so what motivates people the most? Humor, competition, so write down what you think. Video and photo-based challenges, creativity, collaboration, winning prizes, social media sharing, or altruism. And write down your answer. And then, unfortunately, we really don't know what motivates people the most out of all of those, but those are all positive motivators. And together, if you can combine all of those things into your business or your home or your relationships, you'll have so much more satisfaction and success. And in the past, these are a couple FunDuels that we've done with Disney and another possible. This one never happened, but in the past, the giving industry was really sort of, it was for the really rich people. It was a very exclusive privilege. So the gala dinners, the golf tournaments, those were all for the rich people. And a $460 billion giving industry was really dominated by wealthy people. What the ALS Ice Bucket Challenge proved is that when you get the masses involved, the people involved in a fun video and photo-based challenge, you can raise 115 million in just 2.5 months. So we created challenges where you could dress up like any of these Disney characters and then raise money for Wounded Warrior. So, oh, and then my last question, I forgot. The last question is, what is democratization? And how important is democratization? That's a word that we hear a lot in business now. And YouTube is kind of the biggest, greatest example of democratization. The record industry used to be a very exclusive industry that was only reserved to those that could go to the record companies and record their music if they knew somebody in that industry. What YouTube did is they created a platform where everyone could create their own content and put it out to the world. And that was magnificent. And so that's what we've done at FundDuel is we're democratizing fundraising by allowing everybody to get involved in a fun challenge. And question number 7, what is trans-organizational collaboration? So you can kind of think about that for a minute. It's probably pretty obvious and not giving you probably enough time to write your answers. Trans-organizational collaboration is where we all solve problems together. And what we wanted to do with our platform is make our platform a hub where we could include everybody, the high-end people, corporate, celebrities, media, governments, NGOs, charities, and then everybody, the masses, to get together and solve problems together. And we have some global campaigns that are really going to be amazing, including different countries, people from all over the world. And of course, when you have a fun video and photo-based challenge, you get everyone involved. So question number 8, can competition between corporations offer more than a dog-eat-dog outcome? In the past, it's always been competition is very powerful. It makes people better, but sometimes it comes at the cost of others, dominating others. But actually, partnerships are really wonderful. And what we found at FundDuel is we did this campaign where we had all these different corporations in Phoenix, Arizona, do a competition to raise money for the Arizona Burn Center. And we raised $220,000 in just 3 weeks. And actually, it was actually mostly in one night. And we did a live stream. But it's really fascinating to see how Tito's Handmade Vodka and these different law offices were able to compete with each other, include their employee bases, and raise money for a good cause. And this is competition, but it's also working together to do good. So you can compete and still have fun at doing good. One of the things that we're most proud of is that we've really taken the selfie and created it where you actually like a photo by donating and sharing on social media. That's where you're not thinking about yourself when you're posting, but you're actually thinking about somebody else. And that's very, very powerful. And so really fostering altruism and compassion is more important than getting lots of likes and being narcissistic. And what we've created also creates a lot of eyeballs. A lot of people see these from all over the world. I think there was a question I was supposed to ask. Let's see. What is the hormone that is released when we connect on social media or watch video that connects us emotionally with others? So if you can remember that hormone, I mentioned it earlier in this presentation, and just write it down and see if you're right. I'll give you just a couple seconds. So that hormone is called oxytocin. And oxytocin is one of the most powerful, rewarding, motivating neurochemicals that we have. There's also something spiritual inside each one of us that we want to connect, we want to love, and we want to serve. And by helping others, we have more rewards than if we just help ourselves. So altruism is really, really powerful. The last thing that I wanted to share with you that we've created at FunDuel is that video is very, very powerful. 90% of our communication these days is all about video. And so when you communicate with your business or whatever you're doing, hopefully you're doing it with video. And I'm just going to look at my time real quick. So I'm almost out of time, but just look at this, just part of this video. This was one of the first campaigns that we did for Rohingya refugees in Bangladesh. And this video was created to show the impact that this campaign that we created did for children that were Rohingya refugees in Bangladesh. And later in this video, it shows kind of the outcome of what we did. And we were able to give food, clean water, medical care. And this video is very emotional and powerful. And just seeing the faces of these young children that were impacted is really, really wonderful. So remember that video is really the wave of the future. Last question. Can we create a metaverse for good? And do you want to be part of it? And that is what we are doing with FunDuel. We are taking FunDuel into a new site called Paradisium, and it's a metaverse for good. And initially, we're going to have a Nelson Mandela experience where you can actually talk to him and ask him questions. And if you're interested in being part of this Paradisium, please meet with me and during this breakout session, and we can talk about that or any other good project that you want to work on. And remember to take a photo of your answers to the questions that you just did. Email a photo of it, and here is my email. And there, or you can text me at 310-819-5687, linda@funduel.com. Remember, it's 2 Ds, FUNDDUEL.com. And remember that we got to have fun in life. We've got to make this a beautiful journey and bring a lot of people along with us and share our knowledge with others. And I thank you so much for your time. And I can hardly wait to have one of you come to us to the Nelson Mandela Global Concert. So send those to that phone number there and my email address. And thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Linda, for that wonderful presentation that states, hey, you know, we need to have color in our lives and positive affirmations in our lives as well. So thank you so much for that for those wonderful words. It reminded me to go back and look at our office to see where we need to make some changes in having fun and just relaxing in a life. So thank you so much. So our next speaker we have is Dr. Abby Hamilton. And she is an industrial organizational psychologist and speaker on assertiveness and culture. She is also the director of student services at Everglades University in Tampa. She has educated and trained in leadership for over 20 years and spent the past 11 years equipping students with proper skills to present themselves in their job search and the workplace. She is also the principal scientist of EQ Match and psychological assessment company. Dr. Abby and her husband, Mark, have raised 3 children, Taylor, Christopher, and Ryan, in the Tampa Bay area, where they are leaders in the Filipino community. Dr. Abby, excuse me, is the senior vice chair of the Filipino Cultural Foundation. Dr. Abby you have the floor. Thank you.
Doctor, unmute your mic. There
That
you
would
go.
be good,
Yeah,
right?
there
That
you
might
go.
be helpful.
You're there. Thank you.
Okay, that was the comic relief for the day. Hello, everyone. All right, so like Yvette said, I am an industrial organizational psychologist, and some of you are like, what is that anyway? Actually, it's looking at the psychology that's related to work and organizations and companies. It's related to understanding the people in your company, all the personalities, the way that they communicate. Do they have leadership? And so I know you all are learning so much of that right now in this conference. And I'm just so excited to be here. Today, we're going to be talking about breaking the bamboo ceiling. If I'm not mistaken, you all are here because you want to be successful, right? I'm pretty sure. But I'm afraid to tell you that that's not going to happen until you get to a certain point where you can actually say with full and complete confidence the following: I am smart. Not just smart, but very smart. Not just very smart, but smarter than a lot of people who are out there. You should be able to say, hey, listen, I have information that I can share with you, information that's different than other people or in a way that's different from other people. You should also be able to say, I am extraordinary. I'm pretty extraordinary. Actually, I'm not just pretty extraordinary. I'm extremely extraordinary. Can you say that about yourself? Can you say, I'm the best? I'm the best person to present this product to you. I have the best product to share with you. I have the best information to give you. I am the best person to set you up with this service. You're lucky you found me. Are you able to have these exact words come out of your mouth? Because if you're not, there may be a chance that there are some things underlying that are happening that we really need to look at. You need to be able to say these things, because if you don't believe these things about yourself, why would anybody else? Why would anybody make you the person that they choose to provide a service? You need to feel and say like you're the best, so will the people you're trying to reach. So I'm going to talk to you about what might be happening underneath that might be keeping you from that. So I grew up as a second generation Filipino American, and I was raised to be humble and obedient and respectful and low profile. And then as an adult, I noticed that I had trouble speaking up for myself, and I had trouble openly saying, I am extraordinary. Well, how's anybody else going to think that? So what I did for my PhD is I conducted research on 473 Filipino Americans to see if, is it my Filipino upbringing that's holding me back? Is it related to my assertiveness? So I looked specifically at the relationship between assertiveness and my Filipino interpersonal norms. And I found that, oh my goodness, those people who were really high in their Filipino interpersonal norms, they were low in their assertiveness. I mean, this is 473 Filipino Americans, and the statistics showed it. This is really happening. And there were also some in that group who were high in their assertiveness, but then when we looked at their Filipino interpersonal norms score, they were low in those. So if you happen to be one of those Filipinos who's very assertive, you're probably low on those Filipino interpersonal norms. Jane Hyun wrote a book called Breaking the Bamboo Ceiling, and I just love this book. My whole message in everything that I do now is based on this. And she identified that there's something about us that's causing us not to get to those higher levels. Have you ever heard of the bamboo ceiling? This is the glass ceiling for Asian Americans. It's the invisible barrier that we reach when we're trying to get promoted in our companies, but we can't. And many people believe this is caused by, oh, those company leaders, they're just not promoting us because they're discriminating against us. But there's reason to believe that it's also caused to the fact that we are holding on so closely to a culture that conflicts with the behaviors that these leaders are looking for, those leadership behaviors like assertiveness. When we were taught from a really young age to obey what others tell us, to conform with the way things are, and to avoid confrontation, how do we become the leaders who speak up and push the envelope and oppose other people's opinions and ideas when we know that something should be done differently? How do we survive in a society where the squeaky wheel gets the oil? When in the Asian culture, it's the nail that sticks out that gets the hammer. Whew. First of all, I just want to invite you to notice these things. Notice them in your life and determine if they're holding you back. And just a little note, maybe you aren't Asian, maybe you just came from a small town, or you had a tough childhood or conservative parents. You could also be dealing with these different things. You could also be someone who is noticing your colleagues who need assertiveness. So we're going to talk about some different things today. At a meeting, are you the kind of person who you hold back when you want to say something because you're afraid of what people will think? Oh, they're going to think this is dumb. Oh, they're going to think, who is she? She doesn't know anything. Who is she to say something? When you know a more efficient way of doing something, do you just say, he should have done it this way, but I'm not going to say anything? Yeah, are you really being valuable then? Are you keeping focused on the goal, making your company or your group more effective, more successful? What about if someone puts your idea down? Do you stand up for your idea? This is really hard for some of us because we don't want to cause friction. You know, we're very harmony seeking. We don't want to question an authority figure. It's just the way that we are. It's hard. But you want to know who the boss notices? The boss notices that employee who says, Mr. Boss, I was wondering if I could run an idea by you about maybe a different way that we can handle this. Wow, your boss hired you because you're smart, because you have a brain. Your boss is excited to say, hey, you know, Julie down that second hall or on the second floor, she's really got a good head on her shoulders. You're not just a puppet. You're someone who brings value to your company. Jane Hyun says that whenever the big boss comes into town, sometimes this happens, they come in from the corporate office, they're visiting, they come down the hallways and they go, hey, how's everything doing down here? Good, good. Thank you for all your hard work. Yeah, just down from the corporate office for the day. When they're saying, how's everything going? You're not supposed to just say, oh, good. Yeah, you should have something prepared to show your value in a few seconds. You could say, as a matter of fact, thanks for asking. You know, we just landed a big client with this new strategy that I would love to share with you. Do you have time to chat next Monday? Well, he's trying to look good, right? When he's coming down that hall. So he'd be like, absolutely, give my secretary a call. So then your boss is going to go back, or the big boss or the regional guy, corporate guy, he's going to go back to the main office and he's going to say, you know, there's some great talent in that sales department back at that office that I just visited. And that's going to be you. This is just one of the ways that you can be assertive in the workplace. Also, there are other ways. Oh, I love this one. They say you should speak 3 times in a meeting. You can agree with someone, you can ask a question, or you can compliment someone else's idea. Don't worry if you feel showy. You're absolutely not being showy. You are using your brain. I don't know about you, but I love when people tell me in a Zoom chat that I had a good idea, or when they completely agree with what I said. Hint, hint, you could totally do that right now. I would love to hear your comments. But you know what's happening? You know what's happening? Not only do you make a good impression because you're taking the initiative, you're showing that you're participating and that you're excited, but it makes me feel good about you enough that I will do something for you in the future. Good relationships, right? Not just being showy. Here's another way to assert yourself. I know this professional, he's not a company leader who he asked his boss if he could go to the Synapse Florida conference. This is a tech conference in town. And no one else from their company went. Huge financial company. No one else went. And he met some different contacts. And last week, he connected this huge company that he works for with some tech companies. And they may actually be doing something big. And so I don't want to say that he was a nobody in his company, but he was definitely not anywhere close to management level. See how he just used his intelligence and didn't just sit back and say, my company needs to use more of these tech solutions. There's so much opportunity. Use your brain, use your enthusiasm, think out of the box. That's what you're here to do. There's another great example. Oh my goodness. There was this HR director who worked for a large metropolitan hospital. And I know during COVID, you don't want to hear this, but they had a 65% turnover in critical care nurses. That is huge. That's why we're all scared to go to the hospital, right? And you know what she did? She thought outside of the norm and she implemented an emotional intelligence assessment. Who does that when you have nurses walking out the door, right? You know what she did? She brought that turnover down to 15%, from 65% to 15%. Why? Because she thought it in her head. She felt confident enough about the value, the research, and she pushed through, and look, she shocked everyone. Speak with authority. When you know that your idea is based on valid points, you explain them. Don't allow your fear of what others think to stop you. Speak with authority. Think about it this way. If someone at your company needed CPR and you knew CPR, would you say, well, people may think I'm just too bossy if I push them out of the way to help that person? Or how about this one? Well, maybe someone else might want to do it. I'm sure I'm not the only one who knows CPR. I just don't want to be too showy like I know it all. No, you would push through, wouldn't you? And you would get there and you would save that person. Know your value, know your knowledge, know your strengths. There was a story, oh my goodness, of aircraft mechanics who saw that there was something not that major that was wrong with an airplane before takeoff. And the mechanics didn't want to make a big deal of it because the flight would be canceled, people would be mad, the company would lose a lot of money. Oh my goodness, this is not time to be keeping the harmony and avoiding confrontation. It's not. I don't want to be on that airplane if you're just trying to be like, oh, we don't want to rattle things. No, open your mouth. It's time to speak up. Fortunately, nothing happened bad on that flight, by the way, if you were wondering. So speak up because you were hired to be someone smart in this company. You are sharing your ideas because you're trying to help. And lastly, this is a tough one. If someone has overstepped or insulted you or embarrassed you, this could be not even in your company. It could be in your personal life. It could be in organizations where you volunteer. It could be with with your family, okay? You have two choices. If someone insults you, you have two choices. Not say anything, and then you can escape that confrontation and that sticky conversation because, oh, you just don't like confrontation. You just want it to be quiet in the house, no yelling, okay? You could just not say anything. You just want to tell, I just want to tell you this, okay? Doing that is going to result in resentment. And it's going to be the beginnings of you wanting to leave the workplace, you wanting to leave the marriage, you resenting your family, your friends. And then the other option is you actually assert yourself. And yeah, it may be a little bit shaky. It may be a little rattly. Yes, but do it in a way that's firm, yet still calm and respectful. That's what assertiveness is. Firm and calm and respectful communication. And it sounds like this. When you made fun of my voice yesterday at the meeting, I was insulted and I was hurt. And I was also surprised by the unprofessionalism that I saw. I didn't think of you as the kind of person who would make jokes like that. Like, let them see what they've done rather than attacking them back. Let them see that they put you in this position. I once worked for a company where the boss brought me in to reprimand me for doing something out of my scope. And it was not my department. And what I did was I thanked her for telling me that it was unacceptable. But I also told her, I've worked here for many years, and you know that I'm a person who will help until the problem is solved, no matter what I have to do. And that is what I did. In the future, I won't do this one particular thing because you've asked me not to, but I also won't apologize for helping to the highest extent. That's the kind of person I am. That's what you hired me for. So I said, thank you for telling me. When I was reprimanded, I needed to remind myself, hey, listen, I am not the bad person that I feel like because you just reprimanded me. I am a good person who tries to do the right thing, and I had to translate that into my response. So, and when you work through these issues with real assertiveness, you feel maybe a little uneasy for a bit, but then you'll feel like, hey, this is a workplace where I can express myself and I can make clear what is acceptable or not. You try these different ways to start being assertive, and you will slowly feel like you are all of a sudden just really free and really strong in the workplace and in your relationship. And you will begin to feel very valuable and very important in this world. And before we leave here today, I want you to say out loud to yourself, I am smart. I am extraordinary. I am the best. I hope you said that along with me right now. And if not, just write these down and say them to yourself. Now go out there and you tell the world this, okay? Especially by the way that you act. Thank you so much for inviting me here today. And I wish all of you a happy Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Here is my TEDx link if you guys want to watch my TEDx talk, and my email address so you could contact me. Thank you again. Oop, Yvette, you got to.
Yeah, I did.
You were just trying to pull a Dr. Abby, weren't you?
Yes, I was. Because you know what, Dr. Abby, I just want to say that was an excellent presentation, but I really, it brought a lot of back to me where we may be different cultures, but the same personalities and the same traits exist. So it's not just the Filipino culture. So I do see a lot of that in the African-American community because, you know, we were taught not to raise our voice as well and not to speak out of term and just be obedient. So, but thank you for those words of confidence that we are ready to instill in ourselves and empower us to hold our heads up and speak high. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me.
Yes, ma'am. So this time, our next speaker, we have Miss Phoenix Gonzalez. So Phoenix is the co-founder of Inventor of Skilled Company, a beauty bedding brand focused on travel and well-being product. With over 15 years of experience in business development and sales, her passion and profession lies at the intersection of beauty, media, and technology. With a proven track record for leadership and success, she has also had the opportunity to fund, launch, and grow a successful entertainment video streaming technology company. Dot Studio Pro generated millions of dollars in sales for past employers, helped secure $2.5 million in investments for Dot Pro, and invested in the pillow sleeve to help aid in her aging gray hair woes. Welcome, Ms. Phoenix.
Thank you, Yvette.
Welcome.
Thank you. How are you?
I am wonderful. Thank you for joining us this evening.
Thank you for having me.
Mhm.
So I'll jump in. I really appreciate that. That was a great intro. So thank you all for joining. I hope you're having a great day. The last actual session was really amazing and inspiring, and it's a great way to kind of walk into this next session. I think it's really important for us all to learn tools. So Yvette touched on the fact that I am a two-time co-founder. I founded Dot Studio Pro 13 years ago. I've built it from, like a thought with my business partners to a business where we have 35 employees. We've raised $2.5 million, and we are a video streaming company that powers people like the Minnesota Vikings, the Weather Channel. And if you think of Netflix as a company, that is the type of streaming that we provide. So everything from being able to manage your library of videos in the back end, in the cloud, and then we launch the application so you as the customer can actually view the content and have those applications on television and mobile and web to be able to engage with the content. So that's what my company does, and my 35 employees and my two co-founders and myself have built over 13 years. My second business, Silked, was founded based on a necessity. So I truly believe that invention is something, that's born out of necessity. And I, although I use a brown gel, I have graying hair. I'm letting it gray. And at 42, my hair was long, it was breaking, it was brittle. And my husband challenged me to make something for myself that would help with my drying hair and my, drying skin. And that was 5 years ago. I'm going to be 47 this year. And I invented something called the pillow sleeve. So it's silk on the front, jersey on the back. It's open-ended on both sides. It slides over the existing pillow and cotton, the pillow and the pillowcase, and I take it and travel with it. So it's been really amazing. It's hypoallergenic, antibacterial. It's the only one in the world. I have a business partner in that business. We never took investment on that side. And we've grown it over 5 years organically. And, I really truly believe that, all of our life lessons set us up for success. And, for me, I came from a single mother. And I was a high school dropout, and I didn't finish college, and I ended up in a car accident where I had a near-death experience. So it changed the trajectory of my life. I ended up becoming an actress for many years. And then I decided that I didn't want to sit on the couch and wait anymore for that knock at the door. I think it was a little too tenacious for that. So I started working in corporate America. And then in my 30s, my husband, now partner, then challenged me to start a business. And that was the birth of our first invention, Dot Studio Pro, the cloud-based streaming company. And 5 years ago, then Silked with my other business partner, Sandra. For me, as a person who has reinvented herself many times, I truly believe that peer mentorship and visual visioning and manifesting is really important for us to be able to be successful in our lives. And I truly believe that we do not have to be limited by our environment. We do not have to we don't have to take on, I grew up with a single mom. We lived in the projects. Those things never affected the outcome for me. I dreamed big. I saw those dreams through. I had a mother who inspired me and pushed me, and put herself in college when we were little so that she could, move out of that environment. So I truly believe we don't have to fall victim to, being a product of our environment. We can actually overcome that. And I truly believe in order to do that, there's a couple of things. So one, a great lesson that I learned from my mother from a very young age is that God gave you a mouth and you need to use it. So never take no as an answer. You always have to wonder why somebody said no. And if we think about the fact that when we were born and were first growing up, some of the first words we heard were, no, don't touch that. No, don't do this. So no became an innate part of who we are. So no, as a thought, is something that people think of first when people ask them for help. So it's a learned behavior. So we actually have to retrain the brain to really ask ourselves, is no really what I want to say? Am I overextending myself, or am I able to actually help? So I always look at, and as a salesperson, I always look at no is a doorway to yes. And if I'm kind, if I'm loving, and I'm just in my exchange with somebody, I know that eventually that's going to come around. And tenacious obviously takes some gumption to keep going and fight in a kind way for that yes. So I think that is the first thing. I think that is a really important tool that we can retrain the brain with, is that no is a doorway to yes instead of no is a closed door. That really helps a lot in life. To keep going, because you know that you're going to get the yes. The yes is going to come, as opposed to no, that's it, and I feel deflated. Never take it as a deflated moment. Take it as, I'm going to get a yes. Even if they say no, figure out how you're going to come to that yes. So that's the first thing. The second thing is peer mentorship. I believe that we need to seek out peer mentors. How do you do that if you don't know people? Well, LinkedIn is an amazing tool. If you do research on the types of people that you want to surround yourself around because they are doing the types of things that you want to do and they're successful at it, you need to research that person. Go and see if you can find bios on them, find information on how they started and how they've achieved what they achieved. Write a little, like a little script for yourself and reach out to that person. You can connect with them on LinkedIn. And if they accept your LinkedIn, you can send them a direct message and you can keep following up until they answer. And when you get that, yes, I will take 15 minutes of you, they'll give you 15 minutes of their time, which I've had happen. I've reached out to the former vice president of marketing for eBay. He then became the president of H&R Block. I've reached out to so many different people like that. And I said, hey, I'm just looking for 15 minutes of your time. I'm looking for peer mentorship. And I really am inspired by your story. And I'd really love to learn from you. And it's a great way to build relationships. It's a warm way to get an open into somebody that may be able to give you that extra oomph in the direction that you're going, or at least you're starting to surround yourself with the types of people. And I think that's really important. We need to be able to surround ourselves with the type of people that we want to be around, because that's what actually brings that vibration up and helps us to, get to that next level. So really important, do the research, ask them for 15 minutes of their time. Make sure you have 15 minutes outlined of what you want to ask them, but make sure you ask them based on their life experience, what you learned from researching them. They're going to appreciate that, and it's going to become a natural conversation. So there's two things so far. Never take no as no. It's a doorway to yes. And 2, peer mentorship is really important to finding your road to success. And the third thing, which is so valuable to me, is something that I want to share with you. And it's visioning. And it's not just visioning of thinking what I want. It's getting really specific with the universe and creating vision boards and placing things around ourselves that are going to help us on our journey. And I kid you not, it works. So let me share with you. Okay, let's start sharing and let's go into slideshow. Okay, so we are sharing. So getting your MBA the real world way. Let's move on to the next slide. So I have a vision board behind me. This vision board here was visually made using Feng Shui Bagua. Feng Shui Bagua, and for anybody who's interested at the end of this, please feel free to email me. I do these sessions online where I do vision board sessions with people, and I'd be happy to work on that with you to help you create the type of life you want to live and the things you want to see in your life. So Bagua is an idea or a framework for creating what it is you want to see in your life. And so there usually are 8 to 9 sectors on a Bagua board. So let me go and see. Okay, so let's go to the Bagua board first so you can see it. So let me just move my picture out of the way. So this is a Bagua board. So I take a vision board, which is my vision board here, and I cut it into 9 sectors. And I put the color on each section in the background of my vision board. And then I write the representation of what lives in those sections. Why do I do that? Because it's all about setting intention. The universe can answer you and give you what it is that you're asking for in return when you are really, really clear with what you're asking for. When you just throw out that I want $1 million haphazardly, the universe doesn't know how to deliver that to you because you haven't been specific about what it is that you are, how that's going to come to you, what it is you want. So creating a framework and a foundation for how you're going to manifest is really important. So I use Feng Shui Bagua. Like I said, I cut into sections in the background, the different colors. So I'll just put a marker of the different colors, or I'll write the color as a word. And then I will write the name, wealth, prosperity, fame, reputation. And those are the things that I write in the background. Now let's go back. Let's go back here. Let me go back. Oh, let's see if I can go back now. Okay. So manifesting. The first thing I do, or the second thing I do after creating the board and putting those colors and names on the board, is I spend time looking for pictures, whether I'm looking for pictures in magazines or I'm looking for pictures online that I'm going to print out. I really spend like a week of intention setting. So I think about the Bagua board again, and I really start to envision, what do I want in my wealth corner of my vision board? What do I want to happen in my fame and reputation section of my vision board? And these are things that I want to happen in my life. I'm visually starting to set intention, not only here, but as I'm spending my week, I'm telling the universe, as I'm looking for pictures that resonate with me, I'm telling the universe, this is what I want in my life. It's really important because, again, I'm getting very specific and clear with the universe. And it also helps me. So when I'm finished my board and I look at my board, it is like in stone in my body, in my vision of what it is that I'm working to get for myself. So whether it's newspaper articles, inspirational cards, magazines, books, tear sheets, anything that you can find that represents that thing, be it, a beating heart. This is my health section. I was a smoker for many years of my life. I wanted to quit smoking and I wanted a healthy beating heart. I did it. After many, many years of my life, I got really specific about the fact that I wanted my heart to be healthy and clean. And it happened. It literally, the universe and myself met and we said, okay, it's time. It actually happened through me getting sick, which I knew at the time that I was getting sick. And I was like a stomach flu that all of a sudden I couldn't smoke. And after that experience, I was like, that was my opportunity and my calling card to actually move on. So it's been almost a year that I haven't smoked. So, which is really awesome. The next thing was, now that I've got the pictures, I've put those intentions on the board. I then went back to my bagua. I looked at all of these things and I started, before I taped it onto the board or stuck it on with glue, I started to really look at, okay, do these things really represent wealth and prosperity? Do they represent fame and reputation? Do they represent relationships? And as I did that, again, it was like a layer of peppering inside of my mind, body, soul that was really giving me the opportunity to succeed. And remember, I'm not somebody who went to high school. I literally got my MBA the real world way. I learned from experience, and through my experiences, these tools that I've learned have really helped me. And I've seen the success because of these things. So I just wanted to share with you so that you as well have the opportunity to take all that you're learning and pepper it into your life. So the board, I cut out the sections. Now, something interesting to understand about Feng Shui Bagua is you can also do this not just on a vision board, but in your home. So I do it in my home. And they actually say that this front section here, see career, north, or front door. So this is a map of your actual home. So I took it and put it onto a board, but you can actually do it in your home. And I do it in my home as well, because I wanted the vibration of what I'm doing on my board to live in my home as well. These colors, these elements, these things that are on Feng Shui Bagua, and you can go and research it more. Really, I infuse them into my life, because as I infuse them into my life, I saw those areas of my home start to light up and in my life start to light up, which was fascinating. I did not know that this ancient Chinese or Asian practice was going to help me so much. But the more I started to play with it and use it, the more it started to show up in my life in such a positive way. This is my vision board that I created. Now, let me give you some insight. So this section over here, which is family, I said I wanted my dream home. Finally, last year in July of 2021, my family decided to move from California to Florida, and we bought our first house. So everything that I had worked for in my vision board, in my life, through my career, it all manifested because I got really quiet and clear with the universe that I wanted a home. We wanted to enjoy our backyard. We wanted to be able to set, like take root, which was like all about farming and about, being able to produce fruit. We wanted it to be something that was like, a place where we could have no drama, and really just be a family home. And that's what we got, down to, the fact that we got a pool, we had a backyard where we could farm. All of those things were part of the intention in that section of my home. And as a result of it, we ended up getting that. And it's funny because when we were house shopping, we decided to settle, and the universe didn't let us settle. We didn't get the houses that we were going to settle for. We ended up getting exactly what we asked for. So that is, just one section. I have many sections here. Obviously, I have health, I have my husband and myself, I have travel, I have work, I have, knowledgeable people, wealth and prosperity. And in each of those sections, I really work to set those intentions. So when you are out in your life and you are thinking about how do I manifest what it is that I'm looking to manifest, this is a perfect way to do it. You have to get really quiet and very clear and ask very intentionally what it is that you're asking the universe for so that you can manifest your best life. That is, in a nutshell, something that I truly believe in on my journey as an entrepreneur. And I even took it one step further. So not only do I have the vision board, but I have an iPhone, and I will show you the home screen of my iPhone. So the next thing that I'm visioning for myself is that I would like for our tech company to get sold. So we've had 2 people come to try and buy it in the last year. And I decided, well, we want a merger and acquisition this year. So I put on the home screen of my phone merger and acquisition. I put the amount that I want and I saved that. So every time I pick up my phone on the lock screen, it has a reminder with me in the universe about what it is. And how I figured that out was I had wanted a blue BMW with tan leather interior, wood grain steering wheel, 325i, brand new. I'd never bought a brand new car. I put that picture on my phone, and within 6 months of doing that, every day of looking at it, that's what the universe delivered to me. So as you are out in your life, get really clear. Put those visions around you in your home, at your desk, on your phone, and really just let it go, because you did the work. You set the intention, you focused, you communicated clearly with the universe, and there you have it. So God gave you a mouth, use it. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ms. Phoenix. And I like how you put everything in perspective, because again, different cultures, same thing. In our culture, we pray, and when you pray, you ask for something specific, and then it is delivered. So, wow. But I gotta get that vision board concept, and I am going to definitely work on that vision board concept. So thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. I really appreciate that. It's very informative. Thank you.
Thank you, Yvette. If you want to have a session and you want to invite a couple of friends, I'm happy to book a session with you. So
most definitely.
Thank you. Board.
All right, cool.
Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
You too. Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Our next speaker, our next speaker that we have today, and I know she's the last speaker, but she's not the least at all. She is the wonderful Chef Rosanna Rivera. Has been a successful entrepreneur and chef in Tampa Bay area for over 15 years, co-creating the culinary vision behind some of the area's favorite eateries. She is currently creating and directing her own brand under her name, eponymous name, Chef Rosanna, and e-commerce retail of handcrafted gourmet foods and custom kitchenware for the Cerning Epinarium. So, Miss Chef Riviera, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Yvette. Good afternoon, everyone, and I'm so excited to be joining you today. I am actually broadcasting from Charlotte, North Carolina. I am here for work, and I apologize. There's a little bit of background. I am in a venue, in a restaurant, where I am going to host an event later tonight. But that did not deter me from joining you this afternoon and, closing the conference, which has been wonderful. I've been in and out listening to all the speakers, and what a wonderful experience. I've learned a few things myself, and I'm definitely very inspired by a few things that I've heard today. Now, just to tell you a little bit about me and my journey. Obviously, I am a chef by profession. I have been so for about 20 years, 15 going to my 16th year this month. I have been an entrepreneur and business owner, and that it has been quite a journey. So I will talk about the last 16 years of my life, but I do want to take it back a little bit and kind of start from the beginning on the path that brought me to food and to do something in life that I enjoy every day and that I'm extremely passionate about. The culinary arts, they are called the arts for a reason. And usually people that are attracted to this career, I'm very creative, very artistic, and we usually have a lot of passion for what we do. It is a lot of hard work, so coming back every single day to do what you love, you have to have a lot of passion. And at the root, why I love to do what I do is because what drives me every day is the joy that food brings to the table. Whether it's a creation that I make, whether I'm hosting an event, my purpose in life is just really bring people joy, and I do it through the medium of food. So that is something that drives me every day to wake up and work hard at my craft. But in the very beginning, I am born and raised in Puerto Rico from an extremely small town. I am not from the capital city. I am about 2 hours from the capital city in Puerto Rico, where I was born and raised. And I lived in the island until 2002. That was the first time that I moved out of Puerto Rico and I first landed in New York City. And that was a shock. I look back at my experience and my time in New York and I remember it very fondly, but in the very beginning it was hard. Coming from a very small island where everything is very insular and you're very protected, to kind of that big island in New York City, where you have to work 3 times as hard, especially as a woman, as a Latina, and being in the culinary field, you have to work twice as hard. But that was the first time that I left. Now, originally, my intention in life was not to be a chef. Back then, when I was going through high school and then later my first bachelor's degree in college, being a chef was not what it is now. Food in my life was, I would call it a part-time. It was my side job. I put myself through college by baking a lot of cookies and catering a lot of small events back in my hometown. And that was what I was doing while I was getting through college. I never really took it seriously until really I was in my 30s. Those first decade of adulthood, or being a young adult, I was paying my dues in the marketing world and grew up in the ranks of retail and marketing. And that's really the journey that brought me to New York. The experience in New York was very unique because it really brought me to the roots of food. And with that, I mean that my job required me to plan events and execute events in the luxury jewelry world. So I was in charge of putting functions like the one we're in today, trade shows, and manage all of the food and beverage. So even though I was not necessarily in the kitchen, I was still in that medium of hospitality. Now, being in New York City, in the Mecca or in the center of food, where you're surrounded with some of the best restaurants in the world, I had that little bug inside of, gosh, I wish I had become a chef. I wish I had been, more involved in the kitchen when I was younger. And one day, I decided of not to think about any more of the what ifs. And not that I was getting any older, I still had a very successful career in my path. But I did feel I do not want to live my life with any regrets. I want to do what I'm passionate about. And that's when I pretty much packed my things, moved down to Florida, and went to culinary school. So I landed in Tampa to be closer to my mother, and enrolled in culinary school while at the same time working full time. And going back to school when you're an adult, I think your perspective is a little bit different. Obviously, I was more mature my second time around going to college. I didn't have to do a lot of the basic classes, so my program was focused only on the culinary side. And that gave me the confidence to really hone and perfect and learn my craft. Something that I was very particular about, if I set my path and my intention to do something, I want to be the best at it, or the best version of myself at it. And I felt education was the right path, and it was definitely the right decision. So I put myself through 2 years of culinary school in Tampa, Florida, and I graduated, in the mid 2000s, while at the same time working full time in Bay Area restaurants and hotels. Lots of experience working in the kitchen, a lot under French chefs. I have a deep passion for French food. And after I graduated, was really the time that I was ready to embark on having my own business. And I first started as a personal chef and caterer in Tampa Bay. And slowly, organically, that means little by little, by word of mouth, by reference, I started growing my business. And from doing a lot of 10 people, 15 people event, it gradually moved to doing more 20, 25, 50 people events. So little by little, it was growing up in numbers, and I was growing the capacity of events that I was able to do. When you're first starting your business, you wear a lot of hats. And to this day, I still wear a lot of hats in my own business. But that means you have to market, you have to cook, in my case, because I'm the chef. I have to pay bills. I have to hire employees. I have to do cleanup. And then also be the front face with the customers. So it is a lot of hard work. But again, at the end of the day, my intention and my goal was to be able to grow this business to a point that I could pay myself. I didn't have to work for somebody else. And then that I could eventually, it would lead me to have my own kitchen. When I first started out, I was renting kitchen space from other existing kitchens. And I knew that my goal down the road was to be able to have my own space. And that materialized around 2012. I found a space in South Tampa. And originally, when I looked at the space, my goal was to have a catering kitchen and a very small retail operation, like a cafe, a bistro, that type of business. But when I looked at the space, it was much larger than I anticipated. And it used to be a beautiful restaurant. So I decided to take the risk and go all in and open my first restaurant. What I did at the time is I rebranded my catering concept from using the same name, which was Piquant, and change it from being a caterer to now being a full service French inspired restaurant. And that was such a big learning curve, from designing the place to finding the finance for it, there was a lot of DIY. There were many sleepless nights. I remember distinctively one night spending an entire day through the night painting floors and ceilings and walls. When it's your first restaurant, you have very limited capital. And honestly, you pay your dues, right? You build yourself from zero to the point where you want to be. Now, this all sounds very fantastic, but in reality, at the end of the day, how you accomplish these things is by breaking down let's say, a big project into smaller steps and smaller goals. And I would set time frame, and this is something this exercise that I still do to this day is, for example, in 6 months, I want to open a restaurant. So then I work myself backwards from opening day to day 0, where I am that day making the planning. And then I set guidelines and timelines of all the deliverables or items that need to be accomplished, and time frames where I would expect those things to materialize and happen. And then you work at it every single day. You work at that plan every single day. You check it every single day to make sure that you're staying on track. And that is how you go from point 0 to 6 months down the road, being able to complete a project, whether it's expanding your business, whether it's opening a restaurant, whether it's creating your business, whether it's stopping to work for somebody else and being able to work for yourself. That's how I break time in a big chunk of time down into the deliverables that I need for a certain project. You know, being goal oriented is one of the best pieces of advice that I can give you today. You have to set your clear path and you work at it hard every single day, because no one is going to do the job for you. Only you are going to do the job for yourself. And that's how I've been able to realize many things. Now, there are a lot of challenges along the road. I wish I could tell you, you know, I opened my first restaurant and everything was perfect. From the get-go, it wasn't, you know, it was very overwhelming. I was working, you know, 80 or more hours a week, and then going back to sleep for a few hours, waking up the next day. We had a very ambitious operation, opening 7 days a week from 7 a.m. until 10 p.m. Having a bakery, coffee shop, and restaurant all in one. So it has a lot of moving pieces. You need a lot of manpower and you need to work really hard at it. So there are a lot of challenges, and being my first business, there were a lot of mistakes that I did from the beginning, that obviously now looking back, that I'm more mature and more seasoned as an entrepreneur, then things that along the way you correct. And then you also start surrounding yourself with the right people that will give you the right pieces of advice and that learn to know how you operate and will give you the right advice for your next move. So challenges that I encountered for sure are things, for example, you know, I had a terrible lease. So when there was time for renewal, the landlords increased the rent by 3 times, and it was not something I could afford to maintain. So we had to close that restaurant. And that was heartbreaking. You know, I went through a period of time where I was very sad. It's your first baby and my first, you know, real concept that we were very successful at. So having to make that difficult decision of close and let go of employees and let go of customers that adore you was extremely hard on myself and for my livelihood, because I was basically now going back to ground zero and what am I going to do after this? So then that led me to opening my second concept. You know, I closed down one operation, sold all the assets to people that wanted to buy into the assets, equipment, you know, buildings, leases, etc., inventory. And within a week, I was opening my next concept with, you know, I was financially in a good place to be able to reinvest and reinvent myself. And this was completely off the beaten path. We went from being a French-inspired bakery and restaurant to now being inside of a food hall in Tampa with a Mexican concept. And the decision behind that was because I felt that out of all the options that the food hall had, they didn't have any Mexican food. And being a chef for a very long time, I know I've learned how versatile you need to be. And I've practiced and practiced over the years in not only being good at one type of cuisine, but being able to master and feel confident about cooking multiple cuisines. And Mexican is one of them. I mean, who doesn't love good Mexican food? And that business operated very successfully, very, very successfully, I'm happy to say, until COVID. And then, you know, we went through this pandemic that no one was expecting, and that it was uncharted waters for a lot of businesses, because food industry is not the only one affected. We were all affected in different ways. But as it's been extremely documented in the media, restaurants suffered tremendously, especially in the first few months of the pandemic. the recovery was very arduous. And again, even though I had mapped out the next 6 months coming out of pandemic of how much money we were going to lose and how much we were willing, to put into the business to preserve it, the hall itself decided to close. And then, all of the vendors were forced out of our leases. And then what, right? Because at the end of the day, what I said from the beginning to you today, what drives me is this passion that I have of making food and making people joyful through food. So regardless of the many setbacks and roadblocks that I've had in my career, that's not gonna stop me from doing what I love to do. So when the decision was handed down to us that the hall was closing and all of the concepts had to leave, I made very quick decisions. Find a kitchen where I can work from. As long as I can cook, I will always be able to pay my bills, and I will always be able to have a career and support myself and other people. So first priority was find a kitchen, which we did very quickly. And for the past year and a half, I've been working really hard at rebranding, pivoting, and changing my business model. What I mean by that is that I don't have a brick and mortar anymore. My businesses are entirely online. I have a commissary or a hub, a main kitchen where obviously all of the food is produced, and that is in Pinellas Park, which is about 20 minutes from downtown Tampa, if you're familiar with the area. But what that has allowed me is we're not open to the public, so it's not a retail location. It's in a zone where, leases are very flexible, rent is not high at all. So the overhead is much minimal when compared to a restaurant, and it still allows me to do what I love to do. So the process has been in three parts, if I can explain it to you. I have a catering side, which is the bread and butter of my business. It's doing events, corporate, social, from weddings, birthday parties, baby showers, or a just because party, you name it. Then my second arm of the business is Chef Rosanna, this brand that I've created about kitchenware, entertaining, and specific food products that you can either enjoy at home or we can ship anywhere. And the third side is a chef and the baker, which is more of your daily type of meal. And that's where we have all of our baked goods. So essentially I'm managing three business under one umbrella, which is myself, my own brand per se, separated into three different avenues. And the reason behind that is, something that I've learned through the years is to diversify yourself. Kind of find the routes and opportunities, still doing at the core, I cook every day. At the core, that's what I do, and my identity is being a chef. But I have these different channels that are generating income at different times of the day, the week, or the month, and it all combines into one entity. So that is what I've worked through the past 2 years post-pandemic, is to pivoting and then growing and marketing these businesses. So going back to the drawing board happened very quickly. As I mentioned in the beginning, I wear many hats, from marketing my business to showing up to events to traveling. And I have set the intentions very clearly for myself of where I want to go. I sit down every single quarter and I lay out, I have my entire year budget of where I want to end financial wise, gross sales. And then from there, I break it down into quarters and how much I need to generate. And from there, I break it down to every month. And that is my daily life, monitoring where I am in terms of sales. Because based on that, then I can work on my budget, things that I have to pay for, my overhead at the kitchen, or my overhead with an assistant, or the overhead of prep cooks, which is primarily what I have. And then from there, I have my marketing budget. So it's all tied into that one goal that I have for the year. And then I track it every quarter, and I sit with myself and I readjust my goals and my timelines if need be. I've had so far a very successful year. I'm seeing the numbers of pre-pandemic, which is really great. It's a good time to be in recovery. People are ready to have parties and hosts and make memories, which is what makes me happy. But at the same time, it's obviously very inspiring that despite of the challenges that I've had, not only now in the most recent 2 years, but from the get-go, I've been able to recover and still be able to do on a daily basis what I love to do, which is cook food. At its simplest form, cook great food, delicious food for people. Now, really what drives me, honestly, is an internal drive. I want to be better for myself. It starts with me. I want to be the best version of myself, and it's something that I work at every day. I want to cook food that tastes delicious and my style, and I don't compromise on that. I also want to be the best version of myself, and that includes taking care of myself mentally, health-wise, trying to sneak in that yoga session as much as possible. I would love to say daily, but as much as possible during my week. Spend time with people that I love. Travel is one of my biggest passions. So what I've tried, especially in 2022, one of the goals that I set for myself was I want to be able to take my business on the road. I want to expand outside of Tampa, and that's something that I'm able to do in a different way in different cities. And I've set out the path of I want to be in Charlotte because I love Charlotte. That's a city, it's wonderful. And I see a lot of potential for growing my business. So that has brought me to create relationships in this city. And I do the same in New York, which is a little bit easier because I still have my relationships from when I lived in New York City. Miami. So I have 4 cities that primarily I work out from now: New York, Miami, Tampa, and Charlotte. And it's something that I work at every day, whether it's marketing, whether it's making relationships, whether it's knocking on doors and offer my services, because it is my biggest goal for 2022. The rest of the business is taking care of itself. So I just monitor and have good people in place and train them the right way to do the job as if I were still in the building. At the end of the day, I've always told my employees when I'm trying to inspire them, I spend a lot of time in the beginning training you because I want you to be a better version of me. I want you to be cook better than me, perform better than me, work harder than me. And I show up every day and I show them how hard I work too. I lead by example. My other driver is really my heritage. I come from a long line of amazing cooks, my mother and my grandmother. That's where I started to love and appreciate food and love and appreciate entertaining. It all comes from those 2 women. And they are my example every day. They're not with me anymore. They're in heaven, but they are really my inspiration to perform at my best every single day. And my third would be my customers. I am very committed, and people call me, and I always know I'm going to have a business and I'm always going to be able to cook for others because I have very loyal customers, and at the same time I am extremely loyal to them. So when you treat people right, when you show up and they know how trustworthy you are, you will always have their back, and they will always have their back for you, and they will always show up for you. So with that, I hope I have covered quite a bit of the past 16 years of my life as a chef and why I love what I love to do. But I will mention before I let everyone go, because I know it's been a long day, that one of the things that people know me most of for now, it's obviously being on TV, being on a great show called Beat Bobby Flay, and winning with one of my signature dish, which is beef empanadas. And I was obviously very lucky, and I worked really hard at performing really well on the show, and I got to beat him. And not only that, I've been very lucky to keep the relationship with the team at the Bobby Flay. Um, the winning recipe was featured in his most recent cookbook, and that was an extreme honor for me. I will say one of the highlights of 2021, as difficult as it was having the honor of being inside of a Bobby Flay cookbook. Now, TV is something that it has been a little bit of luck, chance, and opportunity. If it's something that you want to jump into your life, it's about taking the opportunities that are given to you, showing up, doing your best, and being good to people. When you're kind and you show up without an attitude, with no ego, and you're humble, and you work and you show how good you are in your craft, people show up for you. And that's what I would say is the only reason why I keep being called back to being on TV or being on a show or in a competition, is because of those values that I have from growing up. So thank you, guys. I hope I had covered quite a bit of being in the life of, or in being in my life every day.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chef Rosanna.
Thank you so much for having me.
And enjoy your stay.
Thank you, I will. Well, I have an event later tonight, but yes,
Okay.
I will.
All right, take care.
Bye.
There is one final speaker, and she is joining us all the way from Australia, and we really appreciate you being up so early, Kate. Kate really doesn't need any introduction. She's a superstar and a super force. So the only thing I can say about Kate is I'm going to let her speak in just a second, but she is a tour de force for not only her generation, but beyond her generation. She's still doing some stuff today that's really absolutely fantastic. So we really appreciate you joining us all the way from Australia. And good morning to you there.
Good morning. Good morning to you all. Hello.
Yeah, it's been a great day. And we're glad to have you as the final leg. So go ahead and take it away.
Well, it was wonderful just to be able to be present with our last speaker there. She was sort of similar to me in many ways, very family-based and inspired, and has her muses as her grandmother, and grandparents and mother. I am 40 years strong in a career in music in Australia. So I'll just quickly recap for those of you who don't know who I am. I am a singer, a songwriter, an artist. I'm a mother. I'm also a great champion for many philanthropic causes and communities, and I raise lots of money, especially in my country, for many different, not related to the arts necessarily, but we've had many critical conditions in my country of late, with floods and fires and drought. I mean, Australia seems to be burdened with many, many things all at the same time, including COVID, but that's running ahead of myself. First of all, I'd just like to again take you right back to the beginning. I am a singer firstly, and I started singing when I was 14 years old. And I don't know what it was exactly about music that made it seem like a logical lifestyle, a career. But even at that age, I knew for certain that I'd be doing it for the rest of my life. And it isn't always the case with young people that they know what they want to do. But it seemed to me the most obvious thing for me to do, because it was the only thing I felt that I could do well. And sometimes that little default system where you actually just look at simply, what can I do? What is there that I can actually do that doesn't require so much effort, that it's something, it seems to be something I love to do, and it's easy to do. So I was very, very blessed. I started singing and I started working really young, and I developed a work ethic which has proven such a great thing for the 40 plus years that I've been in the industry. Because when you are working in an area that you love, of course, work doesn't feel like work in a traditional sense. It's not labor. It's not something that exhausts you or takes from you, but instead you gain with it, and you gained for it so much more about yourself, so much more about how much you can be of use to society. And shortly after I started singing in a small little jazz trio, I went off and I went into bands, which in a sense, the rest is history, but not quite. Because if you've lived in the arts or you've lived in any industry for more than 4 decades, the thing that you have to realize is that every decade you're going to change. And with it, you have to transform elements of your industry to make you relevant and make you contemporary and keep you in the game. And so I've seen myself go from a child ingenue, and then I traveled through and into my 20s and, you know, became sort of the pop star. And then in my 30s, as I became a mother and my music became more as about the singer-songwriter, I started to win awards, which were very respectful in a sense, because they were like, you know, Hall of Fame for singer-songwriter, not just being like a wind-up toy on a stage, but for creating the industry around myself, learning how to play my instruments, learning how to work with state orchestras, you know, 80 plus people in an orchestra, and feeling like I could hold my space in amongst this platform of very, very skilled technicians in music. And then now in my 50s, again, I find myself transforming to suit my artful needs, my community, but my brand mostly, and how to keep my brand alive after so many years in an industry and through so many transformations. And I guess the main key to my success has actually been my audience. So if this relates to you in your business, if you feel that the audience for whom you're communicating to are loyal to you, and they see a little bit of themselves in you, then you can travel with them across an entire lifetime of industry. And I have. In fact, I've had just recently in an audience, I've had some audience members who've been with me since they were teenagers as well, and now have since become parents and have since become businessmen, and you know, some of whom are much more successful and wealthier than I am in many ways, but they are loyal to the art form, and they are loyal to this construct that I've created as an artist. And I really love that. And so based on my audience and based on my successes, I suppose the thing that I've landed with recently is the idea that as a brand, I have responsibilities. Kate Sobrano, the human, has her own private life, and I have my own family life, and I parent, and I'm very responsible for my daughter, who's now 18 years old. But Kate Sobrano, the brand, is an entirely different universe, and I treat her with an entirely different type of activity. I am, let's talk of me in the third person for a minute. I am, it seems, inexhaustible when it comes to creating. I don't know why, but I seem to find many different ways to cross skill. In other words, if COVID shut us down, the stages were shut down in Australia, touring opportunities were shut down in Australia, and just simply using myself, my voice, my platform to be of any value to society was shut down during COVID. Australia went into a very deep slumber for 2.5 years. All of our industry, all of our CBDs went into this dire, dark place. So I had to decide, how could I cross skill? How could I use whatever skill reference I have into creating some other industry which would keep me buoyant, which would keep my audience engaged, would also keep the idea that the arts and culture were essential for survival. And I started to paint and I started to produce, funnily enough, I started to produce quilts. So I was putting all of my work and all of my love and all my lyrics and all my words into these handmade quilts, because I thought, well, we'll need a reference one day to these times. What were the things that gave us comfort? And I found, I don't know about you guys, but certainly in Australia, I found that COVID gave us something in exchange. Whilst it took a lot away, it gave us a few things in exchange. And I really do respect and honour that we got something good out of it. We all gathered to the hearth again. Families came back together again. We spent more time with the people we love, and we put in more concentrated time on the things that we love to do. So on self-preservation, we got into the kitchen. We started learning how to cook if we weren't already cooking. We started to prepare the house for more home-based entertainment. And I know that I got much better at homekeeping, in fact. And my whole legacy with the quilt, the whole idea is similar to a song. I wanted to wrap people up, keep them neat and close and together and bound together by a shared experience. And I have as an artist, I didn't want to put any value on the experience. For some, it would be traumatic. For others, it would be also very depressing, and others, it would be almost calamitous. But for other people, it could also be about comfort, security, and the knowledge that there is within us the power to overcome many things. I sort of seen this time as having been a little bit of a war. And honestly, the way my family and community now are bound to each other because we've survived and are surviving this war together is incredible. And there's a great deal of truth to be learned out of that. But here I am now, and I cut to now that I'm free and now I'm back on the road and I'm delivering keynote speeches. I'm doing concerts every week. I'm performing to people. I seem to be in a position where I can help fix what's broken. And so in this particular community, and I'm really glad that I'm here with you this beautiful morning, I'm watching the sun rise over here in Melbourne, Australia. And I'm actually most physically aware that with every day is a new opportunity, and it's an every day a new opportunity to tear down anything we thought was fixed yesterday and solid and make it new and different today, and try new things, examine my life and my career and all the things that I've done within it, and see, is there anything more from it that I can be exploited for to be of value to my community? So today I've been starting on a project. It's a second business of mine, and it's been a very successful, as I mentioned. I started working in the arts, but my arts have become a little bit of a second business. I've never thought that as an artist you could have a variety of different platforms for which you could get resources from. You know, I thought, oh no, you must be very pure. Stick within the things that you're really, really good at. You know, this is your road. Just keep walking this road. Don't change. Don't go off into other little parts and don't get excited. Well, actually, there is a time in your life when you should be free to grow branches and to continue to grow tall, and as a tree, create different rings and different experiences. And as you age, put these rings towards your whole combined experience. And so I've started a business, and I'm hoping that it'll actually get me over to where you are, all over in America, all over in Europe. But it's essentially through my art, I do a lot of home style, home lifestyle, soft furnishings, prints and plates and crockery and quilts. And I mean, who would have thought that out of a song, an entire home could be built? And that's what I'm kind of doing as my second business, which I'm very, very excited to tell you all about, if only for the fact that it's a way of describing that transferable skills. You can be really disciplined and competent in an area, and that skill alone will enable you to discover other skills that you may never have known you had. Certainly singing, ergo, becomes the power of communicating and talking. And so I've also started a platform where I've been helping a lot of seniors actually with music. I go into senior residences and I go and talk with a lot of our senior community. And I go back in time with them with song, and I ask them to revisit the things that they were most skilled at and where the most happiest times of their lives happened. And they're usually, funnily enough, attached to either a song or a film. And so I always think that songs and films are the very key that keeps us tethered to each other as a community. They are, in fact, they're like sort of like these tiny little portals back to times when you felt most strong, when you felt most emboldened, when you were most in love. Like the height of every single emotion you've ever lived has probably been contained within a song. It's been contained within that wonderful magic that an artist can create in cinema. And I've been going out and I've been going and performing to these people. Oh, and I have so much to learn from our elders. The older community have a certain grace and a dignity that I think that we need to go and contain and bring back and see if we can't bring it towards our younger generation and give them some sense of, I don't know, hope or self-dignity, self-worth, self-respect. Because the only reason why I have been confident in my life and career is because my grandparents, my parents, instilled in me a great sense of ownership over myself. And they said to me that you are the sole author of your own self-respect, your own self-determinism, and certainly your own thoughts. And if you can harness the power of your thoughts, can you imagine what kind of worth you would be to your community and to society? And so that's what I've been up to just this week. And I've discovered that there's great value in being able to put every week a small portion or a large portion of your time toward helping others, just as a simple act of like, this is what I do. It's what I have. It's part of my schedule. I go and promote it. I go and tell people on stage all about it. I go and write and create short stories about it. I go and tell people what I've learned from listening to people and observing other people in my community. And then you really do become someone that people like to listen to. I sat down and I gave a keynote speech to maybe a couple of thousand young women who are singer-songwriters themselves. And they all wanted to know one question, how do you write a song? And I'm certain that in business, all of you ask the same question relating to your industry. How do I be a better, social media, a marketing, a publicist, a CEO? It could be very specific. But I wanted to tell these women, these couple of thousands of women, I wanted to say, how do you first start by being a better person? And if at that moment there, you could have the conversation, are you the best person you can be right in this moment? And if you find yourself falling short, then write a little list, not to sort of like cave yourself in, but write a list and say, these things, these elements about myself, if I could amend or improve or tweak the volume up and be more courageous, have more courage, be brave, and be more sturdy and more self-respectful, then when you employ that to your industry, I guarantee magic will happen. We sat in this community and we started writing songs. And the first thing I asked them to do was to write about something that was true for them. I wanted authenticity. I wanted them not to make it up. I didn't want them to just build some construct and just simply make an incredibly unique lie. I said, tell me something about yourself that's true. And like in the great words of Dolly Parton, who's one of the greatest singer-songwriters in the world, in my opinion, she said, when you hit the truth within yourself, you set others free. She said, I love the way Dolly Parton talks about singer-songwriters too. She said, and then when you write a song, you've got to make sure that you got to make people cry. And I do think you do. You have to make people feel things. You have to make them feel when they're experiencing the song the way you felt when you were writing the song. You want to invite them into your feelings and expose the vulnerability within you and allow them to feel vulnerable and yet know that they are safe because someone else in the world totally understands how they feel and has given them the idea that this is a community we live in who have all similar injuries. We all have all similar emotions and we all need comfort. And though we might be strong CEOs and we might build our own, you know, empires, at the end of the day, we all still really need company. Not one single person alone can do it on their own. We need to know that we are part of a sea of humanity doing this. And so 2,000 people, we had us all writing these songs. And do you know what I discovered, which was the most powerful thing of all amongst just 2,000 people? It could have been a sea of 20,000 people and the same thing would have happened, is that not one single person had anything in common, really, when it came to their own empire of thoughts. Their own thoughts, their most golden, pure thoughts were completely unique and original to them. And when each of them discovered that they had these thoughts and they were able to share them with another and then provoke an emotional impact on another person, the power in the room was palpable. I mean, we had, you know, whoa, whoa, whoa. We had like, you know, just the artist, one artist would get up and they would just sing to us one small message. Here's an example. I wrote a song called Courage. And the opening stanza, I said, sometimes I drown in my own moods. If I feel wronged or just confused, you never desert me. And if I make the wrong impression, if I've mistaken your intention, you know I didn't mean to. And this opening stanza itself was so true for me, because sometimes in error, I have been explosive and I've been powerful and I've overwhelmed people I've loved. And I've been so remorseful, and afterwards I've gone, oh, if I could just go back in time and make all of that go away, that would just, it would just heal everything. And so I wrote it in that time. And so in a sense, I kind of wrapped up that moment in time and allowed it to just to evaporate. And in the audience, oh, the amount of people that all just sort of had this, it was like we went to the church of the song, you know, they all went, oh, here I am. And it was just like this huge release for everyone. And so, I mean, I think in a sense that if you in your field have the power to be able to lead people, then you also need to find people first, and you need to listen to them. You need to look at them. You need to observe them and study them well and understand your audience well and love them well. Love them despite every invitation to do otherwise. Understand what makes your audience, strengthen that, support them, show them that you understand and you've heard them. It's been one of my most successful things in my life, was to always have, I suppose, a very strong and keen interest in people. I have also, it seems, an enormous heart, which is easily broken, but as I've discovered, it can be broken many times over and it can be put back together as well. And so I'd like to think that I'm also learning through the 4+ decades of being on this earth that I'm also kind of fearless as well. And if you, I think if you're protected in the knowledge that what you have to offer is of value and it's authentic, it comes from your heart and it's something that you put your entire investment as a human into, I just don't think that you can do wrong. I just don't think you can go wrong. Anyway, I'd like you all to visit my Instagram account if you want and just check me out, because I ask you this because I want you to see the many different ways that one artist can operate, and I think we are all artists in a sense, because for every industry that we represent, whether it's food, it's music, it's entertainment, hospitality, or it's Silicon Valley, each of us are artists in our own right. We are nimble, we turn and dance and make sudden choices, we change our minds, we reflect on who we've been, and then we transform ourselves out of who we've been into someone who we'd rather be. And if I look at my Instagram account, I see the many different faces, but the very thing that seems to me, even if I was going to try to change it, I can't. The thing that seems to be amplified about me is my very strong interest in my life and community around me. I use these platforms, but I reveal a lot about myself, and I offer these parts of myself in an effort to ask other people to do the same thing of themselves. I think we spend an awful lot of time on these machines, which we have to, but if we could be using these machines like today, all these electronic machines, to discover each other, to find each other across these waves, then I think that in half, we've sort of halfway, we've kind of made an even bigger pool of humanity, which is amazing. I only ever want to use the tools for that sake. And though sometimes I have to use it for marketing, you'll discover that I always try to work how my marketing is expressing some part of my basic purpose. I mentor a lot of artists. In my band, for instance, I have 4 artists for whom I've seen from teenagedom and have them watch them grown and up and through into their mid-20s. And I've watched their evolution. I've assisted them. I've been there anytime they've had questions about how they wanted to advance themselves in the recording industry and how they saw themselves as humans and as women and growing up in the public eye. And you'll see all the stories about them. I post lots of stories about my friends and their successes. I don't just kind of keep it all to myself in this tidy bundle. And I try to, I guess I try to show that you can use tools to be very, very intimate with people. These tools that we have, phones, you know, iPads, give them small glimpses of your private life, but only within the level that's appropriate to being able to have your privacy. And lastly, and this is, I don't know what you all do specifically and independently in your careers, but the corporate life that I do, I see as a service. It's a public service. And I perform for many large corporations. And I, in a sense, maybe I'm offered up as the gift that they get for having, you know, worked hard in a year. Maybe I'll go and do a lot of their Christmas concerts, or I will be doing Mother's Day concerts or things. I'm like that item that someone can't really buy, but they go and offer to their 20 of their highest selling clients. Or I'm not quite sure sometimes who the client is particularly, but I never ever judge what community I'm going into. I just know what my job is when I'm there. And so I sort of keep this equanimity and I just sing, and I'm sort of like the pudding at the end of the menu. I don't know if you have that. Someone once mentioned I'm like a warm chocolate tart. And I think on that note, I've probably come to the end of my little speech book. I think mostly about my life. It's my life in a nutshell, and it all ends up to being a wonderful warm chocolate tart. I hope this has been of interest to you. I hope that my life has been of interest to, and maybe it's for those of you out there who have never actually heard or known who I am. My name is Kate Sobrano. You can find me on Spotify, and you can find me all over the Instagram and the Facebook and everywhere you need to find me. But if there were any questions you have, you should put them through to Booker, and I'm sure he'll forward them to me. Hey, hi, darling.
Hey, absolutely fantastic, Kate. Love it. I appreciate it.
My pleasure. I hope I covered all the things you needed me or wanted me to cover in order to
you did.
These lovely
Absolutely.
people.
Absolutely. I do have a few questions for Lee later in the week. I want to talk to him about some stuff we want to do in Australia. So I'll send him an email. But we really love that. And
that's great.
Okay. Huh. All righty. I've got some bounce back coming. That's why I'm just sitting here, Kate. I'm trying to let that clear up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's
well,
okay.
listen,
It's not from you. I got
notice?
4 different machines going here.
I'd like to love and leave you, but notice that the sun has just come out. You probably noticed.
Yeah, I noticed
I've
that.
been here. It was dawn just a second ago, and now the sun is shining. Have a great night.
Hey, you too. It's fantastic.
See ya.
Okay, see ya. Okay. Okay, all I can say is wow. And that was this has been a day of women that just blew me away. So many absolutely fantastic stories. So at the end of this, I just want to say thank you to everyone, and let you know that next year, the World of Women 2023 is back at the Sheraton Brandon here in Tampa, Florida. And we'll definitely be looking forward to some live presentations next year. But this was a fantastic day for me. I really appreciate everyone's participation. And we're signing off. Thanks, everyone.